34.
Jacob, wake up.
Rough hands shook him from his sleep.
Jacob, come on, buddy. We got problems.
Jacob scrambled to his feet. He'd been in deep sleep, but he was wide awake in an instant. Nick had his rifle in his hand, clutching it by the breech. He had Jacob's in the other hand, waiting for him to take it.
What's going on?
Zombies, he said. I counted 8.
The herd?
Jacob said. He couldn't believe they'd caught up with him already.
I don't think so, Nick answered. They were coming at us from due west, probably from the town. The ones I saw were looking pretty bad, like they were older.
Jacob nodded and took his rifle. He tried to move quietly, but the house was old, and the floorboards creaked beneath his feet, even when he tried to put his feet down slowly and deliberately. Where the hall connected to the living room, he hesitated. It was still dark, an hour at least till sunup, and the house was steeped in darkness. But from somewhere ahead of him, he could hear feet sliding on the wooden floor, and wood groaning beneath an unfamiliar weight. Jacob craned his head around the corner. Halfway across the living room was a dead man, badly decomposed. His clothes rotted into his skin, and his face little more than strips of dark flesh hanging from dull yellow bone. He was stumbling toward the hallway. Behind him, another dark form was climbing through the empty window. Jacob turned to Nick and signed what he'd just seen. Then he swung his rifle around so that he could use it as a club, took a breath, and charged around the corner. The first dead man was faster than he should have been. Decomposition as bad as his should have slowed the muscles considerably. No sooner had Jacob rounded the corner, but the man was on him, hands up and clutching for him. Jacob reacted quickly, though. He brought his rifle down on the man's face with enough force to snap the man's back, breaking the neck. The zombie stopped, head staring at the ceiling, but didn't fall. He just swayed there on his feet, unable to move. Jacob swept the zombie's legs with a single kick, and when the thing lowered its arms, he drove the rifle down again 3 more times, crushing its skull. The second zombie had fallen heavily to the floor after coming through the window, and Jacob was able to smash his head to a pulp before he could regain his feet. Looking through the window, Jacob could see 4 others coming up the slope of the lawn. At the same time, hands slapped against the front door. From somewhere in the back of the house, they heard a scream. Both men went running. Chelsea was standing in the hall in bare feet, a blanket pulled over her shoulders. Nick took hold of her as Jacob kicked in the door to Kelly's room. Kelly was on her back on the far side of the room, using an upturned wooden chair to hold a zombie at bay. 3 more were pushing their way inside the window directly opposite Jacob.
"Help me!"
Kelly yelled. There was no time for clubbing the zombies. Jacob saw that in an instant. He flipped the rifle around and leveled it at the head of the zombie trying to get at Kelly. He fired once, sending the thing sprawling into the corner. Then he turned his weapon on the zombies coming through the window and fired until each went down. He rushed forward, grabbed one of the moldering zombies by the remnants of the coat left on its back, and pulled it through the window to the floor. He leaned out the window and saw more zombies coming up from the road. Kelly was still on her back. Jacob went to her. "Are you okay? They get you anywhere?"
"No, I'm okay."
He helped her to her feet and then turned on Nick. "I thought you said there were 8 of them out there."
"I saw 8.
"Yeah, well, there's a shitload of them out there now. We got to get to the horses and get out of here." He went to the bedroom door, pushing his way past Nick and Chelsea. But no sooner had he entered the hall than the front door gave way with a crash. Jacob stopped short. "Okay," he said. "Not that way. Everybody out the windows. We'll head around back." They scrambled through the windows and ran around the side of the house. 3 zombies had gotten into the corral and were trying to force their way into the stables. Jacob ran ahead, jumped the fence into the corral, and swung his rifle at the first zombie to turn his way. The zombie fell back against the doors to the stable, but didn't go down. Jacob grabbed the rifle with both hands and smashed it down again on the zombie's face. That did the trick, and the zombie collapsed. But not before the other two put their hands on him. Jacob teetered over backwards and went down hard. The zombies fell on top of him, and the stench of their rotten bodies made him gag. Nick was there the next instant, pulling one of the zombies off him. Jacob had his rifle up in a port arms position, jammed up under the second zombie's chin to keep his rotted mouth away. With the other zombie off him, Jacob was able to push with his left hand and pull with his right, while at the same time twisting to his right. The zombie rolled off of him and landed on its back in the dirt. Jacob put his knees on the thing's chest and smashed the rifle down on its nose 3 times before it stopped moving. He stood up then, chest heaving, to see Nick rising from a kill of his own. "Get the horses ready to ride," he said to Kelly and Nick. "I'll hold these off." They nodded at him and ran for the stable doors. "Wait," Jacob said, grabbing Nick by the arm. "Give me your rifle. I'm empty." Nick handed it to him without hesitation, and Jacob ran for the center of the corral. From where he stood, he could see the yard filling with zombies. They came around both sides of the house like a river flowing around a rock. More were coming out the house's windows. Jacob ejected the magazine from Nick's rifle and checked it. 8 rounds in the magazine, 1 in the chamber. "You guys need to hurry in there," he said. He looked across the yard at the zombies closing in around him. The yard between the corral and the house was flat, but overgrown, coming up to the hips of the approaching zombies. Beyond the house, he could see the skeletal remnants of a barn, starlight shining through its Swiss cheese roof. In between the buildings were large clusters of elms and ash trees that broke up his view of the field. He'd have to make do. Off to his left, a zombie was climbing over the top rail of the wooden fence that enclosed the corral. The top rail gave way under the zombie's weight, and the thing collapsed onto the next rail, bent over at the waist. The breaking wood made Jacob jump, and he fired off a bad shot that hit the zombie in its lower back. The thing fell face first into the corral, rolled over, and stood up, completely unperturbed by the shot. "Steady," Jacob told himself. "Easy." He took a deep breath, steadied his front sights on the zombie's nose, and squeezed the trigger. The thing's head snapped back, and it fell to the ground. He turned around, keeping his head on a swivel to cover every angle, and saw 2 dead women climbing the fence. A third zombie was a few feet to the left of them, but it was too badly decomposed for Jacob to tell what gender it was. It took 2 shots to put the first of the 2 women down, but he found his mark cleanly on the other one and dropped her with a single shot. The third zombie was having trouble climbing the fence, so Jacob turned his back on that one and focused on the others already on their way over. "How's it coming in there?" Jacob yelled. "2 more to go," Kelly answered. "It's getting deep out here. Make it fast." Jacob fired 2 more shots, both direct hits. Had he fired 6 or 7 shots? He wasn't sure. He'd lost count. Either way, he was running out of options. 4 more zombies were climbing the fence, and dozens more were behind them. "Come on, guys, hurry it up!" "Almost there." "Crap!" Jacob put down 2 of the zombies, but wasted his last 2 rounds on reckless, over-the-shoulder running shots. He missed both completely and was forced to turn the rifle around and use it like a club. He swung at one of the zombies and succeeded in knocking it down, but failed to crush its skull. It got up, half its head caved in, just as more dropped into the corral. He was surrounded now, and they were closing in on him. One of them groped at his face with fingers that were nearly fleshless. Jacob grabbed the dead man's arm and felt it break in several places as he wrestled the zombie around in a circle. The thing was frail, but wouldn't go down, no matter how he tried to throw it off balance. Realizing he couldn't make it fall, he twisted the thing's arm until he was behind it. He moved the zombie around the corral, using it as a shield as he ran it into other zombies, knocking them down, or at least out of the way. He was about to holler out again when the doors suddenly burst open and Kelly and the others came charging out. Nick was in front, a white metal bar in his hand. Behind him, Kelly held the reins to 3 horses, hers and Chelsea's in one hand, and Jacob's horse in the other. Jacob ran for the empty horse, while Nick swung his metal bar like a battle axe, cutting his way through the crowd. He reached the gate to the corral and kicked it open. "Come on!" he yelled. Kelly and Nick spurred their horses as they crashed through the zombies, bounding for the gate. Zombies grabbed at their legs and hips, but they were already moving fast, and the dead fingers did little more than clutch at empty air. Seconds later they were through the crowd and galloping hard toward the road. The sun was coming up, and to the east, the black-top remnants of the highway were brushed with molten copper. Arbella was that way, Jacob thought, and for a moment let himself dream. Just 50 miles. So close. But it might as well have been halfway around the planet. For coming up the road, and spread out to form a line in the fields on either side of the road, were riders. Riders they knew. And Mother Jane and Casey were right out front. 35. They caught sight of each other at almost exactly the same instant, and for a moment, neither man moved. Jacob stared at Casey, and Casey back at him, over a distance of perhaps 100 yards. And then, Casey let out an ear-splitting rebel yell, and charged. Jacob?" Nick said. "Ride!" Jacob said, and they wheeled their horses as one and charged toward the dead town of Malden. In the early morning light, shadows still pooled between the trees and the low one-story buildings. Jacob could see forms moving toward the road, but they were too far away for him to tell whether they were zombies or animals, or more of the family closing the net around them. He chanced to look behind him and saw Casey closing fast. They were out of options. In another minute he'd be on them, and he'd be the only one with a loaded weapon. "That way!" Jacob said, motioning to Kelly toward a low line of houses off to the right. "Where?" she asked. "Find us a hole," he said. "Anywhere." With Chelsea's horse by the reins, she turned sharply to the right and went between the ruined shells of 2 homes. The vegetation was thick, and it sliced into them as they charged into it. Jacob felt it pulling at his clothes, at his arms, at his face, but he urged them forward. It was their only chance to evade the riders on their tails. "Hold on," Kelly said. Jacob glanced forward just as Kelly and Chelsea jumped the leaning metal fence. Chelsea screamed and nearly flew out of her saddle, but Kelly was there to catch her. It was a bad landing, but Kelly got them under control and pointed the horses to the left, through a gap in the underbrush. Jacob and Nick followed close on their heels. They emerged onto the next street and found it just as overgrown as the last. Behind them, they could hear Casey yelling for the other riders to close in, but they were having a hard time of it because of the underbrush. Kelly had done well threading a course through it. Now she was pointing down the lane, which was little more than a shallow area between 2 walls of encroaching trees, and motioning for Jacob to look. 6 zombies, so badly decomposed they could barely walk, were staggering out of a house halfway down the block. "Can't go that way," she signed to him. "No, wait," he signed back. He motioned toward a gap in the vegetation that led over to the next street. She rode up close to him, still holding Chelsea's mare by the reins. The young girl looked scared, but alert, and Jacob saw she was squeezing her knees to the horse's sides. She was learning. "What is it?" Kelly whispered. "Through there," he said. She shook her head. "Too obvious." "I know. That's what I'm counting on." He glanced over his shoulder. Casey and the other riders had split up into small groups, perhaps realizing that their prey had used up all their ammunition and were closing in on their position. "We need a distraction. Let's go." She frowned, but he knew she trusted him enough not to ask questions. She turned her horse and Chelsea's toward the gap, and Jacob and Nick followed. When they emerged on the other side, Jacob asked Nick for the metal pipe he carried in his saddlebags.
"For what?" Nick said. "You already took my gun. What am I supposed to use?"
"Really? Come on, give me the pipe." He gestured toward a thick growth of trees to the west. "You guys go over there. Wait for me. Stay out of sight." Reluctantly, Nick handed over the last weapon he had. He, Kelly, and Chelsea rode over to the place Jacob had pointed out and were instantly lost in shadow. Good, Jacob thought. At least they'll be out of sight. He guided his horse into a well in the vegetation and waited. Casey was a hard driver. There was no other way he and the other survivors from the family could have gotten away from the herd and still managed to drive this far south unless they rode long and hard. And he clearly had some strategic sense, or at least some intuition, for he'd read Jacob and the others right in their intent to use Malden as their turning east point. But despite all that, he was brash. He believed absolutely in his own superiority, and he certainly thought he had Jacob on the run, unarmed and easy pickings. It was why he'd allowed his riders to split up into 1- and 2-man groups. He dismounted from his horse and lashed the reins around a stout, low-hanging branch. The saddlebags he'd inherited along with the horse had a set of wire cutters and some duct tape in them. He slid those into his back pocket, shifted the metal pipe to his right hand, and crept into position right at the opening to the gap. He heard twigs snapping in the underbrush, and he clutched the pipe tighter, praying that he'd read Casey and the other riders correctly. Thomas, one of Casey's brothers Jacob had seen around the caravan, emerged a moment later, ducking his head down next to his horse's neck to avoid the brush. When he straightened up again, Jacob darted out of hiding and swung the pipe, meaning to catch the rider under the chin, but instead only managing a glancing blow off his shoulder. Thomas grunted and twisted in the saddle, but didn't fall. Before he had a chance to recover, Jacob spun back around the other way and swung for Thomas's ribs. He connected with a solid blow that caused the rider to sag to one side. The horse tried to bolt, but Jacob caught its reins and steadied it. Thomas was trying to right himself in the saddle. Jacob didn't give him the chance. Before the rider could sit up straight, Jacob swung again for his chin, and that time connected with a solid crack of metal on bone. Thomas twisted off the saddle, landing heavily in the grass. The horse ran into the middle of what had once been the street, leaving Jacob face to face with Casey's brother. He advanced on the man and quickly stripped the rider's revolver from his holster. Jacob jammed it into the waistband at the small of his back, pulled the wire cutters from his back pocket, and flipped Thomas over onto his stomach. The rider muttered something, a threat, a plea. Jacob didn't know and didn't care at this point, and tried to pull away. But Jacob held him firm. Jacob grabbed the man's right wrist and pulled it up. Then he grabbed one of Thomas's fingers, pried it apart from the others, and lopped it off with the wire cutters. Thomas began to scream. The noise was horrible. Such pain, such terrible, terrible pain. Jacob backed away, horrified at what he'd just done. Thomas was rolling around in the grass, holding his bleeding hand, wailing uncontrollably in pain. At first, the noise scared Jacob. A lifetime of conditioning had taught him that noise equaled death, especially out here in the wasteland. But as he looked around and saw moldering corpses lumbering out of one hiding spot after another, he realized he'd gotten exactly what he wanted. He ran to Thomas's horse, removed the saddlebags and the rifle he found there, and then mounted his own horse and took off at a gallop. He met up with Kelly and the others a few blocks away. "What the hell is going on?" she asked. Jacob looked back. He could see a few of Casey's riders in complete disarray, men shouting and twisting their horses around as more and more zombies flooded into the area. There'd been more riders than he suspected. More zombies, too. "Jacob," Kelly said, "what the hell is going on?" "A distraction," he said. He nodded to the west. "Let's get out of here." 36. They rode hard across open fields, and more slowly through densely wooded countryside until they reached a wide, slow-moving river. The trip took them most of the day, and for Jacob, it had been an exhausting ride. The others had moved out in front to survey the river and started discussing something. But Jacob couldn't hear them. He felt cold, even though he was wet with sweat. It was hard to focus. His head was a soupy mess. He tried to focus on what the others were doing, but found it hard even to stay upright in the saddle. The world started to swirl around him, and he blacked out. The next thing he knew, Kelly was next to him, her hand on his shoulder. "Hey," she said. "How you doing?" "Huh?" "Jacob, it's those dog bites on your arms. I don't think you're doing so good." He looked down and saw the bandages on his arms were red and hanging loose from his wrists. The cuts all over his forearms were red and black and oozing white pus in places. His arms had started to swell. The undergrowth they'd traveled through back in Malden, he thought. It had stripped the bandages from his arms, exposing wounds that smelled like decay. That and all the fighting back at the ranch house. "You need some real medical attention, Jake," Nick said. "What river is this?" he asked. They said something, but he didn't catch it. He fought against it, but couldn't keep his eyes open. He blacked out again. 37. When he woke next, they were riding under a hot sun across an open field. He looked around and saw green trees crowding the horizon, and an enormous flock of what looked like ducks flying off a nearby pond. In his head, he meant to say, "Where are we?" All that he could manage, though, was a feeble groan and a hoarse-sounding cough. Somebody, Nick or Kelly, he couldn't tell, put a hand on his arm and said something he didn't quite catch. He looked down and saw a yellow nylon rope looped around his waist. Tracing it, he saw it came up around his shoulders and back down to the saddle, holding him in place. "They tied me down," he thought, his head lolling on his shoulders. Sweet Christ, they had to tie me to the saddle. 38. He was in and out for a long time. At least 2 days, maybe longer. He would wake only long enough to see some strange highway sign or empty field or railroad bridge going by. And then he was out again. But then, at last, he opened his eyes, and he was staring right into a horse's ass. He blinked and looked around. He was at the bottom of a short but steep hill with shaggy thorn bushes and short trees all around him. Kelly was at the top of the hill, framed by a window of vegetation, staring dumbfounded at something beyond Jacob's view. Nick and Chelsea were halfway up the hill. It was Nick's horse giving him the view. "What's wrong?" Nick asked. "Why'd we stop?" She was shaking her head. "You guys have got to see this." "What is it?" All she could do was shake her head. Nick helped Chelsea to the top of the hill, and together they stood abreast with Kelly, all of them in awe. "What is it?" Jacob managed to say. Kelly glanced back, then turned her horse and came down to meet him. "Jacob," she said, "how are you?" He shook his head. It was hard to focus. Nothing seemed to work quite right. He glanced down at his arms and tried to see what was going on with his wounds, but he couldn't even make those out. "Come with me," she said. "You have to see this." He started to protest, but she was already leading him up the hill. Jacob leaned forward to keep his balance in the saddle and nearly blacked out from the pain. "Look," Kelly said. "Look at that." Jacob opened his eyes. It took a moment for the blur to recede to the edges of his vision. But once they did, he understood the amazement that had come over the others. Even with his brain addled by fever, he understood. Below them, in the midst of a vast plain of what had once been farmland, was the wrecked remains of a gigantic aeroflot, looking like a skyscraper fallen on its side. A huge gash had been torn in its roof, and there were holes in the sides where birds flew in lazy circles. A debris field 1,000 feet in diameter surrounded it, and vines and shrubs had started to grow where the hull met the ground. But even in its wrecked form, Jacob could still see the majesty of it. At least until he blacked out again. 39. When he woke next, he was in a bed with sparkling white sheets. He sat up blearily and looked around. Fresh bandages dressed his arms. He touched them. The wounds still hurt, but not as much. His skin was cool, too. The swelling seemed to have gone down quite a bit. And when the sheets fell away from his chest, he realized his skin was clean, and he was clad in a fresh pair of light blue boxer shorts. "What the hell?" he said. His head was clearer now. He could still feel a residual hangover from the fever, but at least he could think straight. Or at least he thought he could. He was in a small but clean room, lined with bookshelves and a dresser and an open closet on the far wall. Next to him on the bedside table was a picture of a man and woman in strange clothes, and in front of them a young boy of perhaps 6 and a baby girl of perhaps a year. He studied the picture a second and then climbed out of bed. "Hello?" he called. Nick appeared in the doorway a moment later. "Hey, buddy, how you feeling?" "Better. A lot better." "Thank God. That's good to hear. Chelsea's showing Kelly around right now, but when she gets back... Man, Jake, we were so worried about you." "How long have I been out?" "About 3 days. I thought you'd be out a whole lot longer, but Kelly was able to patch you right up with the steroids and antibiotics they found in the sickbay. You look about 1,000,000 times better than when we brought you inside." Jacob nodded. "What is this place?" "This is the Aeroflot," Nick answered. "Can you believe it? 4 days ago we were still headed south along US 167, and we see this field of wild soybeans growing up around all these junked cars. Chelsea asks us to stop. She says she recognizes the area. We thought she meant from being carried around with the caravans, but it turns out she remembered it from when she and her older brother were wandering around after this thing crashed. It took a little bit, but she was able to lead us pretty much right to this place." Jacob managed a nod. "Do they have any water around here?" "Yeah," Nick said. "Believe it or not, almost everything still works. The water runs. It tastes great, by the way. The toilets flush." He waved a hand over a plate of black glass on the wall next to the door, and the room filled with a soft white light. "Even the electric lights." Jacob looked at the lights in amazement. The last time he'd seen anything like this, a room lit with electricity, he'd been 3 years old. He barely remembered it. It was glorious. "Jake, my man, we have to make contact with Chelsea's people. They are decades ahead of us technologically. As if, we couldn't tell that already from seeing one of these things glide through the sky, but you know the electric cars she told us about? She wasn't kidding. Hell, even the medicines they've got on board justify making contact. You should have heard Kelly talking. She said even if Dr. Williams was treating you himself back at Arbella, you'd probably be dead. But there you are, 3 days later and you're up and walking. Jake, you see this, right? I mean, we've got to make contact. Think of the good we could do for Arbella." Before Jake could answer, Kelly called to them from another room. "In here," Nick answered. "He's awake." Kelly and Chelsea came running. They both looked amazing, like completely different people. Chelsea especially. There was actually an attractive young woman under all that accumulated grime and grit. Only then did he realize he was standing in the middle of the room wearing nothing but his boxer shorts. "Oh, crap," he said. He looked around for a blanket or a pair of pants or something, but saw nothing. "Don't be such a prude," Kelly said. "Who do you think took those clothes off you in the first place?" "Oh," he said. But it still didn't do anything for his embarrassment. "This was my parents' room," Chelsea said. "Some of my dad's clothes are still in that closet over there. I bet they'd fit you." "Yes. Get dressed," Kelly said. "Jacob, I can't wait to show you this place. It's amazing." "That's what I hear." He found a pair of blue pants with an expandable waistband and a gray V-neck shirt that had Walker printed on the right breast. For shoes, he found a pair of white slippers that looked as flimsy as paper, but offered a surprising amount of cushioning when he walked. A few minutes later, he stepped into a simple living room dominated by a kitchenette, a small table mounded over with notebooks and science journals, and a couch with a black glass mirror mounted into the wall in front of it. He went over to the mirror, but couldn't really see a good reflection of himself. "That's a video monitor," Chelsea said. "I checked, though. It doesn't work." "But everything else on board does," Kelly said excitedly. "Jacob, I can't believe it. The technology that these people have at their fingertips, it's... She broke off there, unable to get the words out. "I know," Jacob said. "Nick told me. Thanks for patching me up." "Yeah," Kelly said. "That was close. That alone is reason we have to make contact with these people. Jacob, please, let's not pass this chance by." Nick said that too. Kelly rushed across the room to the little kitchen table. She picked up one of the books she'd evidently been studying and stuck it in Jacob's hand. "Here, look at this. There's another reason. Do you see that?" Jacob squinted at the page. What he saw written there was like his worst dream. Chemistry formulas piled on top of math so strange it made his head spin. He handed it back to her. "Please, I've still got a bit of a headache." "Oh, God," she said, and set the book down. "If you'd actually bothered to stay awake during chemistry, you might have the sense to realize you're standing in the presence of genius." "Genius," he said. "Well, that explains why I have no idea what I'm looking at, doesn't it?" She huffed at him, exasperated. "It's the basis of morphic field theory," she said. "This is basically the Bible for zombie behavior. It explains so much. I know I scoffed at it before, but the proof is all there. It all makes sense. And there's so much more, too. It's genius." "My dad wrote that," Chelsea said. "Your dad was a genius, Chelsea," Kelly said. "I wish I could have met him. I'm sorry he's gone." Chelsea smiled wanly. "Thanks." Kelly turned to Jacob. "Her parents, and most of the others, died on impact. This part of the ship, the top 20 levels or so, are relatively intact, as is the engine room. But a lot of the lower decks, which is apparently where most of the passenger quarters were, are all gone." "Oh," Jacob said. Nobody spoke for a long moment. Then, finally, Jacob said what was on all their minds. "Chelsea, if you don't mind me asking, how did you survive? You and your brother both. What happened?" "I don't know why we crashed," she said. "As to how we survived, I guess we were just lucky. We were in scuba diving class at the time." "I'm sorry?" Jacob said. "Scuba diving class," she repeated. "You know, the tank, the mask, a regulator." He shook his head and looked at Kelly for clarification, who only shrugged. "Scuba diving?" Chelsea said. "Self-contained underwater breathing apparatus? It's a mechanical system that supplies air to divers underwater. It's not new.
It was an old technology even before the war. I'm sorry, Kelly said. I've never heard of it. Well, you always dive in pairs. Chris and I was 60 feet underwater when the crash happened. We got thrown all the way to the other side of the pool, but nothing much more than that. When we surfaced, we found the ship like this, and everybody dead. After that, we just wandered, until, the Farris clan found us in that soybean field. Wow, Nick said. You're lucky to be alive. She shrugged. I didn't think so. At least, not until recently. What about those members of the crew who weren't down in the passenger area? Jacob asked. The ones up here working on the top levels. I mean, if you guys survived, others must have too. No. I think they all died on impact. Yes, but what happened to them after? They turned, she said. Yes, Jacob said. But after, what happened? Chris got me to the bridge. He'd been in an engineering class the year before, and he kind of knew how to work things up there. He turned on the morphic field generator, and that drew all the dead down to the lower levels. Once the sensors said we had them all, he simply closed off the hatches below a certain level and locked them out. Pretty impressive, Nick said. Hard to believe he turned out to be such a dick. Chelsea nodded. What about a rescue party? Jacob asked. Why didn't your people try to look for the downed Aeroflot? Oh, they did, she said. We were already outside the ship when that happened, though. We saw them flying toward the wreck, but we couldn't get back to them. Why not? Well, the place was crawling with zombies. We were on the run. Nick shook his head. You really are lucky to be alive. I wonder why they didn't try to salvage this ship, though. There's so much here worth saving. I guess they couldn't risk it. Why not? Jacob asked. Well, because of the zombies. But they would have drifted away after a few days, Nick said. No, wait a minute, Jacob said, holding up a hand to stop Nick. He turned to Chelsea. Are you telling me there are still zombies on board this ship? Yes, Chelsea said, but they are trapped. How many? I don't know. There were 1,853 people on board this Aeroflot when it crashed, so I guess, if they're all still viable, about 1,800. Oh, crap, Jacob said. Relax, Kelly said. Jacob, I've been all over this vessel. I've explored nearly every part you can still get to. I haven't seen a single zombie. Yeah, but they're still here. Yes, but they're contained. It was his turn to feel exasperated. He turned to Nick. What about weapons? Did you find any? Yeah, Nick said. They've got a pretty well-stocked arsenal. I've got rifles set aside for each of us. Anything good? Oh, yeah. Ruger 1022 Tacticals. All of them in mint condition. Nice. Ammunition? Sure, that too. About 400 rounds each. The good stuff, too. 22 long range, subsonic. What did you do with the horses? They're in the loading bay. The loading bay? Jacob asked. Yeah, Kelly said. That's how we got in. That part of the hull broke open during the crash. The hydroponics lab was pretty close to that, and all the plants from there have grown into the loading bay. We figured that'd be the perfect place to keep the horses. They're out of sight, and they've got enough food to get them good and fat. You should have seen them go after the strawberries. But the loading bay is open? We can get in and out real quick if we need to? Sure, I guess. All right. I need to see the bridge. Jacob, chill out. I told you, I've been all over this place. There are no zombies above the crash line. Plus, you still need to rest. I believe you, he said, and I'll rest later. But that's not what's bothering me. If Chelsea recognized this place, don't you think her brother will too? Who knows how much of a lead we have on Casey and the rest of them. But as soon as Walker picks up the trail, they're going to be headed this way.
He looked at them each in turn, and he realized that the thought had slipped by them all. "Jacob," Nick said, "I don't think you need to worry. We stayed away from the roads and moved across open country for 2 days. They'd have no way of knowing where we went to." "I don't believe that for a second," he said. "You heard what they said when they first took us prisoner. They started tracking us even before we entered Sykeston. We can't afford to think they've given up, because I guarantee you they haven't." None of them had a response for that. "Nick, go and get those weapons. Everybody needs to gear up for the road. I want to be out of here as fast as we can."
"But Jacob," Kelly said, "this place, it's like a treasure trove. There's so much here, so much we can learn from."
"None of which will do us any good if we're dead," he said, and realized as soon as the words left his mouth that he'd been too harsh with her. "I'm sorry, Kelly. I didn't mean to snap at you. I get how important a find like this is. Believe me, I get it. But we can't stay here, not right now. When we get back to Arbella, we can organize another expedition to come here and mine whatever we can from this place. But staying alive is priority 1 right now." But something else was bothering her. She looked troubled.
"So, we're going back to Arbella?"
she asked. The question surprised him. "Well, yeah."
"But what about making contact with Chelsea's people? The Temple Knots?"
"Kelly, I really think we need to head back home. We do that, and we can deal with Mother Jane and the family. Once that's done, we can organize a proper expedition to go and make contact. It'll happen, I promise." "Well, hold up a second," Nick said. "Jake, what she's saying actually makes sense to me. I mean, if Casey's as good as tracking us as you say, won't he be waiting for us to double back? You said yourself we'd have a hard time losing him. He's going to expect us to try and go home. He'd never expect us to keep running to the coast." "To the coast?" Jacob said. The thought of going that far, all the way across Arkansas and then across Texas, it seemed impossible. "I don't know, you guys."
"Jacob, please," Kelly said. "Please say yes. We can change this world we live in. We can. I believe that. Please say you believe it too."
Jacob looked at her, and for just a moment let him see the 17-year-old girl she'd once been. The girl he had known and thought he'd spend the rest of his life with. It was crazy what she was asking of him. But in the end, he knew he could never tell her no. And finally, he nodded. She leaned forward and kissed him.
"Thank you, Jacob. Thank you so much."
He nodded again. "Just take me to the bridge first."
"All right," she said. "It's this way."
40. Most everything still worked, but the rest of the ship certainly hadn't fared very well. There was trash everywhere they stepped. Some of the debris Jacob could recognize, or at least guess its purpose, but some of it was so strange he had absolutely no clue as to what it was for. As he stepped over it, he found himself imagining what it must have been like during the impact. Everything that wasn't nailed down must have surged forward in a wave, crashing to the deck as metal groaned and snapped. It must have happened suddenly, too, for there were bodies trapped in some of the debris. None of them appeared to be moving, though, and he wondered if they'd been so badly crushed by the impact that they'd been unable to come back, or if perhaps they had come back and since expired for lack of food. Hard to say, because they all looked badly decomposed. Some, in fact, were little more than skeletons, and he found himself wishing that it had been quick for them. The idea of dying like that, trapped under a flood of debris over a period of days, was horrible. He forced himself to focus instead on the ship's construction. The hallways were long and narrow, and their footsteps echoed into the depths. The walls were bare metal, painted an industrial white in most places, but peeling and rusting wherever water had managed to collect. The rust and the trash were the only signs of weakness, though. Everywhere he looked, he saw indications of just how well the ship was made, even beneath the rubble. Everything looked designed for where it was. There'd been no cobbling together of odds and ends, no cannibalization that he could see. The level of advancement was simply awe-inspiring, like something from the world that had once been, only cleaner and even more advanced. They passed open areas and closed-off laboratories with long names, most of which Jacob could only guess at pronouncing. He could see why Kelly loved it here so much. She was born to the wrong people, no doubt about it. They reached the bridge a few minutes later. It was a large rectangular room with a workstation sunken below the main deck and divided into 4 sections by an elevated walkway. The walkway also ran around the edges of the bridge, near the windows, which offered a full 360-degree view of the surrounding countryside. He went to the main windows that looked out over the front of the Aeroflot. Birds had started to nest at the base of the window, but they didn't seem at all interested in him as he stepped up to the glass. He was high above the top of the wreck, which itself was a good 20 stories above the ground. It was dizzying, and he discovered, much to his displeasure, that he was afraid of heights. But he forced himself to look. Below him, stretching out to a line of trees far in the distance, was empty farmland. He scanned it in every direction, but there was very little to see. Just a lot of empty land, gone to riot, and a dark and broken skyline to the south. "Nick, do you have any idea where we are?"
You mean like on the map?
"Yeah."
About midway between Jacksonville and North Little Rock would be my guess. Those buildings to the south are downtown Little Rock. Jacob, Kelly said, why did you want to come up here so bad? What were you hoping to find?
"I'm hoping this thing can be our eyes and ears," he said.
Chelsea, you told us your brother used the morphic field generator to lure all the zombies inside the ship down to the lower decks. That's right.
"And after that, you guys used the ship's sensors to make sure all the zombies were below decks?" She nodded.
We had to, so that we would know when to power down the morphic field generator. I remember Chris saying that if it overloaded, it would blow up the ship.
"Do those sensors just scan the inside of the ship, or can they be used to scan the outside as well?"
I would imagine they could do both. I wouldn't know how to work them, though. Chris did all that.
"Where are they at? The controls, I mean." Before she could show him, Nick spoke up from the window. "Hey, Jake. I don't think you're going to have to worry about those scanners." Jacob, Kelly, and Chelsea ran to the window and looked out. Nick pointed to a line of riders emerging from the trees at the far edge of the field. One by one, the riders came to a stop and looked up. They were too far away for Jacob to see their faces, but he knew the awe they must be experiencing upon seeing the wreck for the first time.
Looks like you were right, Jake.
Jacob shook his head. "I hate being right." 41. Jacob watched the riders coming on and felt empty inside. Out there on the plain, leading his riders, was Casey, son of Mother Jane, and a latter-day Ahab hell-bent on revenge. There's no reasoning with him, Jacob thought. No bargaining. He was going to have his revenge on Jacob, even if he had to chase him into the midst of the great Texas herd to get it. What could you do with an enemy like that? Could you even hope to turn his wrath? "Anybody got any ideas?" Nick asked. "They're going to be here in about 10 minutes.
"We've got rifles now," Kelly said. "Plenty of ammunition, too. I don't see but like 70 riders. Maybe we can shoot them as they try to come through the loading bay. The entrance is only about 10 feet wide. They'd only be able to come in 1 or 2 at a time."
Nick considered that. He looked at the guns he'd found, a whole armory full of Ruger 10-22 tactical rifles. Beautiful guns passed down from a bygone age. "Jacob," he said, "what do you think?" Jacob turned away from the window. "A stand-up fight will never work. There's too many of them." "Too many of them?" Nick said. "But we can funnel them. They'd walk into a meat grinder." "The first few, maybe. After that, Casey will regroup. He'll find another way in." "So what do we do?" Kelly asked. "Run away?" "There isn't time," Jacob said. "Jake," Nick said, "I hate that look you get. You're scaring me." "We need to level the playing field," Jacob answered, ignoring Nick. "Chelsea, where are the controls to the morphic field generator?" "Jacob," Kelly said. "Jake," Nick said, "what are you doing?" "The controls," he said again, more firmly. "Where are they?" Chelsea took them to a workstation near the front of the bridge. She went down the line until she found the right one and pointed. "That one," she said. Jacob looked over the control board. It was mind-numbingly complex. So many dials, so many buttons and levers and gauges. He turned to Chelsea and said, "What are we supposed to do here?" She looked as lost as he was. "I don't know," she said. "I only watched Chris do it that one time, and that was years ago." "Well, think, damn it! What did he do?" "Remember it. Walk yourself through it." Chelsea studied the controls. She reached out for a button that read, "Initiate Startup Sequence," and pushed it down. The workstation lit up like a ball field at night. Alert signals beeped at her. I don't remember that," she said. "Keep on," Jacob said. "Keep going." Chelsea pushed a few more buttons, and at last the familiar deep bass hum of the morphic field generator began to rattle in their chests. Kelly turned and had to catch herself. "That's it," she said. "It's working. I can feel it." "Yeah, me too," Nick said. "Looks like you did it, Chelsea," Jacob said. "Is there anything else?" "No, I don't think so. From what I remember, if it's allowed to overload, it'll explode." "How long will that take to happen?" "I don't know. A day? Maybe 2? It all depends on how good of a shape the components are in." "Hey," Nick said. "What kind of explosion are we talking about? I mean, is it just going to sparkle and fizz out, or are we talking about something more?" "Most of this ship is built around the morphic field generator," Kelly said. "I think it's safe to say we're talking about something pretty big." "Hopefully," Jacob said. "Either way, I want to slip out of here as quickly as we can. With any luck, Casey and his family will be in here looking for us when this thing blows." 42. It was slow going down to the loading bay. The deeper they went into the bowels of the Aeroflot, the more damage they saw. In some places, the decks were so badly crushed as to be impassable. The architecture that had been so impressive above decks was horribly twisted down here and choked with debris. "How did you guys even get through here the first time?" Jacob asked, throwing aside a section of bent and twisted handrail that had come from the stairs somewhere above them. "It wasn't easy," Kelly said. "Yeah, especially since I had to carry your fat ass all the way," Nick said. Jacob smiled and gave him a nod of thanks. "It gets easier as we get closer to the loading bay," Kelly said. "I'm guessing the ship crashed at an angle, like this." She held her arm out straight and then angled her hand down about 10 degrees. Then she pointed to the bottom of her arm, about midway between her wrist and elbow. "We're trying to get here." "Great," Jacob said. "Half an arm to go." But it did get a little easier the farther back they went. And by the time they reached the loading bay, there was little more than clutter to deal with. They emerged onto an observation deck about 20 feet above the main floor of the loading bay. They got down on their bellies and crept up to the edge of the platform, looking down at the cavernous compartment. It was a jumbled mess of big, armored vehicles with 10 wheels, and smaller, light trucks. There was a great profusion of parts and barrels and forklifts, and even a few vehicles that looked like they might be flying shuttles. And of course, there were a handful of Casey's riders leading their horses outside, where another 15 riders were standing watch over the family's contingent of horses.
"Those are our horses, Jacob,"
Kelly said. Yeah, Jacob frowned, wondering what to do next. He should have anticipated this. He'd been foolish to think Casey and his riders wouldn't immediately find their horses and seize them. They were a bunch of ignorant, debased rednecks, but that didn't mean they were stupid. Casey had already proven that to him back at Malden. He should have known better.
"So what do we do now?"
Chelsea asked. "We have to get outside," Jacob said.
"But Casey's men are out there," she said.
"Not all of them. I saw maybe 20 riders. When we saw them from the bridge, they had closer to 70.
"That means most of them are probably already inside looking for us," Nick said.
"Yeah," Jacob said. "My thoughts exactly."
"So where do we go?"
Kelly asked. "We need another way out. Did you guys see anything on the way in?"
"I didn't see anything," Kelly said. "There's bound to be other ways out, though."
"Yeah," Jacob said. "And other ways in." He was about to push back from the edge of the platform when he noticed movement on one of the platforms below them. It was an observation deck, similar to the one they were on, only one floor down. One rider was advancing down the hallway that led to the platform, a rifle at the ready, like he was expecting to take somebody by surprise there. Jacob watched the man swing his rifle around the corner, sweeping the platform. When he didn't see anything, he motioned at someone behind him in the hall. "This is a trap," Jacob said. Kelly looked at him in surprise. "Nick," he said, "weapons up. We're on the clock." He jumped to his feet and moved to the wall behind them. His rifle held at port arms across his chest. He motioned for the others to line up behind Nick on the opposite side of the entrance to the hallway that led back into the ship.
"What's going on?" Nick said.
Jacob went to sign language.
"They'll send a single man out to clear the platform.
More will be behind him in the hallway. I'll get the man out here. You fire at the ones in the hallway." Nick nodded. He gripped his rifle, ready to move. Just a few moments later, they heard footsteps coming down the hallway. Jacob gripped his rifle and glanced over at Nick.
"Ready?"
he mouthed. Nick nodded back. When the riders stepped into view, Jacob grabbed him by the shirt and heaved him over the railing. The man never even saw it coming. Behind him, Nick leaned around the corner and fired 3 rounds. Jacob raised his own rifle and caught a glimpse of a man ducking back behind a corner. A second man writhed on the floor, dying from Nick's rifle fire. Jacob didn't give the first man a chance to regroup and fire back. He charged into the hallway, jumping over the dying man, and fired around the corner, hitting the rider hiding there in the gut. He stepped forward and knocked the rifle from the man's hands. The man rolled over, holding his gut in agony. Jacob shot him in the nose, the man's face swelling and distorting as the gases from such a close-range rifle shot expanded inside his shattered skull. He scanned the rest of the hallway, but it looked empty. For now. He motioned for the others to follow him. The stairs leading down to the main floor of the loading bay were just to his left, and he could hear the family gathering at the ground level. It was a trap, just as Jacob had feared. From where he stood, he could see a thin slice of the ground level, right at the base of the stairs. Casey was there, motioning for the others to hurry up the stairs. One of the riders spotted him and trained his rifle in Jacob's direction. Jacob ducked back behind a corner just as a shot rang out. "So much for silent running," he said, as the shot zinged off the metal walls just around the corner. "We need to hustle."
"But where?" Kelly asked. "I don't know where to go."
He motioned toward the front of the ship. "Back that way," he said.
"But all the debris."
"Maybe it'll make it easier to lose them," he said. Hurry!" Casey and his men were already coming up the stairs. Jacob motioned for the others to keep going, while he stayed back to cover their retreat. As soon as he saw the first of the riders coming up the stairs, he fired, emptying his entire magazine. He thought he saw one of the men go down, but couldn't be sure. Besides, there were more coming up the stairs every second. He ran after Kelly and the others. Ahead of them, the hallway met another flight of stairs. Kelly and the others stopped at the head of the stairs and motioned for him to indicate which way they needed to go. There were more hallways leading to the left and to the right. The one to the right looked like a short one, leading to 3 rooms, all with the doors closed. To the left, the hallways seemed to go on a long ways. He could see a number of other hallways leading off from the main one, but where they led was anybody's guess. "Jake, they're coming up from here, too," Nick said. Jacob leaned over the railing, expecting to see more of the family scrambling up the stairs, but instead saw a flood of slow-moving dead things staggering up the stairs. "Oh, no," he said.
"What is it?"
Kelly said. She looked over the railing, and her eyes went wide.
"But how?"
"I guess all those alarms we heard when we turned on the morphic field generator."
"You mean we opened the doorways to the lower decks?"
He nodded. She looked ill.
"Oh, God."
"Okay," Jacob said. "We know they're going to be coming up and heading to the rear of the ship, right? Toward the morphic field generator?"
"Yes," Chelsea said. "That's right."
"So we go up and forward."
"But how will we get off this ship?"
Kelly asked. "We have to get away from Casey and the family first. We do that, then we'll worry about getting off." Something whizzed by his ear and zinged off the wall behind him. "What the—" Another thud against the wall. He turned and saw Casey running toward him, a half-dozen riders coming up behind him. He had Sheriff Taylor's suppressed M4, and he was firing as he charged. "That way," Jacob said, and pushed them down the left side corridor. They turned right at the first intersecting hallway, and then left at the next one after that. Jacob stopped them just around the corner and listened. He could hear gunfire and men shouting. So, they had run into the zombies from below decks, he thought. Good to know. "Listen," he said. "I think our only chance is going to be that loading bay. That's the only definite way out we know." He pointed deeper into the ship. "Let's go that way and then turn left. We'll start making our way to the rear as soon as we can." The ship was a maddening network of intersecting hallways that offered lots of chances to change direction, but nowhere to hide. As soon as they rounded a corner and stepped into a new hallway, they walked into a new line of sight that extended almost the entire length of the ship. Their only chance was to move fast. They were running at a quick trot when 3 dead men lumbered into the hallway ahead of them. "Whoa!" Jacob said. He pointed to the right. "That way! Go!" One of the zombies lurched forward. He was wearing blood-stained blue overalls, his face torn away in strips, as though another zombie had ripped his cheeks and lips away with his teeth. One eye bulged from a lidless socket. A chalky white orb against a field of decaying flesh. And it was fast. Much faster than the other 2. Jacob barely had time to register just how fast before the thing was on him, its gnarled hands groping at his face. He swung his rifle at the bulging eye and managed to deflect the zombie, but didn't do any damage. The zombie fell a few steps to one side, then turned and lunged for him again. It was on him before he could back away. He managed to get his rifle up and used it to block the thing's hands, but it kept coming. Jacob kicked it in the legs, making it stagger, but it wouldn't fall. It kept coming for him, slashing at his face with blackened fingers. Then the zombie caught his fingers in Jacob's hair and pulled him into the wall, pinning him there. It brought its face in close, teeth bared, breath putrid with rot. Jacob had no other option. It was now or never. He jammed the rifle up to the thing's throat and fired. The bullet entered just below its chin and blasted a wet chunk of bone and scalp off the back of the zombie's head and all over the ceiling. It collapsed to the floor in a heap. But Jacob wasn't off the hook yet. From somewhere down the hall, he heard Casey and his men shouting and running his way. The other 2 zombies rounded the corner and lumbered after him. He didn't waste the ammunition on them. Instead, he ran after Kelly and the others. He could hear the sound of a struggle up ahead. He went up to the next opening and turned the corner, rifle up and ready to fire. 2 zombies were crossing the office space from the next hallway over. One had definitely been a woman. The other he couldn't be sure of. He backed out of the opening and found himself face to face with a tall zombie in blue scrubs, like the ones he wore. The man was tall, with slumping shoulders and black hair that was caked into stiff wires with blood. It reached for Jacob's face, but it was slower than the first one he'd dealt with, and he was able to grab its flabby arm and throw him into the room with the other 2 zombies. He turned just as one of Casey's riders fell into the main corridor ahead of him, a zombie all over him, tearing at his throat and scratching his face. Another zombie staggered into the corridor right behind the first. Both fell on the man like rabid dogs, snarling and tearing, teeth snapping at the man's face. Jacob shot both zombies in quick order. They fell off the rider, leaving him on his back, bleeding and moaning, but still alive. "Please," the man said. Jacob almost left the man to suffer until he died. But something inside him wouldn't let that happen, even if he was part of the family. Jacob got a bead on the man's forehead. The rider let his hand drop. He closed his eyes and braced himself for the shot. That's when Jacob pulled the trigger. In the silence that followed the shot, Jacob heard the sound of shoes scraping across the floor. The first 2 zombies had come from there, and Jacob wasn't about to get ambushed by more. He raised his rifle and rushed around the corner, leveling the sights on the man he saw there, and almost fired. He quickly moved the barrel away from Nick, his hands still in the air in front of him. Jacob let out a sigh of relief. "Oh, God, I almost shot you." Nick looked as stunned as he was. "I'm glad you didn't." Jacob laughed and put a hand on his shoulder. "You and me both, buddy." Behind Nick, Kelly and Chelsea were both breathing hard, but hanging tough. "Everybody ready to head to the loading bay?"
"Do you know where it is?" Kelly said. "I got turned around."
Nick pointed down one of the corridors.
"The rider came from that way."
"You sure?" Jacob said.
"It's that way," Nick said.
"All right." They moved out at a trot, Jacob in front, Nick bringing up the rear. They saw zombies in almost every corridor, but none of the riders. From the sound of the gunfire, Casey and his men were a good ways off. But then, sound did weird things inside structures like this. It was hard to gauge exactly where the sound was coming from. The loading bay was empty. On the far side of the bay, a huge gash ran up the hull, as though a giant had come through with a can opener and torn it apart. Outside the crack, in a sliver of sunlight, they could make out a pair of riders standing guard over a field of restless horses. Jacob went to one knee, hoping to see a little more of what was outside the ship. But when he did, he heard something ping off the metal wall behind him. He looked up, then back down the corridor. Casey and the others were closing in on them at a full sprint. "Oh, crap," Jacob said. He gauged the distance between their position and the opening in the hull. There was no way they'd all make it. Casey and his men would reach the spot Jacob and the others currently held, and they would have an easy time picking off all 4 of them. They'd be like fish in a barrel. Jacob let out a breath and made up his mind. He reached into his back pocket and took out the one thing he'd managed to keep with him through everything they'd experienced. The baggie Maggie Hester had given him the night before their expedition met for the first time. "Nick," he said, "take this." Nick looked at the plastic baggie in his hand.
"What's this?"
"Inside that baggie is an address. It's in Little Rock. Can't be far from here."
"Jacob, what are you doing?"
Kelly said. He ignored her question. To Nick, he said, "There's an address on the piece of paper inside the baggie. You guys go there. I will meet you there."
"Wait a minute," Nick said. "What are you doing?"
"I'm going to cover you. You take out those guards, you get some horses, and you head due south. Make that address, and I will find you there. I swear it."
"Oh, Jacob, no," Kelly said. "That's stupid. Come on, let's make a run for it."
"You better go," he said. "You're burning daylight." And with that, he turned and started firing down the corridor. Casey and the others dove for the nearest cover, but at least 15 of them were caught out in the open, with nowhere to go. Jacob shot into their group until his magazine ran dry. Then he ejected it, slapped in a new one, and started firing again. He glanced over his shoulder just long enough to see Nick and the others sprint toward the gash in the hull. Nick ducked into the bright sliver of daylight and fired 4 or 5 times. Jacob couldn't be sure. But evidently he'd found his mark, for he and the girls slipped through the tear and were out of sight a moment later. Good, he thought. At least they're safe. He raised his rifle to fire on Casey's group again, but a voice from behind made him stop. "Don't do it, boy. I'll bust your skull like a melon." Jacob turned his head just enough to see one of the riders, a huge, meaty man he knew only as Anderson, with a shotgun pointed at the back of his head. "Go on," Anderson said. "Put the gun down." Jacob's chin fell to his chest, and he let out a breath. "Damn," he said. He started to put the gun down, but just as he took his hand away, he heard a mechanical whirring noise and the clopping of heavy feet. "What the?" Anderson said. Jacob glanced around again and couldn't believe his eyes. A man in some kind of spacesuit was plodding into the loading bay, coming right for them. The suit was impossibly bulky, with a heavy nylon webbing bib in front that looked to be part body armor, part utility belt. There was a large pistol in a holster at his side, but the man didn't use it. Instead, he reached for Anderson like a zombie would, grabbed the man's arm, and with a mechanical groan, ripped it from his body. Anderson went down screaming. The man in the spacesuit fell on top of him, his knees making a loud crunch as they impacted the ground. He lowered his face down to Anderson, as though to feed, but the helmet he wore prevented him from taking the bite he so obviously wanted. Anderson, who writhed in agony but couldn't shake the grip the spacesuited man had on him, tried to beat on his attacker with his one remaining arm, but all he managed to do was hit the heavy shielded collar that rose up all around the man's helmet. Unable to take a bite out of Anderson, the spacesuited man stood back up, put both hands on the sides of Anderson's head, and squeezed until the skull gave way with a sickening crunch. Then he stood. Anderson's blood was all over his helmet's copper-coated glass face mask, but for just a moment, Jacob could see through the face mask to the man inside. His neck looked broken, and one side of his head was caked over with blood. When he moved, he made a sound like the whirring of servos and gears. And in the back of Jacob's mind, it occurred to him that the suit was some kind of battlefield gear, meant to amplify a man's strength and resiliency. Jacob fired at the zombie in the spacesuit, but the bullets just ricocheted off the helmet. The zombie started toward him. Jacob fired at the zombie's chest and watched in horror as the bullets bounced harmlessly off the spacesuit. He ran for the nearest corridor, making it there just as Casey and his men entered the loading bay. They fired at Jacob, their bullets chewing up the wall just inches from his head. It spurred him to run faster, and he sprinted back into the recesses of the ship. The last thing he heard as he put the loading bay behind him was the sound of Casey's men attacking the zombie in the spacesuit. And from the sounds of it, they weren't doing any better than he'd done. He didn't stick around to hear how it played out, though. He rounded a corner, saw 4 zombies coming at him, and turned right into the next corridor. A slender woman in a bloody white lab coat lumbered toward him, her mouth greasy with blood, Her hair caked to the sides of her face. Jacob took a step back as he struggled to get his gun on target. The woman was almost on top of him before he got a shot off. He had stepped into some kind of lab. There were 3 more zombies on the far side of the room moving toward him. Orange emergency lights on the walls of the lab made the zombies look like gray ghosts. They slouched toward him, moaning, reaching for him. He could run, he thought, but just as quickly put that out of his mind. That would only take him right back into the waiting crosshairs of Casey and his riders. Instead, he ran right for the zombies closing in on him, twisting one way and then the other, threading between them even as they lashed out at him. There were more zombies out in the hallway, blocking him from turning right so that he could double back to the loading bay. A woman in a black skirt and red top fell on him, her arms wrapping around his neck like a drunken lover. He grabbed her by the hair and spun her around. She was shrieking at him, arms flailing all over the place in a mood attempt to latch onto him again. Jacob pushed her forward, using her as a shield to plow through the zombies that were closing in around him. He hit the top of another stairwell and had to stop. There was a zombie coming up the stairs, and the stairs were too narrow for him to be able to run around it. The woman whose hair he held in his fist leaned forward, and as she did, her rotted skin separated from her skull with a sucking sound, like someone trying to pull a boot out of the mud. The zombie staggered down the first 2 stairs, then turned on him. In his hand, he held her hair and a huge chunk of her scalp. Disgusted, he threw it to the floor. The dead woman charged him, and Jacob kicked her in the face with the heel of his boot, sending her sprawling down the stairs and into the other zombie that had been blocking the way. Both tumbled down to the next landing, and Jacob, recognizing the opportunity, ran for it. Both climbed back to their feet as he ran by, but he didn't bother to put them down. He kept running down the stairs, and as he did, the sound of some huge machine rapidly turning began to grow louder and louder. He followed the noise until he came to a door labeled Engine Room Maintenance. Exterior access permitted only when grounded. A way out, he thought. Maybe, if he was lucky. He tried the door, but it was locked. Back in Arbella, shortly after taking the job of first deputy, he and Steve Harrigan had made a call to Mitchell Foster's home. The man was going through advanced Alzheimer's disease, and neighbors had raised the hue and cry that he'd taken his wife, Gloria, hostage. They said he'd stood on the porch with a knife to her throat, saying he'd never let anybody break into his home like she'd done. He'd fought at the Battle of the Barricades, for God's sake. Wasn't nobody going to break into his house now? And so he'd pulled his wife inside and sat for the next hour with her on his lap, the knife pressed into her flesh. No idea who he was. No idea who she was. No idea what anything was, only that he was a terrified man living in a world out to get him. Jacob had leaned in through an open window and tried to talk him down, but it hadn't worked. It was like trying to talk to someone when you don't understand the language they speak. At last, he'd been forced to give the order to kick down the door. Harrigan, 40 years Jacob's senior, had stepped up without hesitation and kicked the door open. Then, they both rushed inside and wrestled the knife away from Mitchell Foster. Harrigan holding Foster in a chokehold, while Jacob peeled the man's fingers back from the knife hilt, one at a time. The whole thing was over in seconds, and the adrenaline high felt great. But it was the ease with which Harrigan had kicked in the door that impressed Jacob the most. He wondered if he'd be able to do the same if the need ever arose. Well, it was here. He looked left, looked right, and saw the corridor was empty. He took a step back, gave the door a good hard kick, and was both surprised and proud when it flew open. Just like Steve Harrigan did it. He stepped onto a metal floor made of a heavy gauge mesh. He could see right through it to some kind of access corridor, but he barely noticed that, for the room he stepped into was the strangest he had ever seen. It was a tube, perhaps 3 stories high, with gigantic turbine fans at either end. The fans were the same diameter as the tube itself, and though they seemed to be turning at a greatly reduced speed, the noise they produced was so loud, so powerful, that it made it hard for him to walk straight. Snake-like metal tubes, mounted on the walls and on the ceiling, ran the length of the room, which had to be 300 feet long at least, and down toward the end of the room was a sign that read, "Exterior Access Portal." He clapped his hands over his ears and lurched down the tube-shaped room until he reached the access portal. On the door was the same warning he'd seen at the entrance. Exterior access permitted only when grounded. He waved a hand over the black glass panel next to the door, and it shot open with a solid, well-constructed thud. Beyond was blue sky and green grass. He was a good 20 feet above ground level, and he had little choice but to jump. He sat on the edge of the doorway, and then lowered himself down so that he was hanging by his hands, minimizing the distance he had to drop. The ground below had been chewed up by the crash, and he dropped down onto a hill of upturned dirt that padded his fall, but still hurt like hell. He stood up and slowly dusted himself off, grateful to be alive. The sudden quiet and the sunlight on his face felt good. He turned around and faced the enormous wreck towering above him. Such a marvel, even in its desolation. It was a wonder to him that such things could be in the world. Just a few weeks ago, his world had been a shell from which he'd been eager to break free. But now, as he stood on the precipice of a future he couldn't even hope to understand, he felt small and mean and scared to his core. Reeling, he turned away and froze. Circling in the sky behind the wreck were hundreds of black ravens. 43. Jacob clutched his rifle with both hands and headed to the rear of the crash site, careful to stay in the shadow of the Aeroflot. When he reached the end of the wreck, he got down on his belly and crawled forward to see what he could see. Mother Jane was in her lawn chair, sitting under an awning, cooling herself with a fan. 2 of Casey's riders stood guard over her, but they both looked bored and tired. Jacob scanned the rest of the crash site, but there was no one else. Perhaps they were all inside, looking for him, or fighting that zombie in the spacesuit. Or perhaps they were riding hard to the south, chasing after Nick and the others. Either way, Mother Jane was sitting there, wide open, and if he had any chance at all at breaking the family's back, it was this right here. He sighted his rifle on the guard to Mother Jane's right. There was a wagon a few feet behind the rider that could be used for cover. Best to take him out first. The other one didn't have cover anywhere near him, making a follow-up shot on him all the easier. Jacob took his time with the first shot, putting it square on the man's chest. The guard looked young, maybe 20 at the most, but Jacob didn't let that bother him. The man was old enough to have chosen how he wanted to live his life. If he chose to be a slaver, then a bullet out of nowhere was good enough for him. Jacob squeezed the trigger, and when the guard shuddered and sank to his knees, Jacob immediately swiveled the sights onto the second guard and fired twice at him. The second guard folded to the ground immediately, dead right there. The ravens took to the air, squawking furiously. Once they'd all flown, he turned his attention on the first guard. He was still on his knees. He held his rifle loosely in his right hand. Jacob sighted on him again and fired. The man's shoulders shook, but he still didn't go down. "Crap," Jacob said. He fired 3 more times, and each time the man's body jittered and danced, but he didn't fall. "God damn, come on, go down." Jacob advanced on Mother Jane's position. She was on her feet, a pistol in her hand, yelling for somebody to shoot that son of a bitch. She pointed her weapon at him, but before she could fire, he got off a hip shot that hit her in the elbow. She screamed out in pain as the pistol went flying. "You!" she said. She was holding her bleeding arm across her chest, her breath coming hard and fast. "Boy, you better. You know what's good for you. You put that gun down right now." He laughed at her. The young guard was still on his knees. He still held his rifle in his right hand, though it looked ready to fall. He had blood coming out of his mouth, and more of it spattered across his face. He was trying to speak, but all he managed to get out was a long, stuttering groan. "Die already," Jacob said, and fired a round into the man's ear. The other guard was already dead. Jacob could see him lying face up in the grass, one arm bent over his eyes like he was asleep. You put that gun down," Mother Jane said. She was breathing hard, her right arm immobile. "Shut up, bitch," Jacob said. He stood over her and felt a red-hot rage cloud his mind. This was the woman who had made him a slave, who was responsible for the deaths of his friends and the worst degradation he had ever experienced. Remembering it made his whole body shake with anger. But instead of the fear he expected an old woman to show, she only sneered at him. He punched her in the face with his rifle. "Choke on that," he said. She went down, her one good hand coming up to cup her mouth and catch the teeth Jacob had knocked loose. He turned back to the dead man with an arm over his eyes. The man was trying to climb to his feet, but couldn't quite manage it. The ravens were eager to finish him, but Jacob couldn't afford to have a zombie wandering around, not while he still had business to settle with Mother Jane. He walked over to the man and shot him at point-blank range. With both guards dead, he turned his attention on Mother Jane. She was staggering toward her weapon, blood oozing in ropes from her face. Jacob grabbed her by the back of her shirt and threw her into the grass. He pointed his rifle at her face and let the moment settle, just so she knew where she stood. "You attacked us without provocation," he said. "You had no right to do what you did." Her face was a flower of blood. She was missing teeth, and her lips were smashed and swollen. She spit blood into the grass and smiled at him. "I don't need no right to do nothing," she said. "You make your own right in this world. Ain't you learned that by now? I made you a slave because that's what you deserve to be. You and all the rest. Nothing more than tracts and bride meat. Go on and shoot me if that's what you think you gotta do. But know this. My Casey is a better man than you. He's your master, and you belong to him. And he's gonna hunt you down to the ends of the earth to take back what's his. There ain't no place you can hide from him." Jacob pointed the rifle at her face. His anger was in full bloom. Every fiber of his being hummed with rage. He squeezed the trigger, hungry for the kick to follow, hungry to see her die. "That's it, slave," she said. "Come on, do it! Do what you're told." But he didn't fire. He lowered the weapon. "You ain't even got the guts to pull the trigger, do you?" Jacob barely heard her. In an instant, his rage was gone. When he'd thrown her to the ground, he'd torn her blouse open. It was hanging in 2 strips from her shoulders, her brow wet with sweat and dark with years of worn-in grime. And from her neck hung a silver, heart-shaped locket. He stared at it, frozen by it. "You looking at my titties, boy? You're a sick little fuck, ain't you?" Where did you get that? Jacob asked, pointing at the locket. She put a hand over it, and from the look on her face, Jacob could tell she thought she'd found a weakness in him.
You like that, do you?
She smiled wickedly. Jacob kicked her in the chest, knocking her onto her back. She rolled over, groaning, spitting blood and wheezing through her shattered nose. Where did you get that? You tell me right now. Though she was in pain, she laughed at him.
Wouldn't you like to know? She said.
She grinned wide, all her remaining teeth stained red with blood. He pushed her down onto her back again, grabbed the locket, and yanked it from her neck. He was afraid to open it because he knew what he would see. It was Jasmine Simmons's locket, and when he opened it and saw the cameo of her mother there, his stomach turned over. He felt lightheaded and a little sick. And he knew there were a million questions that needed answering, but for all that, the only thing he could think of was Amanda Greeter falling to her knees in the town square, her breath misting in the frozen air as she screamed at him, "You made a mistake. You didn't even find the locket. How can you kill him if you didn't even find the locket?" Jacob turned his attention back to Mother Jane. Where did you get this?
I don't answer slaves,
she said, and spit at his feet. He turned his rifle around and shot her in the left leg. She screamed as she fell over onto her side, writhing uncontrollably. He stood over her as she tried to pull herself toward her pistol. Where did you get this? He demanded. Where? Fuck you, she said. He grabbed her foot and pulled her back, away from the pistol. Then he dug his thumb into the hole that had once been her knee and twisted. Her screams echoed off the sides of the wreck. Where did you get this? She stared at him with wild, terrified eyes, but she had the inner strength to deny him even still. He got down on his knees next to her and rested the barrel of his gun on her cheek. Where did you get this locket? He asked. You're going to die here in a few minutes. But whether you die from a gunshot, quick and easy, or whether I have to cut off a piece of you one at a time, depends on your answer. Last chance for the quick and easy option. Where did you get this? She tried to spit at him again, but he managed to turn her face to the grass before she could get it out. In pieces it is, he said. The younger of the two guards had a buck hunting knife on his belt. Jacob pulled it from the man's scabbard and walked back to Mother Jane. She was watching him, her body shaking, but her expression was still one of maddening defiance. Tough old hen, aren't you? He said. Get on the ground. He pushed her head down into the grass, then sawed into her right ear until he'd cut all the way through. He held it out for her to see. I'm not playing with you anymore. Do you hear me? Where did you get this locket? Whether he'd finally gotten past her pain tolerance, or whether she'd finally realized how far he was ready to go, he couldn't tell. And he didn't care. He wanted an answer, and he was going to get it. Tell me! He shouted. Out of your backpacks, she said. Mine? He said. What? Your backpacks. The ones Casey took off you when he captured you. Tears had turned her bloody face to a red river. It had spilled down her front like a baby's bib, coloring her bra and the remnants of her blouse. Jacob leaned over her and said, Whose backpack? Describe it. What else was in it? I don't know, she said. Drawings and shit. Drawings? Yeah, drawings. A bunch of young girls sleeping, maps and shit, I don't know. Maps? Jacob said. Yeah, maps. She rolled over and curled into a ball, the pain seizing her like a fist, squeezing her until she couldn't even pretend defiance. He backed away from her, horrified, both at his own actions and at the implications of what she'd said. He grabbed her by the throat and pushed her onto her back. He looked into her eyes, searching for some indication that she was lying, that she was the devil attempting to throw discord into that which was in harmony. But the pain on her face was real. It was the truth. He backed away from her. She stared up at him, her face a mask of pain and blood, and now even a touch of beggary. She knew the end was upon her, and she wanted absolution. She wanted mercy. Jacob searched inside himself for that quality of mercy which is not strained, and he couldn't find it. He was not that strong. If he was honest with himself, he was simply a man on the edge of survival, clutching at existence like it was the edge of a cliff. When he turned his mind inward, he saw an animal without mercy, without remorse. He leveled his rifle at Mother Jane's belly, and he fired until he'd emptied his magazine. He watched her body twitch and shake, and he felt nothing but disgust. He stared at the corpse for a long moment, hating her, but his mind still turning backflips over what she'd said. Finally, he dragged her out from under the awning so that the sun fell upon her. He ejected the magazine from his rifle and slapped in a new one. Only then did he walk away. Somewhere in his mind, he had held a vision of her getting devoured by her own ravens. He thought there'd be justice in that. But as he walked away and heard the ravens descend upon her risen and zombified corpse, he felt no need to look back. The real hurt was still to come. Part 5. The Empty Towns. 44. The next morning, Jacob sat astride a stolen horse, looking at a moldering one-story home waist-deep in the weeds, and asked himself if he really wanted to know the truth. He looked up and down the empty street, taking in the skeletal remains of the houses, some of them with trees growing through the windows, some of them with roofs long since gone. And it occurred to him that he could simply throw the locket into the tall grass and go inside. He could keep silent. He could set his mouth in a smile of grim determination and pretend that out here on the wasteland, things were different. After all, hadn't he himself become a thief? Hadn't he killed his fellow man in abominable ways? Hadn't he even thrilled at the brutal, soul-destroying torture and murder of an old woman who desperately deserved it? Hadn't he done all these things and claimed that the end of his own survival somehow justified the means? That was really the question that needed answering. What was justice? Was it a pure Aristotelian form? A thing that existed unto itself as an absolute standard somehow removed from the muddy particulars of day-to-day life? Or was it a bendable thing? Could a man believe in a thing, in the code that was at the heart of who he had been raised to be, and yet somehow shuffle off that coil for the mere convenience of survival? Was such a bargain possible? And if those sins, be they sins, be forgiven, what other sins might he set aside? Jacob looked at the locket in his hand and just didn't know. He couldn't answer the questions that plagued him. They seemed to form a knot so large and so dense he had no power to untie them. When he looked inward and tried to figure out the answer, the best he could come up with was a vague sort of emptiness where his certainty had once been. Feeling sick to his stomach, he climbed down from the saddle and trudged up the porch, the steps creaking beneath his weight. The voices he heard inside the little home went suddenly silent. He knocked twice on the door, then twice more. "It's me," he said. "It's Jacob." Kelly opened the door, and the fear and worry on her face blossomed into joy. She threw her arms around his neck and squeezed him hard.
"Oh, Jacob," she said. "Oh, God, I'm so glad you're here."
She held the hug for a long moment, and then leaned back to arm's length and studied his face.
"Jacob, are you okay?"
He nodded and stepped past her.
"Jacob?"
The house was deep in shadow, but he could see all right. Much of the ceiling plaster had fallen to the floor and turned to mud with the rainwater that had gotten in over the years. Tree limbs grew in through the empty windows. Everywhere he looked, there were signs of animals encroaching on the remains of human habitation. Owl pellets crowded one corner. Birds and raccoons had pulled the couch cushions apart and repurposed the stuffing. And everywhere he turned, he smelled the odor of rotting wood. But the really important things, many of them anyway, were still there. The photos on the walls. The handwritten notes on yellowed, curling paper tacked to the remains of a bulletin board. Even among the ruins, signs of everyday life remained. Jacob saw those things and walked farther into the house.
"Hey, Jake! You okay, man?" Nick said. "You had us worried."
Jacob turned. His old friend was sitting at the kitchen table, Chelsea behind him with her hand on his shoulder. Nick's rifle was on the table. Ever since they were kids, Nick had been able to pull off that effortless smile. He could look so cool, so totally relaxed, even here at the end of the world. Jacob crossed to the table and picked up the rifle. He examined it, thinking about the lifetime they'd shared together, and then handed it to Kelly, who took it with a stunned and frightened look on her face.
"Jacob?"
she said. Nick stood. "Hey, man, what's up?" "Sit down," Jacob said. The bark of command filled his voice. Nick looked around the room. "You talking to me, Jake?" "Yes." "What's wrong?" "Sit down," he said. "All right," Nick said. With a glance back at Chelsea, he sat at the table. "What's up, Jake? Come on, man, you're scaring me." He tried the grin again. Jacob took out the locket and showed it to Kelly. Before she could ask what it was, he threw it on the table next to Nick. Nick stiffened. He reached for the locket and then pulled his hand away like the thing was a venomous snake. He glanced at Kelly and then at Jacob, but he said nothing. "What is that?" Jacob asked. Nick looked at him, and, for a moment, his face was a mask, inscrutable. But then, the old confidence that had for so long and so quietly reminded Jacob of the ass-kicking he'd taken at Nick's hand all those years ago, suddenly cracked. Jacob saw through it all in an instant. He knew, absolutely knew beyond a shadow of a doubt, that Nick was the man Jasmine Simmons had seen in the dark in the corner of her bedroom. Nick seemed to know it too. "What do you want me to say, Jake?" Jacob said nothing. He raised his rifle and pointed it at Nick's forehead. "Whoa, hold on," Kelly said. "Jacob, what are you doing?" Jacob took his hand off the trigger and pointed at the locket on the table. "Look at that, Kelly." "What?" "Look at it!" he shouted. "Okay," she said. "Okay, I'll look at it." She picked it up from the table and opened it. At first, she seemed ready to glance at it and dismiss it and turn her attention back to Jacob, but then spotted the cameo inside the locket, and a horrible knowledge passed over her face. "This is the locket Jasmine Simmons lost," she said. Jacob put his finger back on the trigger. "Nick," she said. She held out the locket. "What is this? What's he talking about?" Nick didn't answer. Calm as could be, he stared up the length of the rifle barrel at Jacob, waiting for him to speak. "Oh, my God," Chelsea said. "What are you doing?"
Put the gun down.
Do you want to tell her about it, Nick? Jacob said. Do you want to tell her about the young girls? There's a dozen just like her back at Arbella. Maybe more than that? Some that didn't respond the way you wanted, wouldn't pose for your drawings. But you had a way around that, didn't you? Burglary was incidental, wasn't it? The real reason you did it was to get that little peek you desperately wanted. That's it, isn't it, Nick? You're a fucking predator, aren't you? Nick didn't say a word.
Put the gun down, Chelsea said. Holy hell, what is this?
He's a thief, Jacob said.
So what? Chelsea said. So are you. So am I. So is everyone in this room. You're holding a stolen gun, for God's sake. Put the gun down. Come on, everybody, show a little common sense.
Jacob took a deep breath. We have a law, he said. It's called the Code. It is the moral fabric that we live by. It is who we are.
Is it? Nick said. Is it really? Look at us. We are on the edge of the map here. We have traveled outside of our moral sphere. The Code teaches us that we have survived because we support each other, no matter what. Isn't that true? Didn't I lift you out of the herd? Didn't I carry you when you couldn't even walk? Haven't I earned the right to say I support my brother?
Yes, Jacob said. And that's what makes it worse. We had a contract, you and I. We took an oath. We swore to each other that we'd always have one another's back. He kept his weapon trained on Nick's face. But the locket is still right there. The truth is still right there.
What truth? Chelsea said. Good God, put that gun down.
Our code is who we are, Jacob said. It doesn't exist only in Arbella. It is who we are. Our word to each other follows us around wherever we go. It is woven into the truth of who we are. Wherever we go, we carry Arbella with us.
Platitudes, Nick said. This is the fucking wasteland. Out here we make our own laws. We decide what is right and what is wrong. We live by our wits and by our fists. Haven't you been paying attention, Jacob? This is the Wild West. The law here is what we make it.
It was his first misstep. Even up to that point, Jacob had doubted his ability to carry through the punishment the Code meted out for all thieves. But upon hearing Mother Jane's words spoken from his best friend's mouth, his self-doubt thawed and resolved itself into conviction. Jacob glanced back at Kelly and saw her face, tear-stained, but just as resolute as his. She nodded yes to the question that hung unspoken between them. He turned back to Nick and adjusted his grip on the trigger.
Wait! Chelsea screamed. What are you doing?
Kelly moved forward and pulled the young girl away. Chelsea put up a hard fight, but Kelly pulled her to the side and squeezed her arms over her chest, holding her down and muttering in her ear to calm her. It didn't work. Chelsea screamed at him the whole time, and as she railed, Jacob heard not her, but Amanda Greeter screaming for her husband's innocence. He leveled the rifle at point-blank range. Nick, you violated the code.
Bullshit,
Nick said. You committed burglary in the night.
And what have you done? What right do you have to exact justice on me? How fucking dare you exact anything on me?
You stood by and watched me put an innocent man to death. To that, Nick had nothing to say. You even congratulated me on a job well done. You fucking bastard! Jacob couldn't hold it back any longer. The tears were rolling down his face. How could you do this to me? Nick, God damn it, I loved you like a brother. How could you do this? I love you too, ma'am, Nick said. He was holding back the tears by a mighty effort. Justice should never be personal. They told us that. Remember that? You can't do this if it's personal. The code tells you that. Jacob could barely hold the rifle steady. Kelly was crying too. She stared at Nick, tears streaming down her face, and she shook her head in bitter pain. You bastard, she said. God damn you. Nick had seemed on the edge of a rally, but with that, he sagged. He looked at Jacob, and the effortless courage he'd always shown, the cool, calm confidence that defined him, was gone. He looked up at Jacob, and all that was left was a pitiful man in the depths of shame and empty words. You don't have to do this, Nick said. You don't. Jacob raised the rifle. I do. I will. I'm sorry, Nick. He pulled the trigger, and Nick's head snapped back on his shoulders like his wires had been cut. Jacob watched him for a long moment, his mind utterly empty, until finally he let the barrel fall to the floor. Only later, and then only dimly, did he become aware of Chelsea's sobs filling the room. 45. It was Kelly who ended up doing the hard work. Jacob took the body into the backyard and dug a grave. Then he put his friend in it and filled the hole back up with earth. Afterwards, he took one of the chairs from the kitchen and sat on the porch and watched the sunset come and go. Meanwhile, Kelly was inside with Chelsea, trying to explain it all to her. Jacob listened for a time, nodding to himself as she recited the lessons they'd first received as children about the code. Every word she said was right. She told Chelsea about how the code was a contract that one simply didn't slough off because it made life hard, or because it required you to make hard choices. The code sustained them, and it made life in a world that wanted to sink its teeth into your throat possible. Jacob listened to her, the same words he'd heard all his life, and he wondered how he could believe in something that demanded he kill the best friend he'd ever had. How could something that was meant to hold him together tear him up so badly inside? He thought about that for a long time, and he was still thinking about it later that night, when the Aeroflot's morphic field generator finally went critical, and a dark gray mushroom cloud rose into the sky above the ruins of North Little Rock, Arkansas. 46. Are we in danger? Jacob asked. They'd gone to the front porch to watch the sky. The horizon was bleeding orange across the roofs of the buildings to the north, and the mushroom cloud was still rising. Is there going to be, fallout or something? We're fine here, Kelly said. The morphic field generator utilizes non-ionizing electromagnetic radiation. No fallout, but it'll give anybody anywhere close to the blast site a nasty sunburn. Like how close? Jacob asked. Kelly shrugged. I don't know. The hot zone is probably something like 10 miles. Anything inside of that range is probably toast. There's probably going to be a warm zone outside of that, say another 15 miles. We're about 40 miles away, I think, Jacob said. Yeah, about that. We're probably okay. Probably? She grunted in frustration. Like I would know? Jacob, I have no idea. I'm just guessing. He nodded. Over at the far corner of the porch, Chelsea had a blanket wrapped over her shoulders. The night air was damp and chilly, but Jacob suspected she wasn't using it for warmth. She'd stopped crying a while ago, but her face was still red and puffy, and her eyes rheumy. She hadn't spoken since her talk with Kelly earlier that evening, and Jacob got a strong feeling they weren't going to be hearing anything out of her for a while. He'd underestimated her feelings for Nick. He could see that plain as day. Eventually, they'd have to come to an understanding about what had happened. But right now, watching her, Jacob had no idea how that was going to happen. He was no closer to sorting it out in his own head, much less being able to put it into words so that she could understand. He felt lost. And then, Kelly put a hand on his arm and squeezed so tightly he cried out, "Shh, Jacob." She was staring across the street, where a zombie had just limped out of the weeds. The dead woman was dragging a ruined leg behind her, making slow but steady progress to the north, toward the explosion still glowing on the horizon. She hadn't seen them, but they weren't out of danger. Jacob scanned the rest of the street. In the dark, it was difficult to discern substance from shadow, but there was movement all around them. "More of them over there," Kelly said, pointing to Jacob's right. "Crap," he muttered. Now that he was looking for them, he could see dozens of zombies threading their way through the abandoned cars and strewn rubble of the dead city. "Where are they all coming from?" "You ran the morphic field generator for nearly 2 days," Chelsea said bitterly. She wasn't even trying to keep her voice down. "What did you think would happen? You've probably drawn every zombie for 500 miles. Jacob and Kelly traded a worried glance. She was right, of course. In the back of his mind, Jacob knew he was courting disaster by overloading the morphic field generator. But he hadn't anticipated it taking so long to go critical. Based on what Kelly had told him, he thought 5 or 6 hours at the most. But Chelsea was right. With the home fires burning for 2 days straight, they might as well have sent a personal invitation to every zombie within 500 miles. Things were about to get hot. "We need to get inside," Jacob said. "Yeah," Kelly said. She crossed the porch and put a hand on Chelsea's shoulder. "Come on, come with me." But before any of them could get inside, there was a loud crash from the backyard. "The horses," Jacob said. "Shit, the horses!" He ran through the house, scooping up his rifle as he went out the back door. He jumped off the porch just as a zombie stepped into the yard. The wooden privacy fence that had once enclosed Maggie Hester's backyard had long since fallen down. Tall shrubs and weeds had taken its place, and zombies were coming through it from every side. The horses were terrified. They reared and kicked and ran every which way. Jacob tried to secure them, but they wouldn't calm. One of the horses found a hole in the underbrush and dashed through. The others followed close behind, and within seconds they were gone. And a tightening circle of the undead surrounded Jacob. A dead woman got too close, and he punched her in the side of the head with his rifle. Another put her hand on his back. He spun around, grabbed her arm, and flung her to the ground. "Get inside!" Chelsea said. He took one last glance around the backyard. The dead were closing in from every side. "Jacob!" Kelly yelled. The dead were coming through the front door and through the windows. He ran up the steps and charged through the back door. He closed it just as 4 of the undead fell against it, but he knew it wouldn't keep them out for long. Already they were coming through the back windows, the urgent moaning that Jacob thought of as their feeding call, so loud now that he could feel it in his chest. Chelsea had retreated to a back corner of the living room. She was trying to extract her rifle from her saddlebags, but couldn't seem to make it budge. A dead man whose clothes had nearly rotted off his body was an arm's length from her. He slashed at her with a withered hand, but Chelsea didn't panic. She lifted the saddle with both hands and shoved it in the zombie's face. The man pitched over backwards, landing on his side at Jacob's feet. Before the man could get up, Jacob jammed his heel into his face. A living man would have blacked out from the blow, but the zombie barely registered it. He reached for Jacob's leg and tried to claw his way through Jacob's pants. There was no choice but to shoot. Jacob spun his gun around and fired into the dead man's face. The zombie's head smacked into the wooden floor, and he went still. "We need to get out front," Jacob said. "We need to run." Kelly had Jacob's pistol in her hand, her head on a swivel as she watched the zombies pouring in through every window.
"How?" she said. "They're everywhere."
He was only a few feet from the 2 empty windows that looked out on the backyard. Zombies were climbing through both of them. More were breaking in through the kitchen. Jacob could not have taken it all in, yet somehow he did. He watched Kelly turn her pistol on its side and fire at a woman clawing her way through the back door. He saw Chelsea punch at 3 zombies that were trying to pull her down, then fire her rifle for 2 perfect headshots. Both zombies folded to the ground. Something invisible sliced through the air in front of his face, and he wheeled around. Kelly was there with his pistol, the muzzle trained on him. He glanced over his shoulder and saw that she'd landed a perfect kill shot on the zombie behind him. "Thanks," he said. There were zombies coming in from every direction. They needed to get out the front door and into the street. He shot 3 zombies near the front door, and then grabbed Kelly by the shoulder. "Go!" he said. "Go on, hurry!" She ran out the front door, Chelsea right by her side. Jacob covered them, firing into a group of zombies that were right on their tails. 2 of them went down. His 3rd shot hit one of the zombies in the shoulder and knocked it to the ground. Watching it get back up again was all the motivation Jacob needed. He ran after Kelly and Chelsea. Zombies were coming at them from both ends of the street. They'd been headed north toward the explosion, but the sound of gunfire had turned their course, and now they were closing in. They'd even pulled down one of the horses. A tight knot of them were feeding on the animal, tearing into it, elbow deep in its guts. But when they saw Jacob and the others, they slowly rose from the kill, teetered for a moment, then advanced.
"Where do we go?"
Chelsea asked him. They were 3 houses down from the end of the block. He'd come from that way, and he remembered seeing businesses to the south, gas stations and a grocery store and a strip mall. They might be able to get on a roof somewhere, lay low and let the river of the dead pass them by. "Go that way," he said. There were at least 20 zombies between them and the intersection, and more were coming into view with each passing moment. Jacob ejected his magazine and slapped in a new one. 6 of the dead came around a rusting car and headed straight for them. He took aim and fired. He burned through half the magazine in just a few seconds. 4 of the zombies went down, but more quickly took their place. They wouldn't stop coming. Everywhere he turned, there were more of them. They flooded the street, their moaning echoing off the houses. When they reached the intersection, Jacob directed them south. The strip mall and gas stations he'd seen on the way in were 4 blocks away. In between were about 30 zombies, maybe more. Most of the ones farther off were heading toward the house they'd just fled, following the noise. But the ones closer by had already spotted them, and they were coming on, moaning at a fever pitch. Jacob's plan was to get to the gas station. Now that the sun was coming up, he could see a black metal ladder on the back of the building. If they made that, they could climb to the roof and lay low. "You see that ladder up there?" Jacob called back to Kelly. "That's where we're going."
"I see it,"
she said. They sprinted for the gas station, Jacob ranging out front to intercept any of the dead that crossed their path. He put down 2 of them and was about to shoot a dead woman in a blue dress when he felt something hot stab him in the leg. He staggered and then fell. Rolling over, he looked at his leg and saw a gash across his calf.
"What happened?"
Kelly asked. "I think I got shot," he said. She and Chelsea were about 20 yards away. They veered toward him, but stopped almost immediately. Zombies were charging into the street from the west. They went straight for Kelly and Chelsea. The two women fired into the advancing crowd, but they failed to land any headshots, and within seconds the zombies had effectively cut them off from Jacob. He raised his rifle to fire at the zombies, but before he could pop off a shot, a small puff of dirt appeared in front of his feet. Then another, just inches from his hip. He looked up. Through the crowd of zombies, he saw Kelly and Chelsea surrounded by zombies, and beyond them, riders. Jacob's blood went cold. It was Casey and Chris Walker and 3 other men, and they looked horrible, their faces burned and peeling. Caught by the blast, Jacob thought. They were 100 feet away, but riding their horses hard for Kelly and Chelsea. Casey had Sheriff Taylor's M4, and he was firing it one-handed at Jacob. The shots were silent, and the zombies didn't even know he was there until he was right on top of them. He and the other riders fired into the zombie herd, putting them down one after another, until they were looming over Kelly and Chelsea. "Drop the guns," he ordered them. Chelsea, terrified by her former master, immediately threw her rifle to the ground. Kelly dropped her pistol a moment later. "Jacob," Casey called out, "you best drop your rifle. It's you I want. You and me, we got a score to settle." Zombies were closing in around them. He glanced behind him and saw 3 actually running, toward him from the gas station. He was still too far away. He'd never be able to make it there, not with Casey and the others on horseback. They'd run him down in seconds. Unless he leveled the playing field. He couldn't get a clear shot of Casey. Kelly was in the way. But the horse Casey rode was a big target, and putting the man on the ground would change things. "Jacob," Casey said, "you put that gun down right now, you hear? I'll kill him if you don't." Jacob sighted in on Casey's horse and fired. The animal lurched under its rider, teetered, and then fell to the ground, dumping Casey into the weeds. He jumped to his feet, screaming. "Get that motherfucker!" he said to his riders. "Get him!" The riders spurred their horses and charged. Jacob sprayed bullets at them, firing the Ruger as fast as he could. He managed to hit 2 of the horses, sending their riders to the ground. The 3rd rider circled around him, but the zombies were on top of the rider at that point, and he was forced to fire at a dead woman who was clawing at his hip. Jacob didn't give him a chance to recover. He fired at the man, hitting him twice in the leg and once high up on his chest. The man reeled in his saddle, struggling to bring his mount under control, but his wounds were too severe, and all he could manage was to sag across the back of his horse's neck. Meanwhile, Casey was trying to get back on a horse. The zombies had spooked them, though, and all of the animals were rearing, eyes rolling wildly, kicking and bucking. Casey grabbed Chris Walker by the arm and pulled him down. "Get off that horse!" Chris went sprawling to the ground. A zombie grabbed at Jacob. He caught the thing's arm, twisted it behind the zombie's back, and shoved it into one of the riders he'd grounded just moments before. The zombie bumbled into the man, confused at first, and then tore into him greedily. More zombies surrounded the other rider Jacob had unhorsed. They clawed at his face, grabbed his clothes, and finally succeeded in pulling him to the ground. Jacob jumped behind the carcass of one of the horses he'd shot and tried to find Casey amidst all the confusion. Casey was trying to get the horse under control, but he couldn't manage the frightened animal and hold onto his rifle at the same time. The horse spun away from him, and for a moment Jacob had a clear shot. He wasn't fast enough, though. Casey ran for Chris Walker and pushed him toward Kelly and Chelsea. "Get them up on that roof," he said. Jacob emptied the rest of his magazine in a vain attempt to put a round in Casey's head, but all he managed to hit were the zombies closing in around them. He scanned the scene, taking it all in. Chris Walker was pushing the girls toward the gas station, and it looked like they were going to make it. Zombies had already fallen on the other riders and were tearing them apart. Casey was standing in the open, swinging Sheriff Taylor's rifle at every zombie who got within striking distance. And still more of the undead were pouring into the street, attracted by all the noise. Jacob ejected the spent magazine from his gun and was about to load the only one he had left when Casey scooped up Kelly's pistol and turned it on him. Jacob ducked down behind the dead horse just as Casey emptied the gun into the animal's back. When Jacob heard the pistol click empty, he jumped to his feet and ran for the strip mall across the street, threading his way through the zombies that tried to pull him down. He rounded the corner and dropped to the ground. He glanced around the corner and saw Casey loading another magazine into the M4. But once it was loaded, he dropped to the ground and waited. The zombies in the area came to a stop as well. There was nothing for them to key on once silence fell over the area. They stood stock still, motionless, as though waiting for something to pull them along. Jacob ducked back behind the corner. He was looking at a back alley full of trash. Over the years, the wind had carried countless amounts of debris into the alley. He looked over it all, hoping for inspiration. He found it in a 2-liter plastic bottle of Dr. Pepper. If Casey could fight silent, so could he. He slipped the bottle of Dr. Pepper over his Ruger's barrel and found it fit pretty well. It wouldn't hold by itself, but it was pretty close. He took the duct tape from his pocket and wrapped it tightly around the mouth of the bottle so that it formed a seal around the barrel. It didn't look pretty, but it was a serviceable suppressor. He went over to a gap in the buildings and scanned the street. The zombies were everywhere. Kelly was on the roof of the gas station, watching Chris Walker as he paced back and forth, watching the street. There was no sign of Casey, though. Jacob knew he had to move. He needed to get across the street. Casey had seen him run. He knew where he was. If he stayed put, he'd be an easy target, and Jacob wasn't ready to die just yet. He moved in a crouch, weapon at the ready. He was as silent as he could be, but there were so many zombies, a few were bound to see him. Those that did turned his way and began to moan. Jacob fired on them only when they got too close. He had just 30 rounds left, and he had to make them count. With the plastic bottle suppressor, his weapon was almost completely silent. Just the sound of the gun's action cycling to indicate it had been fired at all. Those zombies who weren't already looking his way never even knew he was there. He made it across the street without attracting Chris Walker's attention and slipped into the tall weeds that had grown up along the edge of the street. Once there, he went down on his belly and low crawled toward the ladder on the far side of the gas station. He was about to run for the ladder when he caught movement out of the corner of his eye. In the gap between a metal shed and a leaning section of a wooden privacy fence, on his belly, was Casey. He was set up like a sniper in the tall grass, watching the ladder, waiting for Jacob. "Got you," Jacob said. He crawled forward, getting as close as he could. There was a good 60 feet of open ground between them. The M4, with its heavier ammunition, would have no problem making a kill shot at that distance. The .22 would have a harder time of it. His best bet, he figured, was to flush Casey from his hiding spot and force his hand. Make him make a mistake. Jacob sighted in and fired 3 times, hitting Casey with at least one of the shots. The rider screamed and rolled over. He pulled himself to his feet and fell against the side of the shed. The bullet had hit him high up on his thigh, and he was having trouble supporting himself. But he was a fighter. Even as the wound continued to leak out, Casey scanned his surroundings, trying to figure out where the shots were coming from. Jacob fired at him again, but Casey had moved just as Jacob was pulling the trigger, and the rounds plinked harmlessly into the side of the shed. Casey tried to guess where Jacob was. He backed deeper into the gap, thinking it would put him out of sight, but instead it opened up a clean shot for Jacob. Jacob sighted in and fired 6 times before the Ruger jammed. Jacob ejected the magazine and tried to clear the malfunction, but the action was jammed up so tightly he couldn't work it. Back pressure from the makeshift suppressor was Jacob's guess. But Casey was lying still in the grass. Jacob watched him for a moment, just to make sure, but the rider was down and out. Malfunction or not, he'd beaten the son of a bitch. Jacob bolted for the ladder. Even though their weapons never made a sound, all the commotion had attracted the zombies, and they were closing in around the gas station, their moaning getting louder and louder. He hit the ladder at a run and scaled up it. He was over the top before Chris Walker knew he was there. "Hold it," Jacob said, leveling his rifle at Chris. The gun was useless, but the other man didn't know it. "Put the gun down." Chris's surprise slowly melted into anger, but he tossed the weapon aside. "That's it. Now step away from it." Chris raised his hands and backed toward the edge of the building. "Kelly," Jacob said, "grab that, please."
"You bet."
She picked up the weapon and trained it on Chris.
"Where's Casey?"
"Back there," Jacob said. "In the weeds by that shed over there."
"Did you kill him?"
Chris asked. "Yep." Jacob wasn't sure how to describe the look that passed over Chris Walker's face. Relief, anger, resentment. A little of all those things, maybe. He lowered his hands a little, and the air seemed to bleed out of him. He looked down at his feet, completely dejected and broken. Chelsea had been watching him since they disarmed him, and Jacob could see the anger swelling up in the girl. The brother who should have protected her had betrayed her instead, and, looking at him now, it all seemed to boil up in her at once. Jacob could see her hands shaking, her teeth digging into her bottom lip. He watched her rage mount, and he could see her coiling.
"You bastard!"
she shouted, running at him. Before he could make a move to avoid her, she shoved him over the side. Chris went flying into a pack of zombies. They fell on him in a mad rush, ripping him apart with their teeth and their fingernails, lashing out at each other like wild dogs as they fought for pieces of him. Chelsea was leaning over the side, watching them feed. Jacob stood next to her, watching the sobs hitch in her chest. "Jacob," said Kelly from behind him. From her tone, he knew something was wrong even before he turned around. Casey was standing there by the ladder. His face was blackened and blistered from the burn he'd taken when the Aerofloid exploded, and most of his hair was missing. He'd been shot in the leg and twice in the left arm, and yet it didn't seem to slow him down. He had Sheriff Taylor's gun pointed at Kelly. He advanced on her and took the weapon from her hand. "Get on your knees," he said. "Kiss my ass," Jacob shot back. Casey tossed Kelly's gun behind him, then quickly stripped the magazine from the M4 and slammed in a new one. Jacob could see the white smiley face on the bottom of the magazine as Casey charged the bolt and brought up the rifle to center it on Jacob's head. Taylor's little surprise, Jacob thought, remembering what he'd said about the magazine with the smiley face. Good God, please work. Please, please, please. "Get on your knees," Casey repeated. "No way," Jacob told me. "Shoot if you're going to do it, but I won't die on my knees."
"You'll go to your knees one way or the other,"
Casey said. He lowered the muzzle so that it was pointed at Jacob's legs and pulled the trigger. The weapon exploded in his face. Screaming in rage and pain, Casey threw the gun to the ground. He lurched to one side, holding his bleeding face in his hands. Jacob saw the gun Casey had taken from Kelly and ran toward it. He almost had it when Casey tackled him. Both men went over the side of the building, and Jacob landed hard on his left arm. He felt it break, and the pain was so intense he nearly blacked out. Casey was already on his feet. The man was a tank. He roared and lashed out, half blind, but still managed to land a crushing haymaker across Jacob's chin. Jacob's legs wobbled beneath him, but he didn't fall. He took a few steps back and turned his hurt arm away from Casey. Still bellowing in rage, Casey charged him again, wrapping his arms around him as he dragged him to the ground. Attracted by the noise, more zombies closed in around them. Casey got on top of Jacob and twisted his broken arm. Jacob screamed and his vision went purple. When he opened his eyes again, Casey had flipped him over. He was holding Jacob by the hair, and he had his legs pinned so he couldn't move. There were 3 zombies coming toward them, and Casey was holding him still for them.
"Which one of them do you think will take the first bite?"
Casey whispered in Jacob's ear. Jacob thrashed, but couldn't break Casey's hold. He tried to lash out with his right arm, but Casey was just out of reach.
"I listened to all that bullshit you said about your code. And you know what? For a little bit there, I was impressed. But it's all bullshit, isn't it? Every word. What kind of code allows you to let a pregnant woman die? Can you answer me that?"
The zombies were just a few feet away, closing fast. Jacob struggled, but couldn't get free.
"You ain't got an answer? You gonna go to your death without an answer?"
Jacob lashed out. He tried to push his way to his feet, but Casey leaned forward and held him down.
"I'm gonna watch you die, Jacob."
A gun went off somewhere to Jacob's right. Casey lurched to one side with a loud grunt. Jacob jumped to his feet, ducked his shoulder, and ran into the zombies that were closing on him. Before any of them could react, he knocked them to the ground, then wheeled around and found Casey climbing to his feet. Jacob swung at his chin. Casey's head snapped back. Jacob swung again and again. Casey tried to raise his arms to block the hail of punches Jacob threw at him. But Jacob overpowered him, and eventually Casey sank to his knees.
"Look who's on their knees now, motherfucker,"
he said. Casey looked up at him. His face was a ruined mess, his eyes nearly swollen shut. Jacob glanced up at Kelly and nodded. She fired twice, hitting Casey in the chest. The man shook with the impact and then collapsed to the ground. Jacob stared down at the dead man, and he could feel the anger and the hate and all the rest of it draining away, leaving only emptiness in its place.
"Jacob!" Kelly shouted. "Behind you!"
The zombies had regrouped. They circled around him, 50 of them at least.
"Throw me the gun,"
he said. She tossed it at his feet. Jacob scooped it up and started firing, trying to clear a hole to get to the ladder. But every time he hit one of the zombies, 3 more took its place. He couldn't move his left arm. He was forced to fire the rifle one-handed, and he wasn't doing very well with it. Jacob was only landing headshots every 3rd or 4th shot, and he was almost out of ammunition.
"Behind you!"
Kelly shouted. Jacob wheeled around just in time to see a zombie's head get blasted into a red mist. When the body fell to the ground, Jacob saw 3 of the gray spacesuits he'd seen back in the Aeroflot's cargo bay. The 3 figures made the same hydraulic whirring as they moved, yet they were far more coordinated than the one he'd faced on the Aeroflot. These moved with purpose, their movements powerful, but precisely controlled. The figures spread out, their suits clanking and sighing as they brought up strange-looking weapons. They fired at the zombies, but their weapons made no noise. They pointed, shot, and another head would explode. In a few quick seconds, they'd cleared most of the field, leaving dozens of headless corpses on the ground at Jacob's feet. One of the figures advanced on Jacob, and he raised his rifle to fire at the figure. "Jacob, no!" he heard Chelsea shout. The suited man caught the rifle and turned it away. There was so much power in his grip, and he pulled the gun out of Jacob's hand as easily as if Jacob had given it to him. The figure seemed to study Jacob's clothes. He examined the shirt and shoes Jacob had gotten from Chelsea's father's closet, and then raised what looked like a white microphone with 2 little wings up near the head. He ran the device up and down Jacob's right arm. A little green light blinked on it, but it didn't make a sound. "Wait!" Chelsea yelled. Jacob glanced over his shoulder and saw Chelsea and Kelly climbing down from the ladder. They ran toward Jacob. The figure released him and turned to face the girls. Kelly stopped short, but Chelsea walked right up to the figure in the spacesuit. "I'm Chelsea Walker," she said. "I'm from Temple." The helmets and high protective collars made it hard to see the men inside the suits, but Jacob could recognize their surprise. The 3 suited figures glanced at one another. Chelsea stuck out her right arm. The figure with a microphone-type device ran it over Chelsea's arm, and right away the thing beeped, and the light began flashing faster. The figures glanced at each other again, and the one with a microphone twisted his helmet off. He was an older black man with a gray beard and a dense network of lines at the corners of his eyes. He had earphones in his ears and some kind of flat, black electronic device secured to the side of his throat.
"You're from the Darwin, aren't you?"
the man asked.
"Yes," Chelsea said. "Yes, that's right."
"Are there any other survivors?"
the man asked.
"No,"
Chelsea said, after what seemed to Jacob to be a thoughtful, measured pause.
"No. I'm the only one."
"I'm Lester Brooks, from the Newton. We saw the explosion. We've been surveying this area ever since, trying to determine the degree of environmental impact. It's lucky for you the wind was blowing south during the explosion. If it had been blowing north, we'd be up in Jacksonville instead of down here. We'd have never found you."
"I'm glad you did,"
she said.
"I bet. It's been a long time, Chelsea. Are you ready to go home?"
"Yes,"
she said.
"More than you could ever imagine."
"Who are your friends?"
Again that thoughtful, measured pause before she answered.
"That's Kelly Bannis, and that's Jacob Carlton. They're from Arbella."
"Arbella?"
Brooks asked. He looked at Kelly, and then to Jacob. Jacob was in so much pain he could barely stand. He tried to speak, but managed only to mutter. Kelly said,
"It's on the maps as New Madrid."
"Ah," Brooks said. "Yes. Yours is a very successful community. We've been watching you."
"You have?"
"Yes, for several years now. Yours is one of about 20 successful outposts east of the Rocky Mountains, and one of the largest."
20 others?"
Kelly asked, stunned.
22, actually, Brooks said. "Most are smaller than Arbella."
"You say you've been watching us? Why haven't you made contact with us? With all the things you can do, we could have learned so much from you."
"You still can, now that you've contacted us. That's our way, Miss Bannis. our law. We don't force ourselves on others, but once another society reaches out to us, we offer what we know freely. If you and your friend want to come with us, we will share all we know with you."
For Jacob, it was too much. His head had become a soupy mess, and the world around him started to swirl. He grew dizzy and fell over. He woke with his head in Kelly's lap. Chelsea was next to her. Lester Brooks was pressing a series of white tabs onto his face and arms and chest. Jacob could feel electricity move over his skin, prickling at his hair. Brooks was looking at a flat, black device that looked like a small TV.
"Left arm is broken in 4 places, 2 broken ribs, internal bleeding, brain swelling, massive infection from the injuries on his arms."
He put the device down.
"Your friend is in some serious pain. We'll need to get his fever down right away."
"You can help him?"
Kelly asked.
"Oh, yes. He'll be in bed for a while, but we can patch him, no problem."
He touched the device on his throat.
"Brooks, 390, requesting extraction. We've picked up 3 packages. Have a medic and a quarantine team standing by for our arrival."
A few moments later, a dust cloud appeared on the road. Jacob rallied enough to sit up and stare in amazement at the gigantic 10-wheeled armored vehicle that rolled through the ruins, crushing the zombies in its path, before finally pulling up next to them. Brooks opened the back door to the vehicle and helped them inside one after another. When Jacob was seated and buckled in, Brooks said,
"We'll get that arm fixed up for you in a bit."
Jacob nodded.
"Thanks." "Hang on," Brooks told them. "It gets a little bumpy out here."
He closed the door, and the vehicle took off. Jacob leaned his head against the window and watched the ruins of Little Rock slip into the distance. The armored vehicle trundled through the abandoned city, causing Jacob to sway in his seat. In places, the streets were black rivers seething with bodies. In others, ivy climbed the sides of buildings, creating green canyons through the past glory of man. And what of glory! It made him think of Sheriff Taylor, the man who had meant so much to him, and so much to Arbella. Gone now, dead and rotting in the sun on some nameless street in a small town 1,000,000 miles away. He thought, too, of Bree. She'd been so young and so devastatingly gorgeous. Yet the only image of her he could hold in his mind was of her slipping to the grass under a hail of bullets. She had, in his memory at least, seemed almost grateful to receive them. But mostly, he thought of Nick. He watched a solitary zombie lumber down the road, reaching for their vehicle, even though it was much too far away to put its hands on them. And he thought of the time he'd had with his dearest friend. He felt heartsick at all that had happened. He had loved Nick as a brother. For all the tension that had run under the surface of their friendship since that fight 20 years earlier, they had been the best of friends. And Jacob couldn't shake the memory of the tears running down Nick's face right before he pulled the trigger. What had he cried for? Was it out of remorse? Or for what had happened to their friendship? Or was it simply for his own life? Jacob looked across the darkened cabin of the armored transport. Chelsea had her eyes closed, a blanket pulled up under her chin. It didn't look to Jacob like she was sleeping, more like she was trying to forcibly push the memory of the last 7 years from her mind. Behind her, Kelly was looking out the window, and the tears were rolling down her cheeks. Jacob looked away. Though this journey of theirs was really just beginning, in so many ways it marked the end of the man he'd thought himself to be. Four Tales from the First Days of the Living Dead. State of the Union. I know when I'm being lied to. It's not hard to figure out, even when you're a stranger in a country halfway around the world and you don't speak the language. Bullshit smells the same no matter how it sounds. And that's what our Chinese hosts were trying to shovel down our throats. Bullshit. Pure, unadulterated bullshit. Our group went down for dinner at 8 p.m. We stepped off the elevator but barely made it into the hotel's lobby before a couple of blue-shirted cops started yelling at us to go back upstairs. "What's this all about?" asked Brad Owens. He was our leader, a young Democrat from Columbia University. Tall, slender, and dignified. Brad stood an easy 6 inches taller than the cops, but it didn't seem to impress them at all.
"You go back upstairs," one of the cops said. "Go now."
"But I want to know what's going on," Brad insisted. He pointed to the reception hall. "They're supposed to be throwing us a party."
"No party for you. Party over. You go now. Go upstairs."
While Brad was busy arguing with the Chinese cops, I was looking through the glass doors of our hotel. Outside, Beijing was in the middle of a riot. I heard screams overlapping screams. I saw people running for their lives, others throwing rocks. A small crowd knocked down an injured man right outside the front doors and swarmed over top of him, like they were trying to pull them apart. "But why do we have to go upstairs?" Brad asked. The concierge came over. He looked utterly frazzled and more than a little distracted, but he kept his tone level and his smile bright when he talked to us.
"Please,"
he said with a slight bow. His accent was good, even if the syntax was off.
"Please, you and your friends go to upstairs, please. We have the flu outside."
"The flu?" Brad said. I looked out across the Beijing skyline and saw buildings on fire in the distance. "People don't riot because of the flu," said Jim Bowman, our young Republican representative. The concierge's smile wavered for a moment.
"You to go upstairs to your rooms now,"
he said, and then muttered something to the cops in Chinese. The next moment, we were being hustled upstairs and forced back into our rooms. I tried the door, but it was locked from the outside. I beat on it with my fists and got no reply. I looked out the peephole and saw the cops pacing the hallway. They looked scared and anxious, and I didn't like it. One of them kept swallowing, his Adam's apple pumping up and down in his throat, looking to his partner for some clue as to what they were supposed to do. I gave up on the door and sat down on the foot of the bed and tried to get online. Nothing worked. Email, LiveJournal, Twitter, Facebook, even Google was down. I put my iPad down and tried my iPhone. Same thing. I had been sending emails all that day. I had even sent my latest article to my editor at the Crimson right before I took my shower and got dressed for dinner. But now, nothing. Just a network connection error message. That's when it really hit me. Not only was I a stranger in a strange land, but the Chinese government had somehow managed to shut down the internet. My one umbilical cord back to the real world had just been cut. It hadn't seemed real, standing down in the lobby and watching Beijing tear itself apart. But once I found out the internet was down, well, that was the clincher. We were being lied to. And like the old Bob Dylan song goes, you don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows. Okay, so what do you need to know? Introductions first, I guess. My name is Mark Wellerman, though I suppose you already know that, my name being what it is. These days I run a small farm in Georgia. It's not much, but I grow all my own food, raise my own livestock, make my own bullets. I can take care of myself. That's a far cry from the plans I had growing up, but don't think for a minute that I'm a failure. Like I said, this farm makes all the food a man could ever need, and there is no fortune greater than that. Believe me, I know that better than anyone. I'm 24 now, but I was 22 when this story I'm about to tell you happened. I was a senior at Harvard, majoring in journalism. I had the world by the balls, every door ahead standing wide open. And that's how I landed in Beijing that summer. I was one of 24 college students from across the United States selected to take part in an exchange program to China called Our Best, Your Best. Our group was called the Young Americans. We were supposed to represent the best and brightest of America's up-and-coming generation. We were a cross-section of this once great country, our own mini melting pot. We had Brad Owens, our young Democrat from Columbia, Jim Bowman, a young Republican from the University of Texas at Austin, and Sandra Palmer, a junior Tea Party patriot from the University of Nebraska. All three of them were intent on becoming president one day. But we had a lot more than politics going for us. We had a cop from a junior college in Texas, a West Point cadet, a teacher's assistant working on her master's degree at Florida State, a UAW assembly lineman from Michigan doing an online graduate degree in pension fund management, computer programmers, rich kids, poor kids, we had it all. Hell, we even had a guy who was attending UC Berkeley illegally, but got to go with us anyway because of the DREAM Act. Between the 24 of us, we were America, for better or for worse. Most of the trip up to that last night in the hotel was mindless arguing, everybody talking and nobody listening. I had plenty to write about, but it still wore me down. I remember feeling irritable every time Brad or Jim or Sandra opened their mouths. The bickering just seemed so pointless. But all that changed later that night. I hadn't taken off my clothes. I was standing at my window, looking across downtown Beijing 20 stories below, every now and then catching the wail of a siren or the muffled sound of a nearby scream, when the Chinese cops burst through the door. One of them went for me, the other for my luggage. As I watched, the cop tossed my iPhone, my iPad, even my headphones into the trash. Then he crammed some clothes into my backpack and threw it at me. "But my phone," I said. He said something in Chinese and pointed to his partner, who pushed me outside. Everybody else was already standing there, trying to get somebody to tell them what was going on. Jim Bowman was yelling, and it wasn't hard to see why. The cops had pulled him and Sandra out of bed without even giving Sandra a chance to put on her pants. She was standing behind him, tugging her jeans over her hips and looking embarrassed as hell. Those of us who could speak a little Chinese tried to get answers out of the cops, but they weren't talking. They hustled us downstairs and out the back door. As soon as the doors to the parking lot opened, we could hear the sound of screams and gunshots and sirens in the distance. I saw what looked like military helicopters sprinting overhead. I watched them race over the heart of the city, and when I looked back down to street level, I saw a group of burned and bleeding people limping toward us. One of them was so badly burned I couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. The poor devil was black as charcoal, and still trailing wisps of smoke. The others behind were less burned, but each of them were terribly wounded, and their clothes dark with coagulated blood. One of the girls in our group let out a scream, and the cops hurried her onto the bus. Then, while the rest of us watched in horror, one of the cops went over to the crowd and shot those wounded people one by one with deliberate headshots. I couldn't believe it. The cop never even gave them a chance to run away. He just shot them. And weirder still, not a single one of that crowd bothered to so much as flinch, even with a rifle pointed at their faces. It was like they didn't know what was happening. The next moment, we were on the bus. Our driver, a thin, terrified-looking man in shabby clothes, turned the bus toward the street with a lurch and built up speed. The shooting we just witnessed had left us all stunned and silent. Cowed, I guess you'd say. We sat in our seats, staring out the windows at the destruction and the insane crowds banging on the sides of the bus, and I don't think any of us even thought to ask where we were being taken. Just like I don't think any of us thought to use the word zombie, at least at that point. From our hotel, they drove us to the Beijing West Railway Station. Let me say this first and foremost on behalf of the Chinese. They took care of us. They never once forgot that we were their guests. They could have left us in that hotel to die along with everyone else. I'm pretty sure if this was the U.S., that's probably what would have happened. But the Chinese had a sense of obligation that was so strong, so ingrained, that even in the face of a zombie apocalypse, they took real pains to get us out of harm's way. They had no idea the hell they were condemning us to, and I cannot fault them for what came afterwards. They tried to be good hosts. They really did. The railway station was a mad, screaming hive of humanity. Hundreds of thousands of people were surging toward the platforms, trying to board the trains. We lost Virginia Wilder, our professor from Florida, and Wade Mallam, our UAW representative, somewhere in that mad scramble to the trains. I don't know how it happened, but I saw Jim and Sandra running away from where Virginia and Wade went down.
"Those crazy yellow bastards are eating each other,"
Sandra said. "What?" I said. I had only known Sandra for a few weeks at that point, but I was already well aware of her ability to say things that defied the logic used by sane people. "They got Virginia and Wade," Jim said. "We couldn't save them." "What do you mean?" "They were dead weight slowing us down." He was winded, but he managed to turn to Sandra and smile. "We're okay." I just stared at him, dumbfounded. Amid the deafening roar of hundreds of thousands of panicking people, after watching two of our group get trampled and possibly eaten, he had the audacity to call them dead weight. But I didn't get the chance to call him on his words, for at that moment, our escorts managed to zipper open a path through the crowd and get us onto a train. It was a fairly new, fairly clean commuter car. No frills, no special compartments, just 3 rows of seats on either side of a center aisle, like a small jet airliner. And we had the car to ourselves. I dropped down into a window seat and looked out across the crowded platform. I found it hard to believe we'd ended up the only ones in our car. As we pulled away from the platform, I saw people screaming for a chance to get on. Mothers held up their babies, begging us to take them. Hundreds jumped onto the outside of the train and held on as long as they could. It was a sorry, sad sight. And as Jim and Sandra and Brad began to scream at each other about whose fault all this was, I slipped farther down into my seat and pressed my hands over my ears and tried to block out the screams of all those poor people falling away behind us. We did not make it very far. As soon as we cleared the gates, I saw people surging against the sides of the train. I heard their bodies thudding against metal and felt the train lurch as they collapsed onto tracks and were run over. I looked to one side and saw our entire group with their faces pressed against the windows, none of them speaking, but all of them wearing stunned, horrified expressions on their faces.
"My God,"
I heard someone say.
"Look at all of them. There's so many."
And there were, too. Hundreds of thousands of them. I looked out the window, and all I could see were faces closing in around us. They were pressing against the train, swarming over the top of it. Suddenly, the train lurched and came to a violent, shuddering halt. All of us were thrown from our seats. For a moment, I felt like I was getting pushed forward, like I was on the crest of a wave. And then, just as suddenly, I hit the deck and banged my head against the bottom of a seat. I blacked out for a second. When I came to, I was groggy, disoriented. I stood up and looked around. My hair felt wet. I touched it and came away with blood on my fingers. Sandra Palmer had her hand over her forehead, a runner of blood oozing out from between her fingers. Her mouth was twisted like she was about to scream or cry, but couldn't decide which. Brad Owens had landed in a heap against the forward door. Jim Bowman was right next to him. His arm looked broken.
"They've knocked us off the rails,"
somebody said.
"Impossible," someone else said.
"Take a look if you don't believe me."
Several of us went to the window, and I could tell at a glance he was right. From where I stood, I could see the half-dozen cars ahead of us, and the lead car was jackknifed across the tracks.
"How is that possible?"
the girl next to me asked. I shook my head. But I knew. I think we all knew. We'd run over so many bodies, the wheels had just skipped the tracks. And now, an army, hundreds of thousands strong, was surging against our train car, banging on the side panels. The combined roar of their moans and screams, and their fists pounding on the sides of the train, was deafening. The girl next to me, a culinary arts major from SMU, was in tears. For a moment I wanted to take her in my arms and hold her. But before I got the chance, Jake Arguello, our Texas cop, started hollering from the rear of the car.
"They're breaking in the door back here!"
Billy Gantz, our West Point cadet, rushed that way. "I'll help you." I watched the two of them punch and kick a Chinese woman who had managed to squeeze through the busted door. She fell back into the writhing mass of hands and faces, and they slammed what was left of the door against the surging crowd. Jake put his back against the door to brace it.
"I've got it!" he yelled. "Get something to help me hold it!"
A metal handrail had snapped and fallen to the ground. Billy scooped it up and jammed it into the well of the doorway on the opposite side. Once it was in place, it looked like a curtain rod between the two doors. It was an elegantly simple solution. The harder the crowd pressed from one side, the more pressure it put against the doors on the opposite side, where the crowd was also pushing inward. Billy rushed into the doorwell and pulled Jake back into the car. We gathered around to look at him, then recoiled. His back had been shredded by the fingernails of the crowd. He was bleeding badly and screaming from the pain.
"Those fucking yellow bastards," Sandra said. "We gotta stop 'em."
"No," Brad said. "They're cold. They're hungry. They're tired and poor. We should let them in."
"What?" said Jim. "Are you fucking insane?"
Brad raised his chin. "No, I'm not. We will be judged on how we handle ourselves here. Those people are scared. I think we have a moral obligation to share our resources."
"I'm not sharing anything with them."
Brad was standing at the opposite end of the car, still nursing his bruised shoulder. He scanned the rest of us to see who had spoken, and saw Tyneese Jackson staring back at him. She'd been Brad's biggest cheerleader throughout the first part of our trip, defending him every time Jim and Sandra railed against his leadership. But now she stood defiant, arms akimbo. Brad steepled his fingers together in front of his belt. "Tyneese," he said patiently, "we're going through a rough patch right now. We need to approach this logically." "Logically?" said Jim. "Dude, they tried to kill our cop. How much more logical do you need to be than that?" "This isn't a job for law enforcement," Brad said.
"Well, it's pretty much become a job for law enforcement," Tyneese shot back, "because you won't do anything about it. Get over here and help. As long as you're standing way over there out of harm's way, you got no business to talk."
I was frantically writing it all down, thankful I had stayed awake during my shorthand class, when Jake started to convulse. "Something's happening," said Billy. "He's foaming at the mouth." And he was right, too. I watched Jake shaking on the floor. He was bleeding from the corners of his eyes and from his nose. He was trembling like we'd just pulled him from a frozen pond.
"What's happening to him?" Sandra said. "Those bastards did something to them, didn't they?"
Nobody answered her. Wayne Scott, a second-year med student at Johns Hopkins, rushed over to Jake's side and looked into his eyes. The foam at Jake's mouth was turning pink from blood.
"His pupils are dilating," Wayne said. "He's going into cardiac arrest." "Help him," somebody said. "I can't. I'd need a—"
Wayne trailed off mid-sentence. Jake's convulsions had suddenly stopped, and now he looked like a tire rapidly going flat. A faint rattling gasp rose up from Jake's throat, and then he went still, his bloodshot eyes staring off toward the ceiling, the only movement a runner of blood leaking down his cheek from one nostril.
"Is he—"
Jim said. Wayne looked up at him and nodded.
"It happened so fast," he muttered. "I couldn't do anything."
None of us spoke for a long moment. We all stood there, looking at our dead friend. I saw the same dawning terror on all their faces.
What were we going to do? Who was going to bail us out?
I honestly had no idea, and I'm pretty sure none of the others did either. Outside, the roar of the crowd continued. Their moaning was awful. I tried not to listen to it, to block it out somehow, but that was impossible to do. The sound was making my skin crawl, and all I wanted to do was go to the corner and throw up. "Something's happening," Wayne said. I stood on my tiptoes to get a look at what he was doing. He was still kneeling at Jake's side, but his expression had changed to one of disgust, and he was rocking back on his haunches away from Jake. Jake's dead gaze had been turned up towards the ceiling, looking at nothing. But now it was locked on Wayne. "I thought you said he was dead," Jim said. But before Wayne could answer, Jake sat up. He looked at the circle of horrified faces staring down at him, and then lunged for Wayne. Wayne tried to push him away, but Jake was already on top of him, clawing at his face and biting at Wayne's fingers as Wayne tried to turn Jake's chin away. None of us moved. I think we were all too shocked. I watched one of Wayne's fingers stray too close to Jake's mouth, and then Jake bit it off. Blood gushed from the wound. Wayne opened his mouth to scream, but at that instant, Jake locked his teeth onto Wayne's throat and silenced him. Only then did the rest of us react. Billy, our West Point cadet, rushed in and pulled Jake off of Wayne. He threw Jake to one side and was about to check on Wayne when Jake got back to his feet. He reached for Billy and started moaning. "Get the fuck back, man," Billy said. Jake kept coming. "I'm serious, dude. Take a step back." Jake swiped at him with his bloody fingernails. Billy sidestepped the blow easily and swept Jake's legs out from under him, dropping him to the ground. Before Jake could get up again, Billy grabbed another piece of handrail that had fallen from the ceiling. Gripping it like a police baton, he took up a position between Jake and the rest of us. "Come on, man. Don't come any closer." Jake's eyes were dead and vacant. If he heard a word Billy said, there was no recognition of it in his expression. His hands came up again, clutching at Billy. "Shit," Billy said, and swung the piece of handrail at Jake, hitting him across the flat of his jaw. Metal hit bone with a sickening crunch, and Jake collapsed onto the back of a chair. Anybody else would have stayed that way, or maybe even slid to the floor unconscious. But Jake showed no sign of pain. He straightened himself back up immediately, his face a smashed and bleeding mess, and staggered toward Billy a second time. Billy took a step back, shaking his head in disbelief. "Do something!" Brad said. His cool, calm veneer was gone. The look on his face was positively frantic. I saw movement from the floor, behind Brad. It was Wayne. He had been convulsing, the same as Jake had done, but now he was rising to his feet, When he turned to face the rest of us, I saw a large flap of skin hanging from his throat like a bloody napkin. One of the others pulled Brad out of the way, and the next instant, Billy was standing between Wayne and Jake, the two of them closing in on him from either side. But Billy kept his cool. Holding the handrail like a spear, he jammed it into Jake's chest, impaling him with it. A raspy gargle escaped his lips. But the enormous shaft of metal sticking through his chest didn't slow him down at all. "What the hell?" Billy said.
"They're zombies," said the girl from SMU. "Oh my God!"
The word was like a peal of thunder in our midst. Jake's imperviousness to pain, Wayne's injuries, the moaning crowd outside, the burned people we'd seen the police shooting back at the hotel, it all made sense now. All through school, most of us had listened to those idiots who talked so gleefully about the coming zombie apocalypse and laughed at them. But none of us were laughing now. And Billy wasn't wasting any time either. He kicked at one of the wall speakers until it broke loose from its mounts. Then he scooped it up, lifted it two-handed over his head, and brought it down on top of Jake's head. That dropped him. Jake collapsed in a heap and didn't move anymore. By that point, Wayne was almost on top of Billy. But Billy was able to step to one side at the last instant, kick the back of Wayne's knees, and drop him to the floor so that he could finish him with another two-handed blow to the back of the head. When it was done, Billy stood over the bodies of our two friends, his chest heaving like a bellows, and looked at Brad, Jim, and Sandra. "Well," he said, "what now?" Over the next 3 days, Billy, our representative from West Point, emerged as our greatest resource. He worked tirelessly. I don't think I saw him stop once. Our first problem was what to do with the bodies of Jake and Wayne. We couldn't leave them inside, we all knew that. But it didn't seem like there was any way to get rid of them. It was Billy who proposed pushing them out the half windows up near the overhead luggage racks. They were high enough up on the side of the train that the zombies outside couldn't force their way in. The only trouble was, no one wanted to touch the bodies. Finally, Brad ordered Billy to do it, and the rest of us watched as he dragged the bodies of Jake and Wayne up to the window and shoved them out. The zombies grabbed the bodies before they'd even cleared the window and began to rip them to pieces. But none of us had the stomach to watch that. We all turned away and pretended it wasn't happening. Later that afternoon, it became obvious we were going to have to do something about going to the bathroom. Pissing was no trouble for the guys. They could just go over to the doorwell and piss down the short flight of stairs. But the girls, and whoever had to take a dump, couldn't. Putting your back to the door where all those zombies were trying to break in was like taunting them. They pressed even harder to get in. Plus, there was the issue of privacy. Brad put Billy to work removing the seats from the floor. He used a dime to unscrew them, and once he had them loose, he hoisted them over to the head of the car and arranged them like a horseshoe, like cubicle walls, so that people could do their business behind a sort of screen. The smell was bad, but it was the best we could do under the circumstances. As night came on and we started to tire, Billy worked at prying loose the seat cushions on the few remaining chairs so that we could have pillows for our heads. I used mine as a writing desk, where I continued to scribble notes about what was said and done. Later still, it started to rain. Billy got excited, though at first none of us knew why. Then he pulled down the plastic covers from the overhead lights and slid one of them out of a luggage rack window, forming a sort of gutter to catch the rain. It trickled down inside the car, where Billy caught it in an empty water bottle. "We're going to need water," he said to Brad. "You guys help me." "Good idea," Brad said. And though I could tell it plagued Jim and Sandra to admit it, they thought so too. Brad, Jim, and Sandra ordered the rest of us to partner up and do as Billy was doing. And within a few minutes, We'd filled every container we could find. When we were done, Brad said, "Do you think that's enough?" "For a few days, maybe," said Billy. "Who knows? We'll have to start conserving and rationing. And if anyone's got any food, that's going to be an issue as well." Once again, it was as if a peal of thunder had gone through our group. I don't know if any of the others had already considered the food issue, but I certainly hadn't. I looked around the car and saw a few others pulling their backpacks close to their chests. The zombies went on moaning outside, and inside, Billy kept on working. Sometime during the early morning, the zombies managed to knock down part of the door. The sudden rise in volume woke everyone, except for Billy, who had evidently never gone to sleep. In the dark, it was hard to see what was happening, but after my eyes adjusted, I saw Billy hacking away at the hands reaching through the door. "Bring me that chair," Billy said to Sandra and Jim. With his chin, he was gesturing at the cushionless frame of a chair at their feet. "Hurry! I need to brace this door!" Jim grabbed the guy next to him and pushed him toward the door. "Take it to him." "Why me?" the guy said. "Hurry!" Jim could be commanding when he yelled, and the guy obeyed almost out of reflex. He picked the chair up and brought it back to Billy. He stopped well short of the doorway, though, and held it out to Billy like he was trying to feed a rope to someone clinging to the side of a cliff. Billy managed to get a hold of it and jam it down into the doorwell, and between the chair and the handrail he and Jake had installed the day before, the doors were secure again. "That'll hold them for now," he said. "But we're going to need something else to make sure it holds." Brad nodded. "Okay," Brad said. "You do that. Get somebody to help you." Billy looked around for a volunteer, but nobody would look him in the eyes. In disgust, he shook his head and went off to do it himself. Around noon the next day, Tynese went into a diabetic seizure. "Somebody needs to get her a candy bar or something," Brad said. "Who's got a candy bar?" He looked around the room, his gaze finally settling on Russell Bailey, a computer programmer from UT Austin. "Russell, I saw a Hershey bar in your bag." Russell pulled his backpack tight against his chest. "I'm not giving her my food." "Russell, you have to. She needs it." "Well, I need it too. We're going to run out of food soon, and what am I going to do then?" "Russell," Brad said, "this is for the good of the group. You have a lot, and she doesn't have any. You need to give her some of yours." "Bullshit," he said. "It's not my fault she didn't bring what she needed. I have food in my bag because I had the foresight to put it there. If she didn't do the same, why is that my problem?" "Because it's the right thing to do." "Give her some of yours, then." "Russell, that's not helpful." Then Brad motioned to Billy. "Get his food. Distribute it around." "Don't," Russell said, pleading with Billy. "Please don't." "Give me the bag, Russell," Billy said. Russell shook his head, and Billy, wearing a look of grim determination, moved in to take it from him. Over the next 4 days, we lost 6 people. Tynese and Gustavo both went into diabetic shock and died. The other 4, weakened by a lack of food and no water, gradually shut down. And when we woke to the sunrise on the morning of the 5th day, they were dead. Once again, Billy had to crush their heads to keep them from coming back, and then push the bodies out the window. Again, we all looked away as the ever-growing crowd of zombies outside ate their corpses. It rained later that day, and we were able to get more water, but the food shortage was becoming critical. We were down to a dozen people, all of whom were starving, and a small package of beef jerky to go around. "Well, we need to divide this up," said Jim. "Here, I'll do it." "No, you won't," said Brad. "We decide together."
"Oh, that's great," said the girl from SMU. "And while the 2 of you argue about it, the rest of us starve." Just hand a piece to everybody."
Brad and Jim and Sandra went off to another corner of the train car and talked about it. When they came back, they each had a big piece of jerky. They handed some of the smaller pieces around and told us to divide it up. "But there's not enough here for any of us," said Billy. "Times are hard," Brad said. "I know. I understand. But we'll just have to tighten our belts." I got a piece and went off to one side to eat it. I hadn't had anything in more than a day, and tore into it eagerly. A moment later, Brad and Jim and Sandra went over to Billy and whispered to him. He looked upset, but he didn't yell. He just took his piece of jerky and tore it into 3 parts, and gave each of them a piece. Then he went over to the far side of the car and sat down. He looked utterly exhausted and used up, but he didn't protest. Then they came to me. Brad asked me to give up what I had left for them. He said, as the leaders, they needed to stay sharp. They couldn't afford to go hungry. "Can't do it," I said. "I'm the press. I'm an observer. You can't do anything that keeps me from that role." They reluctantly agreed and went off to get what was left of the jerky from the others. The next morning, Billy was dead. None of us had the energy to move. We were all starving. Most of us were sick. And always, there was the constant roar of the moaning crowd just outside, reminding us that we were not long for this world.
"What are we going to do?"
asked the girl from SMU. "I think it's plain what we have to do," said Brad. He looked at Jim and Sandra, and though they didn't want to agree with the Democrats just out of principle, they still nodded their heads in assent.
"I don't understand," the girl said. "What? What are we going to do?"
"We have to eat," Brad said. The girl looked at him, dumbfounded, not understanding.
"Eat what?"
Brad, with his mouth set in a harsh, grimacing frown, pointed at the body of the soldier who had done so much for all of us. 2 weeks later, there were only 4 of us left. Brad, Jim, Sandra, and myself. Sandra was not doing well. Actually, none of us were doing well, but she was feeling really bad. We hadn't been able to cook any of the friends we'd eaten, and the shock of consuming all that raw human flesh was doing terrible things to our systems. Sandra was doubled over on her side, holding her gut with both hands and moaning like one of the zombies outside. Jim was sitting next to her, stroking her hair.
"I'm dying,"
she said. "You're not going to die," Jim said. "You're just sick. This'll pass." She looked up at him, and there was pain and fear in her eyes, but also acceptance. That acceptance was the hardest thing for me to see, for I had seen it before, on the others that we'd already eaten. And when people started to get that look in their eyes, it was a self-fulfilling prophecy. It was only a matter of time.
"I'm dying, Jim. I know it."
He didn't say anything, for I think he knew it too.
"Promise me,"
she said. Her voice was weak, raspy. "Anything," he said, still stroking her hair. For a moment, as she strained to look toward Brad Owens, who was sitting against the opposite wall, the acceptance and fear in her eyes changed to hatred.
"Don't let him eat me. I don't want some liberal bastard eating me. I can't die knowing some liberal sack of shit lived another day because of me."
She wanted to say more, but another wave of pain shot through her gut, and she let out a choked scream. "She's delirious," Jim said to me. But when he put his hand back on her face and pushed the hair out of her face, she was dead. "Sandra?" Brad said. "Sandra, no, baby, no." He lifted her head and cradled it in his lap. rocking her corpse gently, like a child he was trying to put to sleep. An hour or so later, Brad came over to him with a piece of metal from one of the seats that we'd been using to carve meat off of our friends. "It's time," he said. "Fuck off," Jim said. "You're not touching her." "Jim," Brad said, "please don't do this. We have to survive. She didn't want a sorry sack of shit like you touching her. No worthless Democrat is going to touch her. I've as much a right to her corpse as you do." "Like hell." I knew it was going to happen even before they lunged at each other. Jim knocked the blade from Brad's hand, and the next instant they were rolling around on the ground, their hands at each other's throats. I took complete notes of what happened during the fight. But I guess that really doesn't matter now. The end result was that they strangled each other. Democrat and Republican. Neither would quit until they'd snuffed the life out of the other. And now they were both dead. So I sat there, the only member of the young Americans left alive. And a short while later, I picked up the blade and started eating. I was rescued by the Chinese army a week later. They hadn't planned on finding me there. They hadn't planned on finding anyone alive, I don't think. Someone told me they were looking for the train, that they had spotted it from the air and went in to retrieve it because they needed it to deliver troops across the country. The zombie apocalypse, they told me, had been contained. For the most part. A few pockets of zombies remained, but those were being taken care of. I was lucky to be alive, they told me. But I could tell they didn't think much of me for it. The first soldiers to board the train had taken one look at me and at the pile of bones surrounding me, and had turned their heads to vomit. News of what had happened went ahead of me. The Chinese army put me on a cargo ship and sent me back to the States. The ship's crews seemed to already know everything about me. And that made mealtimes rough. As soon as I went into the mess hall, the others would get up to leave. No one, it seemed, could stomach watching me eat. No one, it seemed, even back in the States, could watch me eat. Live with that long enough, and it hardens you. That's why I live here, on this farm in Georgia, where I grow my own food and raise my own livestock. I live alone, and I like it just fine. That way, there's nobody to turn up their nose if I like to eat the occasional steak, raw. Besides, it's nobody's business but mine. This is still the goddamned US of A, for Christ's sake. Jimmy Finder and the Rise of the Temple Knots. 1. "Is that your experiment?" Captain Fisher asked. The infantry captain gestured toward the boy on the other side of the one-way glass. From the look on Fisher's face, it was obvious he didn't think much of the kid. He certainly didn't see humanity's greatest hope in the war against the zombies. What he saw was a mop-haired runt, too skinny, too short, too awkward, about as far from a soldier as one could hope to find. "His name is Jimmy Finder," Dr. David Knopf replied. "I try not to refer to him as my experiment." "Finder? You're kidding. That can't be his real name, can it?" Knopf smiled amiably enough, but inside he was holding on to his patience with both hands. It was always the same with these military men, their smug, condescending abuse and smirks of disdain whenever they were confronted with something that challenged the conventional wisdom of the battlefield. "James is all we were able to learn from him," Knopf admitted. "We started calling him Finder after his abilities became apparent." Fisher shook his head. "Frankly, Doctor, I think this is all a load of crap. You should probably know that from the start." Knopf's expression carefully masked his frustration. It wouldn't do any good to alienate the military now that they'd finally agreed to let him demonstrate Jimmy's talents in the field. It had only taken 12 long years. "That's all right, Captain. I'm used to skepticism.
It's a wonder you still bothered trying.
You bastard, Knopf thought. Fisher was really trying to bait him.
I believe in what we're doing here, Captain. I wouldn't have put 12 years of my life into this project if I didn't. That boy in there is going to save lives and help us turn the corner on this war.
Knopf, afraid he was about to say something he'd regret, turned his attention on Jimmy, and a familiar mix of pity and pride rose up in him. 12 years earlier, a contingent of warbots discovered the boy wandering the hills above the nearby town of Mill Valley, Ohio. The provisional government gave him to Knopf's weapons research team, with orders that they find out how a 2-year-old toddler had managed to survive an entire summer right under the noses of 10,000 zombies. It had taken Knopf 3 years to discover the answer. It took another 9 before anybody in the military's high command would take him seriously enough to let him prove it. But he did find the truth.
You really believe that kid in there has psychic powers?
That's not exactly what he does, Knopf said. He's not a psychic. He doesn't predict the future or read minds. None of that gypsy fortune-teller stuff. Think of him as a sort of bloodhound that we've trained to sniff out zombies. Fisher was staring at him, his expression inscrutable.
Look, Knopf went on. You're familiar with the morphic field theory, right? The idea that zombies move in large groups because their brains are linked by a neuroelectric field in the reptilian core of their brains. Jimmy can pick up on that morphic field. I've heard the theory, Doctor. I've also heard a lot of respectable scientists say that it's a bunch of rubbish.
It's not rubbish, Captain. You've probably experienced it yourself. Ever felt somebody staring at you from across the room? Or have you ever thought of somebody completely out of the blue, and then moments later they call you on the phone? Ever watched a large flock of birds change direction without running into each other? How about watched a school of fish? Same thing. It's not rubbish. It's a documented fact. And it's what allows Jimmy to do what he does. Think of how helpful that would be on the battlefield. Think of the tactical advantage you'd have if you knew where your enemy was all the time.
Anybody can find a zombie, Doctor. Just go outside the walls and make a lot of noise. You'll find plenty in no time.
The military, Knopf thought. Such fools. They couldn't even come up with new jokes, much less open their minds to new possibilities. It was no wonder they were getting their butts handed to them on the battlefield. And if Captain Fisher was any indication of the kind of officer the High Command was turning out, the future looked bleak indeed.
Yes, Knopf said. But the trick, as I'm sure they taught you in your officer training school, is to find the enemy before they find you. Wouldn't you agree?
We already have sensors, Doctor. The robots can detect zombies with an 86% accuracy rate. In my opinion, that's
hardly an acceptable margin of error, Knopf said, shaking his head. Not when lives are on the line. And 86% is nothing compared to what Jimmy's capable of. Wait until we arrive in Mill Valley, Captain. Your robots claim to have cleared the town of every last zombie. What will happen if that boy in there is able to lead us to even one zombie? What will you say then?
It'll never happen.
All I ask is for you to keep an open mind, Captain, Knopf said.
You're asking me to believe in mumbo-jumbo, Doctor. I prefer to put my faith in robots and bullets.
Knopf glanced over at Jimmy. The boy was tossing in his sleep. Nerves, probably. Or bad dreams. Poor kid. Sleep was usually the only time his mind got any rest. The only time he could turn off his gift.
Just you wait, Captain. Tomorrow, that boy's going to make a believer out of you.
2.
All stop!
Fisher shouted. The expedition ground to a halt. They'd been walking for hours, and the clattering and clanking and whirring of a full company of robots had made a tremendous racket that even now, in the sudden silence that followed the captain's command, continued to ring in Jimmy Finder's ears. But the ringing only lasted a moment. Once the racket faded, the pulsing images of the dead flooded back into his brain. The town was definitely not clear. He could sense hundreds of pulses going off all around him, like he was standing in the middle of a huge orchestra made of nothing but big bass drums, all of them pounding out a violent and relentless and tuneless rhythm. He groaned in misery, wanting only to curl up in his hammock and fall asleep. Going outside like this, with nothing to shield him from all these morphic pulses, was crippling. Dr. Knopf had tried to teach him a few tricks to get rid of the pain, like focusing on a single thought presence and letting everything else fall away. But most of the tricks were too hard to do outside of the lab. And right now, he could barely open his eyes, his head hurt so badly. "I can't do this," he thought. "James!" Jimmy stiffened in alarm. He looked around, uncertain who was talking to him. He was surrounded by troop bots. They had no faces, only curved, featureless metal plates that they turned toward their human masters whenever they needed to speak or were spoken to. But none of them were looking at him now. They stood like statues, tall and mute in the settling dust and gloom of evening. And there were no humans anywhere around him. Dr. Knopf and the soldiers had moved to the shade of the portico of a deserted gas station, talking in hushed tones. Knopf wasn't even looking in his direction. "It is you, isn't it? My God, how long I've waited." That time the voice was so strong it caused his eyes to fly open wide. The hairs on the back of his neck were standing on end, as though from static electricity. He could feel the blood rush to his head. He was dizzy, his cheeks flushed with an uncomfortable heat. It wasn't just a voice, he realized, but a thought with weight, with forces behind it. The sensation didn't last long, though. The dizziness faded. A cold sweat replaced the heat on his cheeks. He had a very real, almost tangible sense of the contact fading. The next instant, all trace of the link— yes, that was it. It had been a link, he felt, like another mind wrapping its grip around his mind. Echoed away, leaving him confused and feeling somehow vulnerable. Again he looked around. No one was paying him any attention. He cocked his head to one side, trying to make sense of what he had just felt. Dr. Knopf had always said his power was of a class known as remote viewing. He could sense zombies, locate them with a degree of precision the machines couldn't even begin to approach. But only that. He had never heard voices before. Thought speech was out of the range of his abilities, much as people were unable to hear the high-pitched tones of a dog whistle. And for that, Jimmy was supposed to be thankful. Dr. Knopf had told him so. And his own short excursions outside the lab had backed that up. It was hard enough holding on to his sanity while sensing the morphic fields that emanated from the dead. If he could hear the thoughts of the living as well. But then, what was happening to him? Was this something new? The expedition had stopped on a hill road above the little town of Mill Valley. Jimmy walked through the perfectly ordered rows of troop bots and continued on until he was well out in front of the rest of the expedition. From here, he could look down on the whole expanse of the ruined town. The mind voice was coming from somewhere down there, under the rubble. Cautiously, one small bit at a time, he opened his mind and searched the ruins. This always hurt, even in the controlled circumstances of the laboratory. But he was curious. Gritting his teeth, he sent out a thought.
Who are you? How do you know my name?
Jimmy waited, his mind open and unguarded.
Who are you?
But there was nothing. Not even the morphic pulsing of a zombie's brain. The evening gloom settling over the town was like a burial shroud, silent and unfathomably deep. Was it any wonder it frightened him so? 3. Why won't you answer me? The mind voice slashed like a knife through Jimmy's sleep. He flinched awake, eyes shooting open in panic. His breaths were coming in fast, shallow gulps, his body soaked with sweat.
Please stop. Oh God, please stop, you're hurting me.
He sent the thought out in desperation. His head felt like it was about to split open, like there was a crazy little man inside there going to town with a hatchet on his brain.
I need help. I need help now.
Jimmy gasped. The pain was coming in waves now. He gritted his teeth against it, tensing the muscles in his temples, and surprisingly, that helped a little. The pain started to ebb away.
Who are you?
But there was no need to ask the question. For now that the pain was no longer tearing him apart, Jimmy knew. The mind voice belonged to his father.
Yes, James. It's me. Oh, thank God you've come. They told me you were dead.
Jimmy dropped out of the hammock he'd slung between the gas pumps of the abandoned gas station and staggered numbly toward the moonlit road, where the robots stood in silent, perfectly ordered rows.
They told me you were dead. Do I sound dead to you? James, come to me. I need help.
Nodding slowly, transfixed by the mind voice pulling him toward the town, Jimmy began to walk. 4. The silence hanging over the town was massive. Jimmy could feel it like a presence, vast and powerful, full of menace. Many people had died here. In the 4 days since the army retook the town, the birds and the rats had descended on the corpses that were still heaped in the gutters, and had begun to feast. The carrion feeders watched him silently as he passed, their eyes gleaming yellow and full of hate, their bodies wet with gore.
So many dead,
Jimmy thought.
Such a terrible waste.
Instinctively, he found himself emptying his mind, measuring his breathing, the way Dr. Knopf had taught him, so that he could stay calm when facing the horror of a badly decomposed zombie. But not even Dr. Knopf's calming lessons prepared him for the horror of this place. The fighting here must have been intense. Besides the bodies and the carrion feeders, hardly a wall was free of bullet holes. A few of the buildings had been reduced to rubble. Many more were burned to blackened skeletons. And no matter where he looked, no matter what road he took, the silence was everywhere.
Daddy? Which way?
Daddy. That word stopped him, and he couldn't help but smile. It sounded funny to him. He'd spent his entire life an orphan, the subject of countless stupid tests, trying to justify what he did for people who seemed only interested in mocking him and treating him like a freak. And now he was calling for his daddy. The military men already thought of him as a runt. He knew that. What would they think of him now? They'd call him pathetic, or worse. But what did they know? They weren't orphans. They hadn't walked in his shoes, cried his tears, felt the kind of heartsick loneliness that carried him off to sleep each night. Screw them. So what if he walked around the world calling for his daddy? What did they know about it? Feeling mean, feeling bitter, Jimmy wandered the ruins, searching for a way down under the town. He sent out his mind voice constantly, trying to get his father to answer. but he never felt anything more than a curious tickling sensation at the base of his skull. Even as he opened up more and more, out of desperation, there was nothing but the town's foreboding silence. And then he found it. A way down. He had turned down an alleyway because he sensed it was the right way to go, and that same feeling had led him to a half-hidden flight of stairs. They terminated in a rusted metal doorway marked, "Mill Valley Water Authority. Authorized personnel only." This was it. The hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Trust your instincts," Knopf had told him. Well, he had trusted his instincts, and they led right where he wanted to go. Then Jimmy wriggled the knob. Locked, damn it. He rammed it with his shoulder and only managed to hurt himself. Out of frustration, he picked up a piece of rebar from the sidewalk and banged on the knob until it snapped off. The hinges groaned as the door fell open. Leaning forward, he peered into the darkness, gagging on the noisome stench of sewage coming up from the levels below. Jimmy opened his mind, intending to find his father's mind voice, but instead was hit by something else. "Do not go down there." "What?" Jimmy said. As before, he looked around, because this voice was different from his father's. It seemed to be someone talking to him, but he was alone. A sheet of newspaper carried by a breeze drifted down the empty street. Nothing else moved. "Who's talking?" Jimmy asked. "If you go down there, you will die." "Tell me who you are," Jimmy insisted. "This is COM 6. State your designation." "My designation? Why, I'm Jimmy." He shook his head, trying to make sense of the sensation the voice was causing in his ears. It wasn't a voice, not exactly. It was a mind voice, like his father's, but very different. Where his father's voice was a spike trying to hammer its way into his brain, this voice was like insects buzzing around in his head. And yet it was just as clear, just as insistent as his father's. Only it was soothing somehow, not at all harsh. "What's a COM 6? "I am COM 6. "Yeah, but what does that mean? Who are you? How come you can talk to me?" "I am a combot. I directed the robots that fought to retake this town. I was damaged. I was left behind." "I've never heard of a combot. And you don't sound like any robot I've ever heard of." "I am not like other robots. I am a combot. I am sentient." "Sentient? What's that mean?" "It means that I am aware of my own presence. I know there is a me and a you, and that we are different from each other. I can think." "Can't other robots do that, like warbots?" "Not like I do. Warbots have adaptive programming. They have built-in algorithms that allow them to interpret their environment within a narrow variety of pre-programmed ways. I do not have those limitations. My thinking is based on non-linear models, more like your own." "I've never heard of robots being able to do stuff like that." "I was an experiment." Jimmy laughed. "Uh-huh. You and me both." "Why do you laugh? You are in danger. Do not go into the sewers. There are many zombies down there still." "I don't sense any." "Usually I can sense the zombies. That's what I do." "Perhaps the lead residue is blocking you." "I don't get blocked. My sensors aren't like yours. And besides, my dad's down there." A pause. "There are only zombies down below." "Yeah?" "Yes." "Well, I guess we'll see about that, won't we?" 5. The ground shook beneath the warbot's weight, To Knopf, it looked like some grossly deformed Tyrannosaurus rex, a tank on two monstrously thick mechanical legs. It advanced down the rubble-strewn ruins of Oak Street and stopped in front of Fisher, bowing its enormous head down to eye level with the captain in a whir of servos and pneumatic sighs. "We have searched the town, sir. The sensors do not register the boy or his ankle monitor." "Yeah, well, he didn't go somewhere else. He's here." A pause. "What are your orders, sir?" "Find him." "We have scanned everywhere, sir." "You haven't scanned where he's at. Scan again. I'll tell you when to stop." "Yes, sir." The warbot left to resume its search. "Trouble?" Knopf asked to the young captain's back. "It's all the lead dust," Fisher said, turning on him. The captain adjusted the surgical mask he wore, clearly frustrated with it. Mill Valley's smelting factory had been destroyed during the fight to retake the town, and it scattered lead particulates and aerosolized bits of brick all over everything. The masks were uncomfortable, tending as they did to trap sweat at the corners of the mouth, making the wearer feel like they were constantly drooling. But they were absolutely necessary. No one wanted to breathe in that stuff, especially because the robots kicked so much of it up into the air. "It's playing havoc with the robots. Everything from their sensors to their servos. It's no wonder we lost so many robots in the fight." "Or that you misstated the presence of zombies here." "You have no basis to support that comment, Doctor." "Fair enough," Knopf thought, and nodded. They had already looked over a good part of the town, and even now the troop bots were sifting through buildings and overgrown lots, continuing the search. But even with the robots tirelessly performing their duties, Knopf couldn't help but feel frustrated. He'd grown used to Jimmy's precise directions, his ability to describe exactly where a zombie was hidden. And the waiting and the uncertainty of doing it the military's way was maddening. Before Jimmy, everyone believed the zombies were nothing more than dead meat husks. Beyond a few weak electrical impulses in the reptilian core of their brains, which generated the morphic fields that allowed them to find each other and to move around searching for living brains, the zombies were thought to have no neurological function whatsoever. Certainly they retained no sense of self, no memories, no desires. They possessed only an insatiable need to feed on living tissue. Most scientists stopped short, however, of accepting Knopf's ideas of morphic fields. That was until Jimmy came along. Knopf remembered asking him once how he did it, what it felt like to sense a dead man's mind. "It hurts," Jimmy had said. "Beyond that, it's hard to describe." But then, several months later, on a foggy morning in early May, the two of them had taken a walk outside the lab, and through the dense screen of fog, they'd seen sentries up on the walls, picking their way with flashlights, the beams muted but distinct in the sodden air. Jimmy had stopped and stared. Knopf continued walking for a few steps, and then turned back to see what was wrong. "That right there," Jimmy said, pointing at the flashlight beams bobbing on the wall. "That's what it looks like in my head." "When you sense the zombies, you mean?" "Yeah, it looks like that. Like flashlight beams in the fog. Only the light feels like a current, you know? Like the way you can feel water moving over your skin. Or how you can sense static electricity when it makes the hairs stand up on your arms." The description had impressed Knopf. Little moments like that had brought them closer together. And if he wasn't exactly a father to Jimmy, he imagined he at least qualified as a benevolent uncle. "If the boy's around here, we'll find him," Fisher said. Knopf realized he'd been drifting. He glanced at Fisher, a vacant look on his face. "Doctor, did you hear me? I said we'll find him." Knopf nodded. "Why do you suppose he ran off?" "I don't know," Knopf answered truthfully.
It hurts his head terribly to be out of the laboratory like this. There's so much mind noise."
The captain rolled his eyes. "Well, if he can't handle the heat, sounds like he needs to get out of the kitchen." Knopf looked at him in surprise. It was a cruel thing to say, even for Fisher. But what did Fisher know, anyway? He was too young to remember a world before the zombies. All his adult life had been spent in the army. Fisher knew soldiering and little else. It may have made him an impressive man, commanding and resourceful beyond his years, but it hadn't taught him compassion. Knopf, though, remembered the world as it had been. He remembered eating a meal without having to glance over his shoulder. He remembered not having to sleep in shifts, a weapon always at the ready. He remembered his wife and his little boy. Knopf remembered being human, something he doubted Fisher could lay any claim to. But perhaps more important, Fisher wasn't a father. He couldn't speak to the world of a child. Sure, he had been a child, but he hadn't also been a parent. What did he know of the pain, the fear, the joy that came with raising a child? As a soldier, he claimed to be fighting the most important war humanity had ever fought, a war for the survival of the species. And yet, he had no direct emotional stake in its survival. It was just an academic proposition for him. Human lives were simply numbers for him, pieces to be moved around a game board, little different from the robots under his command. Knopf had essentially raised Jimmy. The boy had been handed off to him less than a month after Knopf's own son had died at the hands of the zombie horde, and Knopf, wounded to his core, had at first held the screaming toddler at a disdainful and resentful distance. He had looked at the scrawny, screaming brat, and all he'd been able to think about was himself, standing in the middle of a road at the crest of a hill, looking down on the base housing where he'd lived with his wife and child, zombies streaming out of the bungalow, blood covering their faces and chests like bibs. And the resentment had grown to an intense hatred. But that hatred softened by degrees. For several years, Jimmy had been unable to do anything but cower in a corner, screaming and yelling any time anybody got remotely close to him. Only gradually, through repeated effort and 1,000 small acts of kindness, had Knopf managed to lure the boy out of the shadows. It was longer still before the boy would sleep anywhere but under the cot in Knopf's office. And across the gulf of those years, the two of them had healed each other. They'd learned to trust one another. Neither was emotionally seaworthy, not yet anyway, but together they were getting close. And now this, the boy missing. 6. Jimmy stopped at the top of a rickety metal staircase, waiting for his eyes to adjust to the darkness. Farther on ahead he could see what looked like a glowing blue slime coating the handrails and parts of the walls. The glow was faint, but it provided enough light to give him a sense of the curved, tiled tunnel around him. The stairs shook and groaned beneath his weight, moving with every step. And he was almost to the bottom when the metal suddenly snapped and gave way, dropping him into the muck on the bottom level. He barely managed to roll out of the way as the structure crashed down around him. Afterwards, surrounded by tangled pieces of rusting metal, he sat there blinking up at the ruined staircase, looking like the exoskeleton of some giant, malformed insect up there. Grunting, he sat up. The room in which he found himself was a horror. There were rotting bodies everywhere. Arms and legs and ropes of intestines hung from rusted piles of equipment, and the place smelled powerfully bad. Worse even than the zombies Dr. Knopf occasionally brought into the lab for Jimmy to practice with. Something moved beside him, and Jimmy turned, only to find himself nose to nose with a zombie. Its face was dripping with blood and sewage, eyes opaque like cataracts, yet at the same time intensely alive with hunger and violence. The skin around its mouth was ripped and shredded, exposing its blood-blackened teeth so that it almost seemed to be grinning at him. Jimmy screamed, backpedaling as fast as he could go. The zombie stayed where it was. It sniffed the air. It opened its mouth, almost as though to taste what it smelled, but instead let out an aching moan. The next instant, it scrambled after him. Still scrambling, Jimmy tripped and landed in a mass of arms and legs. He jumped to his feet, only to realize a moment later that the arms wrapping around him belonged to a docbot, the cord tightening around his knees, the shoulder sling from the docbot's medpack. The zombie was coming closer, clawing its way over the wreckage of robots and dead bodies. Jimmy looked around for a way out, but there was none. He was standing at the apex of a curving tunnel, both directions extending off into darkness that could hide anything. But he did have the medpack. Those things were heavy. Jimmy had seen them used back at the lab. Carrying one was like lugging around a bag of bricks, and they'd make a good weapon. He tugged at the shoulder strap until the pack came loose from the muck. By that point, the zombie was almost on him. Jimmy stumbled backwards and at the same time swung the pack with both hands, smashing it against the zombie's jaw with a satisfying crunch of broken bone. The zombie went sprawling backwards into the sewage and rotting bodies, landing in a twisted heap. Jimmy didn't wait to see if it would get back up. He turned to run. No! Jimmy slowed, but didn't stop. That was Com 6's voice. I have to get out of here! No, there is no time to run. Hide, right now. Where? Under the robot. Now, before the zombie gets up. Jimmy dropped to the floor, crawling under the wrecked bodies and robots, and pulled the docbot whose medpack he had just used over on top of him. Be very still. It was good advice. During the many experiments Dr. Knopf had put him through, Jimmy had learned that the zombie's morphic field acuity was imperfect at best. Certainly not as strong or as finely tuned as his. If a person remained very still and was able to clear his thoughts, a passing zombie would think them no different from a lamppost or a mailbox or any of the other inanimate objects that populated the world. Through a hole in the docbot's damaged skull, Jimmy watched the zombie slowly scan the ruined figures at its feet. Flies swarmed around its head. Filthy water dripped from its beard. It turned its mangled face left, then right, and then walked off down the darkness of the receding tunnel. Jimmy listened as the sounds of its splashing grew faint. Then he slowly climbed out from under the docbot. You must find a way out. There are many zombies down here. You must leave. Jimmy shook his head. I can't. My father's down here. You will not leave? I can't. Your decision is unwise. But if you must stay, you should have a weapon. Jimmy huffed at that one. Thanks. That's great advice. I'll remember to bring one next time I'm crawling through a zombie-infested sewer. I can lead you to a weapon. Jimmy stopped. You can? 116 feet to your left, you will find a small room. One of the soldiers who died retaking this town is still there. He is a zombie now, but his corpse still carries a weapon. Go now. Move quickly. He made his way down to the room Com 6 had told him about, noticing as he went how the luminescent scum on the walls seemed to be thickest at the waterline. Where's this light coming from? When the army realized they would have to fight down here, they seeded the sewer water with bioluminescent algae.
It cleans the water and glows with the light you see. Eventually, the water in these sewers will be clean enough for human use.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
The room you need is on your left. Careful now. The zombie will attack when he sees you.
Jimmy stepped into the room. There were several pieces of metal tubing at his feet, old rusted pipes that had fallen from the ceiling. He picked one of them up, tested its heft, and decided it would work. The zombie COM-6 had warned him about was on the far side of the room. As Jimmy watched, it pawed at the wall, scratching uselessly at the mold-covered stone wall, its fingernails long since ripped from the tips of its fingers. Then, Jimmy noticed that the thing had no legs. From the waist down, there was nothing but ropes of viscera and blackened shards of bone protruding from the torso. His stomach rose into his throat, and he coughed. The sound got the zombie's attention. It turned its head sharply, and an urgent, hungry moan rose up from its rotting throat.
Move quickly. Do not let it make noise.
The zombie pulled itself toward Jimmy with its ruined fingers, its moaning growing more insistent, more desperate. "Right," Jimmy muttered. He stepped into the room with a metal pipe in both hands, raised high above his head. The zombie held its broken fingers up toward him, trying to grab him. But Jimmy was quicker. He sidestepped the zombie's hand and brought the pipe down as hard as he could. Jimmy had never killed a zombie before, and he was surprised and sickened by how easy it was. 3 quick strokes, and the back of the thing's head was pulverized into a ruined mess of blood, hair, and bone. It took a moment for his mind to break through the adrenaline rush. "I did it. Oh, God, I think I'm going to puke."
The weapon is against the far wall.
"Huh?"
The weapon. Take it now.
Feeling dizzy, light-headed, Jimmy scanned the far wall. The weapon was in a leather gun belt wrapped around the zombie's severed hips and legs.
You must move quickly. The zombies have heard you. They are approaching.
He had to peel the gun belt off the corpse's bloody hips. It made a sucking sound as he pulled it free. "This is so gross. I don't know if I can—"
Hurry!
He worked the buckle open, then wrapped it around his own waist and pulled it as tight as it would go. Jimmy moved his hips back and forth. The gun belt was still loose, but it didn't fall off, and that was something at least. "Okay, I've got the gun. Which way do I go now?" Nothing. Jimmy opened his mind a little more. "COM-6, you there? Which way do I go?" But the combot's voice was gone. There was nothing but the echoes of water dripping from the ceiling somewhere down the tunnel. And from farther on, barely audible, came the faint moaning of the living dead. "Well," he thought, pulling the pistol, "here goes nothing." And he stepped out into the tunnel. 7. With only the faint blue light from the algae growing on the walls to guide him, Jimmy headed deeper into the sewers. The water was up to his knees, and every step made a splash that echoed a long way down the tunnels. He tried to reach out with his mind and sense the zombies that COM-6 had told him were down here. But in his mind, he saw nothing but a gray, depthless fog. For the first time in his life, he realized, his mind was a quiet place. It might have felt good if he wasn't so scared, and so unsure of himself. "What are you doing down here?" he asked himself. Dr. Knopf had told him bunches of times that his parents were dead. He'd accepted that a long time ago. And didn't he have his own memories from the night the dead overran this town? They were vague, cloudy memories, but they were there. He remembered a room with dark-colored carpet and walls of wood paneling. He remembered a striped couch and a big chair that his infantile mind understood as Daddy's chair. He remembered his mom, the source of kindness and nourishment and safety. She smelled like comfort, like goodness. At least that was the way she smelled in his memories. But the next instant, she'd gone wild with fear. And he remembered his father. Not his father's face, but the anger in the man's voice. Daddy, the protector, the violent one, driving his shoulder into the door, yelling at his mother to take the boy and go, go, go. The room filled with smoke, seeping under the door, crawling in through the windows. The memory broke apart with the first tinges of smoke. From there, all he remembered were broken images, crazy things, more screaming, and zombies reaching for him everywhere he turned. He remembered getting separated from his parents, his mother's cries echoing away into nothingness in the smoke that was filling the house where they lived. And then, when he realized he was alone, that his parents were gone, some kind of light had turned on inside his head. Through the smoke, through the screams, he could sort of see the bad people trying to hurt him. They glowed in the smoke, shimmering like flashlight beams, except that the light carried with it a bad... Was it a smell? That was the only way his mind had been able to frame the sensation. Their minds smelled bad. The light that came from them was bad. They wanted to hurt him. He'd taken that knowledge, and he had... What? He didn't know what he'd done from there. He had gone walking, he supposed. The next thing he could remember for sure was sleeping on the cot in Dr. Knopf's office, crying himself to sleep. Sometimes Dr. Knopf would read from a book about a big rabbit and a little rabbit, and the big rabbit saying, "This is how much I love you." He remembered sometimes Dr. Knopf would cry when he read the book, and how the man's tears and the choking sob in his voice had scared him for some reason he couldn't quite understand. And he remembered grabbing Dr. Knopf's leg in a stranglehold whenever the military men came by to ask questions and laugh at the answers they got. Ah, yes, Dr. Knopf. There was the other problem of Jimmy's life. For several years now, he'd understood what he meant to the high command. He was an experiment, an asset. They talked about him the same way they talked about programming groups for warbots, or pallets of ammunition, or the shifting lines in the sand that divided the living from the dead. Only Dr. Knopf thought of him as Jimmy, and that what was making things so hard. Dr. Knopf was as close to a parent as Jimmy had ever really known. But he wasn't the ideal parent that Jimmy always imagined his real parents would have been. He was distant. He could be cold. Sometimes he could be harsh, even cruel when Jimmy failed to cooperate. Dr. Knopf was the one who made the rules, and Jimmy hated him for that. He had many memories of the two of them screaming at each other, Jimmy calling Knopf the meanest man he'd ever met, and Knopf so angry his fists trembled with rage, making harsh declarative statements that made Jimmy shrink into himself. Things like, "I don't care what you think. I just care that you do what I say." Or, "Nobody asked your opinion. Just do what I tell you. Why can't you get that through your head?" Or, "I'm sorry. I just want you to be happy, Jimmy. Please do this for me. This one last test. Finish this and we can get some dinner. I'll do the macaroni and cheese you like so much." It was the occasional kindness that made things so confusing. There were times when Knopf actually felt like a father to him, and he was sure Knopf felt the same. Why, then, did they always pull away from each other in the end? Why did the rare moments of closeness always end with a look of love fading from Knopf's face? and a terribly remote sadness invariably taking its place. The man was haunted by his memories. Jimmy knew that. But why did memory have to make things so hard? There were so many questions, and so few answers. But still you haven't asked the right question. Jimmy stopped. Daddy? Yes, James. What question? What did I forget to ask? How, James? How come you can sense the dead? Didn't you ever think to ask? When the military men were laughing at you, didn't it seem strange that you knew you were right? Yeah, I guess. Well, no, not really. I always felt like I was wrong. Because they weren't inside your head. They didn't know what you knew. But I do, James. And you know how I know? Jimmy shook his head, unable to articulate the thought aloud. I know, because I have the power too. It turned on the night the zombies came to Mill Valley, didn't it? Yes, Jimmy said breathlessly. Turned on was exactly how he had come to think of that night. Like somebody had just flipped a light switch inside his head. The same thing happened for me, James. My power to sense the zombies. It flipped on that very night. You mean like a light switch? Yes, exactly like that. Daddy? Yes? Why isn't it working now? The sight, I mean. Usually I can sense the zombies. I could sense them before I came down here. I don't know. It doesn't work down here for me either. That's how I got trapped. Now hurry, James. I need help. But Jimmy didn't move. Ahead of him was some kind of catwalk, another metal platform like the kind that had collapsed under his weight back at the entrance to the sewers. What's wrong? Why aren't you coming to me? Jimmy turned and looked behind him. The blue light from the algae didn't carry far. 20 or 30 feet down, and his visibility was gone, swallowed by the darkness. But something was down there. He could hear it splashing and moaning. James? He could see silhouettes down there now, bunches of them, coming toward him. Daddy? I think I'm in trouble. 8. Jimmy pulled his pistol just as the first zombie lumbered into view. As she came closer, the faint blue glow from the algae lit her ghastly features. It was a woman, or had been once. Her shoulder-length hair was matted now with blood and clods of mud. Her neck seemed unable to hold up the weight of her head, making her hair hang like a curtain in front of her face. The skin on her arms and neck was oozing with abscesses and open cuts that no longer bled. The clothes had been torn from her chest, and when she moved, black ribs showed where the flesh had been eaten away. She raised her gnarled hands and began to moan. There were more behind her. A lot more. Jimmy raised the huge pistol, holding it with a two-handed grip all children inside the walls were taught. He squeezed off a round, and the blast clapped over his ears like an enormous pair of hands, leaving him momentarily deaf and stunned. He didn't even realize the lead zombie had closed the distance between them until she put her filthy hands on him. But that was enough to get him moving. He ran for the platform he'd seen a few moments before, but stopped at the railing. The stairs leading down to the aqueduct must have collapsed during the fighting, for they lay in a broken, rusted heap 20 feet below him, where more zombies had gathered, attracted by his gunshot. The dead went into a frenzy when he appeared on the landing. "Oh God, oh God, oh God, Daddy, what do I do?" The woman with the black ribs was clutching the air between them. He could smell the rotten meat stench she carried with her. Even over the open sewage he could smell her. Another 3 steps and she'd be on him. "No!" he said, kicking at her. His heart was pounding painfully in his chest. "Stay back!" But zombies, of course, don't ever stay back. And Jimmy was forced to back up until he was pressed against the railing. It was then he knew what he had to do. He jumped. 9. Dr. Knopf stood in front of what was left of the Huntington movie theater, wiping the sweat from the back of his neck. Not even 10 o'clock yet, and already the sun was punishing him. He had never handled field work well, and now that he was getting on into middle age, he had even less patience for it. But he had to deal with it. At least this one last time. Jimmy was out here, somewhere, and he had to find him. But which way? To his left, the street was piled high with the rubble of collapsed buildings. To his right, the street was a silent canyon between windowless buildings. It would be easier to go that way, but just because it was easy was no guarantee that Jimmy had gone that way. The boy had survived here as a toddler because of his gift. Going not where the going was easiest, but where his senses told him it was safest. Avoid the zombies. That would have been his only concern. So which way was that? "Well, how about it, Dr. Knopf? Any ideas?" Knopf shifted his attention away from the crumbling buildings and looked at the young captain. Fisher's uniform was still crisp, his tie knot still regulation perfect. Despite all the walking they'd done in this god-awful heat, his gig line was straight as an arrow. The man didn't seem to know how to sweat. "He could be anywhere," Knopf said. "I suggest doing another sensor sweep." "We've done 8 sensor sweeps already, Doctor." "Are you sure the boy even went into town? Perhaps he ran back to the compound." God save me from idiots in uniform, Knopf thought. Yes, they'd done their sensor sweeps. But Fisher himself had admitted that the high concentrations of lead in the ground were playing havoc with their equipment. It was probably doing the same thing to Jimmy, though to what degree there was no way of knowing. He'd have to do further research. The only remedy was to keep running the sensor sweeps, keep tracking over the same ground. Eventually, they'd hit pay dirt. "He's here, Captain. I'm sure of that." Fisher said. "You have a special bond with the boy, I suppose." Knopf looked at him sharply. He didn't like the way that sounded, the nasty implication in the captain's tone. "What exactly is that supposed to mean, Captain?" Fisher raised his eyebrows, as though to feign ignorance. "Only that you raised him. It would be natural, I suppose, for you to learn how he thinks." Knopf didn't answer that. "You were given charge of the boy shortly after your own wife and son were killed. Isn't that right, Doctor? It would make sense that you'd invest extra effort to keep the boy close. Perhaps he filled some psychological hole in your head?" "That's pretty damn bold of you, Captain." "Perhaps. Perhaps not. You forget, Doctor, that I have an assignment as well. You were trying to get me to believe in magic. My job, if you'll pardon my French, is to make sure you aren't full of shit." And then it hit Knopf what was really going on here. What the captain was actually accusing him of. "Captain, are you suggesting that I faked more than a decade's worth of research just so that child could take the place of my own son? Is that really what you're suggesting?" Fisher shrugged. "You tell me," he said. "You're a bastard, Captain. A certifiable bastard." "Maybe, but that still doesn't answer my question." Knopf nearly hit him in the nose. He might have, too, if, at that moment, the street to his right hadn't erupted with yelling and gunfire. Knopf ducked his head, backing away from the commotion. "What the—" Fisher said. He was standing with arms akimbo, peering into the clouds of dust pouring down the street. The next instant, 2 troopers hurried out of the fog. A steadily retreating line of troop bots was right behind them, firing into the dust. One of the troopers, a soldier named Collins, hurried toward Fisher.
"Zombies, sir! A whole mess of them!"
"What the hell happened?"
"We were going building to building, searching the rubble. A couple of our troop bots found a door down to the sewer system, and when they opened it, they uncovered a whole nest of them things."
"How many?"
"Hard to tell, sir. 40, maybe 50. They overran our troop bots."
They could hear moaning now. A few of the approaching zombies were visible through the screen of dust. But from the volume of the moans, it was obvious there were many more behind them. "So much for the 86% accuracy of your sensors, Captain," said Knopf. "Guess you can never trust a zombie to play fair." "Don't start with me, Doctor." The next instant he was on the radio, calling for the warbots to converge on his location. Knopf felt their approach before he heard them. The tread of their Tyrannosaurus-sized legs sending shudders through the pavement. When the warbots entered the intersection, they turned immediately to the advancing horde of zombies. Their limited AI capability allowed them to process the scene and reach immediate conclusions about what had to be done. Without waiting for orders, they strode to the leading edge of the street, took up side-by-side positions, and opened fire into the approaching horde, mowing down the zombies beneath a hail of automatic weapons fire. To Knopf, it seemed the shooting went on forever, and when the dust finally settled, the rattle of the guns still rang in his ears. But the street was still. Nothing moved. One of the warbots turned to Captain Fisher.
"What are your orders, sir?"
Fisher looked mad enough to spit. He glared at Knopf before turning back to his robots.
"Another sensor sweep," he growled. "Find that kid!"
10. As he went over the edge, Jimmy saw a crowd of zombies lunging for him. Their ruined faces and bloody hands loomed large in his sight, and for a terrifying moment he thought he was going to be shredded alive before he hit the water. But when he landed in the sewer channel, he kept his head under the water and started thrashing for the far side of the channel. The water was black as ink, and he couldn't see where he was going. He pushed and pulled his way through a forest of legs, even as their hands groped at his back. One of them managed to get a grip on the collar of his shirt. Jimmy twisted away, breaking the zombie's fingers, but still it held on. He swatted at their hands and kicked whenever he could, and somehow managed to reach the stone ledge on the far side of the channel. They stayed on him, though. He saw a rotten wooden pallet leaning against the wall under the ledge and climbed on top of it. The ledge was another 5 feet or so above that, and he jumped for it, hooking his elbows over the edge so he had enough support to pull himself up. He kicked at the smooth cement wall below him, his toes sliding on the algae that grew there, while hands groped at his shoes.
"Get away!"
he yelled, pumping his legs with everything he had.
"Get away!"
And then he was up and over the edge, his full weight resting on the ledge. Jimmy rolled over onto his back and sobbed, his chest heaving. What was he going to do? There was no place to go. He rolled over on his side and stared down at the hungry crowd. Their hands were just a few inches below the ledge, their moans reaching a frenzied intensity. He knew he should keep moving, but the panic and adrenaline that had helped him climb had left him numb, and all he could do now was stare with glassy eyes at the hands clutching for him. "You must go. You must leave." Jimmy blinked. The combot again.
"How am I supposed to do that? There's nowhere to go."
"Stand up. I will help."
"What are you going to do?"
"Stand up." With a strange, disconnected feeling, almost like he was dreaming this, Jimmy rose to his feet. The ceiling was arched, and this close to the wall he had to bend over slightly to keep from banging his head. It made him feel like a diver looking over the edge of a cliff. Staring straight down into the ravenous horde brought a wave of nausea over him, and he groaned.
"What now?"
"You must move to your left. 80 feet down that tunnel, you will find a large platform. Go there."
"That's your plan? What am I supposed to do when I get there?"
"There is a functioning warbot there. It will protect you. Go now. You must move quickly." The combot wasn't kidding, Jimmy thought. One of the zombies in the front had fallen against the wall, pushed down by the weight of the horde behind it, and its fellows were now ramping up its back. A zombie in some kind of uniform was pulling itself up onto the ledge. The zombie's lower jaw was almost completely gone, like it had been torn off, or shot off. Maggots swarmed in the rotting flesh where its chin and cheeks had been.
"No,"
Jimmy muttered, shaking his head. "You must move quickly." Slowly, inching carefully along the narrow concrete ledge, hands grasping at his feet, Jimmy made his way to a corner up ahead. The zombies matched him step for step, their moans echoing horribly off the walls and quickening his pulse.
"How am I supposed to get down from here? They're following me."
"Round the corner. You will see." And when he reached the corner, he did see. Immediately below him was a railing that went across the channel. It wasn't high enough to keep the zombies at bay forever, but it was high enough to give him a chance at escape.
"Yes," he thought. "That's how I'm going to do it."
He jumped into the water. The zombies stuck their hands through the railing, but he was already out of reach and running for the platform.
"Right where you said it'd be."
"They are coming. You must move quickly." Jimmy looked back over his shoulder and saw once again that the combot was correct. Already the zombies had tipped the railing forward and were scrambling over it. He had maybe a 30-foot lead on them. He closed the last few feet to the platform and rounded the corner. A sudden, intensely white light flooded his vision, momentarily blinding him. "You are human," a robotic voice said. It took a moment for the purple blotches to clear from Jimmy's sight. When they did, he saw a badly damaged warbot trying to stand on its Tyrannosaurus legs. But something was wrong. One of its legs wouldn't work. Its status lights blinked and flickered. It stumbled forward and then sagged to the ground, the spotlight on its shoulder lighting up the carnage at its feet. The ground was covered with rotting corpses. Fear gripped him anew. He had gambled on the combot's instructions, and this was where it had led him. To an abandoned sewer platform and no way out. "Zombies," the warbot said, raising a .50 caliber machine gun. "Human, you must take cover at the rear of the platform. Move quickly." Jimmy heard moaning behind him. That was all it took. He ran forward, scrambling over badly decomposed bodies, too frightened to allow the gore into which his fingers were sinking to slow him down. The shooting started a moment later. Jimmy reached the back wall, turned, and saw a zombie's head and shoulders atomized by a 3-round burst from the warbot's guns. But every zombie shot as it rounded the corner was replaced by more, and soon the warbot's gun was blazing in one continuous stream. But it wasn't enough. The dead kept coming, pouring around the corner faster than the warbot's gun could put them down. Jimmy, who was so exhausted he could barely move, pushed himself up against the back wall of the platform. There was some kind of vehicle abandoned there, like a rail truck, only on rubber wheels. Its windshield had come loose and broken into 2 pieces. Jimmy pulled the bigger of the 2 over him and tried to shrink into the gore of ruined bodies below him. But it was only a matter of time. There were just too many of them. Jimmy's gaze found one zombie that was staring straight at him as it climbed over the pile of torn-up corpses. Its gaze never wavered. It had zeroed in on him and meant to have him. Jimmy braced himself for the attack. The zombie fell on top of him, moaning, pawing at the glass with its bloody hands. Jimmy screamed back at the thing, pushing back with everything he had. And then the zombie's head exploded. One moment it was pounding on the glass, smearing it with blood and sewage, and the next the glass was splashed with bits of bone and brain and clumps of bloody hair. The zombie's headless corpse sagged against the glass as Jimmy gaped in shocked silence. The sound of gunfire was gone. So, too, were the moans. "Human," the warbot said. "Human?" Jimmy had to tilt the glass like a ramp to roll the corpse away. And once it was off him, he could see the gun smoke lingering in the foul sewer air. "Human, they are gone. Please acknowledge." "I hear you," Jimmy said. He stood up and looked around. The far wall was dripping with fresh gore, and there were bodies piled high near the corner. How many? 40? More than that? Jimmy couldn't tell. He turned to the warbot. "Thanks," he said, because it was the only thing that came close to how he was feeling at the moment. "I cannot move. You must go. Gunfire will travel far in these tunnels. More zombies will come." "How many?" "Unknown. You must go." He watched the warbot as its status lights blinked and dimmed once again. The machine could not die, but if it had an equivalent, it was doing it now. Its lights were going out. It was then that a thought occurred to Jimmy. Something he had overheard once in the weapons lab. "Don't warbots usually work in teams?" he asked. "Where's your partner?" But the warbot didn't answer. Its status lights continued to fade, and as Jimmy watched, they went dark permanently. There was nothing else to do but leave. 11. Jimmy found the second warbot a few minutes later. He had returned to the main channel and was following it farther into the sewer system. There were more platforms here, lots of them, and other channels leading off in other directions. He had entered some kind of hub, he realized, the main part of the sewer system. What did you do? The zombies are all gone. For once, his father's mind voice didn't knife into his head. It was almost pleasant, in fact. Jimmy wasn't sure if it was the tone of surprised gratitude that softened it, or if he was just getting used to their thoughts passing back and forth. But either way, the pain was gone. Jimmy let his mind reach out to his father. "Daddy, where are you?" "I'm close, Jimmy. Keep coming. Around the next corner to your left." The fighting, Jimmy saw, must have been intense through here. He had seen plenty of rotting bodies along the way, and even more wrecked troop bots. But the carnage was especially bad through here. In some places he actually had to climb over the twisted, severed limbs of dead people and the faceless heads of downed robots rusting in the sewer water. And everywhere he turned there were bullet holes in the walls and the ceiling. Then he rounded the corner, and the smell of rot nearly knocked him over. What lay before him was a gallery of horrors. The room must have been some kind of staging area for large equipment before the fighting, for there were oversized sleds loaded down with machinery and portable pumps and generators scattered around the room. But those were only the backdrop for the carnage Jimmy saw. Corpses were piled 3 and 4 deep. Most were so badly decomposed they were unrecognizable, their bodies swollen and discolored, and swarming with flies and writhing worms. Others had been eaten, and what remained of their faces was twisted by pain that was frozen there like a picture. One man lay on his back atop a generator, his arms hanging limply off either side, his mouth open in an eternal scream, his torso ripped apart and emptied of its viscera so that he looked like the gaping belly of a canoe. Jimmy saw a dismembered foot here, an upturned hand there, the fingers curled up and inward like the legs of a dying crab. And standing in the middle of it all, a grotesque king presiding over his court, was his father. Jimmy's mouth fell open. The man could barely stand. His right arm had been chewed off just below the elbow, stringy lengths of sinew and shredded flesh hanging from the blackened wound. His neck, too, was open. Worms fed on the ruins of his throat. The green T-shirt he wore was stained with dried blood, and all Jimmy could read was the word Nationals in what had once been white lettering. And his face. Bits of skull showed through the holes in his forehead. His lips were gone, revealing the full horror of his blood-stained teeth. He leered at Jimmy, almost like he was grinning at him. Jimmy turned his head, the bile rising in his throat. "Jimmy, look at me." Slowly, uncertain for a moment that he would even be able to keep his feet, Jimmy straightened up. He faced the train wreck that had once been his father, and, running the back of his hand across his face, wiped the spit from his lips. "You lied to me. For a reason. I had to get you here. But you lied to me. You don't need to be frightened of me." Jimmy backed away, shaking his head. That was when Jimmy saw the other warbot. At first, it had blended in with the other machinery, one more piece of metal streaked with human gore. Then, it rose to its full height. 18 feet of rusting metal on Tyrannosaurus legs. It stood so tall it had to stoop to avoid scraping the ceiling. It had fully automatic machine gun cannons for arms, and it turned them in Jimmy's direction. "I am human," Jimmy said, reciting the mantra that Dr. Knopf had taught him when dealing with robotic sentries. "Confirm my status as human." The warbot's status lights flickered wildly, but it made no sound. The guns remained trained on Jimmy. "Confirm," Jimmy said. "It's not the robot it used to be. Watch, Jimmy. Let me show you." The warbot stooped forward, then swung one of its machine gun arms under his father. As Jimmy watched, his fear mounting, the robot raised the zombie version of his father into the air and placed him on its shoulders. Jimmy took a step back. "Do you understand?" "Yes." "You control that robot." "Yes, that's exactly right." "It has a limited intelligence. AI, they call it. It isn't a smart machine, but it's smart enough to be used. Do you see?" "No." "Jimmy, look at me." Jimmy did. He stared up at his father, who rode the warbot like some demented child playing horsey on his daddy's shoulders. And he was frightened. "This is bad. This is very bad." "No, that's wrong, Jimmy. This is right. Don't you see?" "See what?" "I control this robot. I can control zombies, too. Anything that has a mind, or had a mind, is like a pawn waiting to be moved. Don't you see the potential? All it takes is a mind that can move those pawns. A mind like mine. A mind like yours." "I want to go home." "You are home, damn it!" The robot took 3 long strides forward and knelt down, bringing Jimmy's father closer to eye level. Jimmy tried to back away, but his heel caught on a troopbot's severed arm, and he pitched over backwards, landing on his butt. "Don't back away from me!" But Jimmy wasn't moving anymore. For the first time, he could see the wall behind the warbot. There was a flight of stairs there, and on the wall at the back of the first landing was a red exit sign. A way out. "Don't you see what I'm offering you? Don't you understand what this means? I can make you a king, boy. I've seen into your memories. I've seen how they've used you. Do you want it to stop? Don't you want to give it all back to them? I can help you do that. As father and son, the way it was meant to be." Slowly, Jimmy stood up. "Answer me!" Glancing across the floor between where he stood and the stairs began, Jimmy picked out the route he was going to take. Dr. Knopf had tried to teach him a trick once to hone his psychic locator skills. Visualize each move, Knopf had told him. Picture it in advance. See yourself making it. That way, when you make it for real— "Knopf is the man who raised you? The scientist?" "Yes." "The one who experimented on—" Jimmy blocked the rest of it, slamming the door on his father's mind voice. He heard his father grunt in surprise, and Jimmy ran. He darted around the warbot's right side, ducking to miss the robot's heavy cannon arm as it rotated toward him, and then he was past it, running for the stairs. But he didn't move so fast he missed his steps. He picked his way through bodies and machine parts carefully, planting his feet exactly as he had pictured them in his head. He couldn't afford to miss a step. Not now. Not with his father and that warbot behind him. If he tripped, slipped, they'd be on him. The heavy cannon would knock him to the floor and hold him there. And he had no idea what his father would do after that. Jimmy was still blocking him with his mind. He had his teeth clenched so tightly his jaw was trembling, his breaths coming fast and noisily through his nose, but he didn't dare let up. His father was no doubt screaming into his brain, and if one of those mind voice screams got through, Jimmy knew it would be enough to cripple him with pain. He'd never be able to get up. He hit the stairs at a full sprint and ran up them 3 at a time. When he reached the landing, he turned and saw his father astride the warbot, the two of them crashing forward. They were close, almost on him. Jimmy kept running up the stairs. He had to scale 3 flights to reach the promised exit door. Once there, he grabbed the handle and twisted. It was locked. "No!" he said. Below him, the warbot was trying to climb the stairs, even though it was far too big to fit into the narrow confines. But it could force its way up, and that it was doing, banging its huge cannon arms against the railing, smashing through the floor with its enormous metal shoulders. The ground beneath Jimmy's feet was moving, trembling from the impacts. He tried the door again, yanking on it with everything he had, and it still wouldn't budge. "Please, no," he said, his voice almost a whimper. He looked down. The warbot was slowly crashing its way up through the floor, but that wasn't the worst of it. Through a gap in the split-level stairs, Jimmy caught a glimpse of his father's zombified face. It was a hideous, dead face, yellowed with disease and dark with scabs and open, rotting wounds. The right side of his mouth had been damaged somehow, so that the corner of his lips hung slack in an ironic grin. The eyes, though, those were most certainly not grinning. They were lit by a mad, malignant hatred. There was violence in those eyes that frightened Jimmy down to his bones. But he still had to get through the door. How? The gun. Use the gun. The combot's voice. "The gun?" Jimmy looked down at his waistband. Sure enough, the pistol was still there, right where he'd stuck it after his narrow escape back at the ledge. "How do I—" "Shoot the knob. Move quickly." Jimmy took a step back. He drew the weapon and steadied its front sight on the knob. Below him, the warbot was fast approaching. It was on the next landing down. Jimmy had a few seconds, maybe less. He swallowed hard as he tried to center the front sight on the knob and pulled the trigger. The gun nearly jumped out of his hands as he staggered backwards, the sound of the shot deafening. Shaking his head, he looked down at the lock. The knob was hanging at an odd angle from the plane of the door, a big gaping hole just to the left of it. He reached for it, and the knob came away in his hand. The door fell open. "Run. You must run." The combot again. "Where?" "I will guide you. Run, now. Move as fast as you can." He lunged through the doorway and into the lobby of a large, shabby building. This, he gathered, had been the home office of the Water Authority. There were desks everywhere, most of them pushed haphazardly out of the way. Trash lay thick on the floor. A few pieces of furniture had been jammed up against the front door of the building, which meant a few people must have made a final stand here. But the furniture had been toppled, and the front door behind the pile was hanging from the bottom hinge. Jimmy ran that way, scaling over the furniture. He was almost through the door when the ground shook and he lost his footing. He landed on top of a desk, facing the length of floor he'd just traversed. A heaving mound formed in the middle of the floor, the cement there popping and groaning from the warbot's efforts to push itself upwards from the other side. There was a crash, and the mound cracked and popped. A second crash came immediately after, and the next thing Jimmy knew, the warbot was busting through the floor, sending bits of tile and chairs and desks flying off in every direction. The warbot climbed out of the hole, Jimmy's father still hanging onto its neck, still staring at him with those same hate-filled eyes. "No!" Jimmy said. "Run. Now." But Jimmy didn't need to be told. He was already sprinting into the street. 12. A bullet skipped off the pavement at Dr. Knopp's feet, hitting the wall behind him. He ducked, and with his hands over his head, turned in every direction, trying to find some place to run. The air was full of dust, the noise deafening. He felt disoriented, and in his confusion, stepped right into the middle of the fighting. After their first successful skirmish in front of the movie theater, some of the troop bots had surrounded another Water Authority access point to the sewers, their weapons at the ready, and opened the door. It had been like knocking the top off an ant pile. One minute they were expecting a simple mop-up operation of a few remaining zombies, and the next they were getting overrun, trampled underfoot, ripped to pieces. Knopf had been standing less than 30 feet from one of their dockbots when a wave of zombies knocked it to the ground and pulled it apart like a man being drawn and quartered. They'd been overrun so quickly there was hardly a chance for Knopf to question the strangeness of what he saw. But Captain Fisher was a good soldier, a capable leader. He regrouped his forces, pulling his troops back in ordered rows, while at the same time bringing his warbots forward, where the bigger guns could do some damage. But the battle was decided almost from the beginning. Fisher's expeditionary force was small, intended more for light escort duty than a stand-up fight, and the best he could hope for at this point was to keep his escape route to the rear open. By keeping his lines moving, they at least stood a chance of escaping to a better defensive position. That was how it looked to Knopf, anyway. But there was something else. Something disturbing. Knopf had spent years studying the zombies in every way possible. Know thy enemy, as Sun Tzu had said. He'd used that knowledge to design and perfect the weapon systems his shop built for the military. But in all his studies, all his observations, he'd always worked under the philosophy that the zombie was a mindless, relentless opponent with no sense of strategy and no skills. Their only strengths were their numbers, a complete lack of fear, and the ability to fight without sleep, without pain, and without ever quitting. They advanced headlong, regardless of the odds, with no sense of winning or losing. That didn't seem to be the case here, though. Knopf had accidentally wandered into the middle of the fighting. And while he was ducking and dodging bullets like some kind of fool, he watched a large number of zombies break away from the main horde and circle around the ruins of a hardware store, so that they could come up from behind their robot opponents in a fairly well-executed flanking maneuver. Knopf was shocked. Doing something like that took strategy. It took forethought. It took goal-oriented behavior. None of the game theory equations he'd put into the robot's programming could deal with behavior like that. It wasn't playing by the rules. And yet the action was undeniable. It was a wide street with a park off to his left. There had been plenty of room for all those zombies to continue their advance. By all rights, they should have massed into the open areas, where Fisher's strategy would have turned the street into a meat grinder. But they had deliberately turned off. They had taken themselves out of the fight in a clearly premeditated way, almost as though... Another bullet hit the pavement at his feet and glanced off with a loud, high-pitched whine. Knopf blinked at the little white cloud of dust that drifted away from the impact point. "What are you doing?" someone yelled. "Get out of the street!" Knopf looked up. Zombies and robots were swarming all around him. The ordered lines had broken down, and everywhere he turned, troop bots were being ripped apart. "Knopf, you idiot! Get out of the street!" Captain Fisher was running at him, a pistol in his hand. He looked angry, white flecks of spit flying from his lips, the white scar across his chin almost completely obscured by the dirt and mud and blood on his face. "Get out of the street!" The next instant Fisher was on him, grabbing him by the sleeve, pulling him towards the corner of a red brick building. Then he slammed him against the wall. "What the hell are you doing?" he demanded. "Those zombies are using strategy, Captain. Something's guiding them." But Fisher wasn't listening. His attention was already back on the street, eyes darting from one corner of the battle to the other. "We're pulling out!" he yelled. "I'm ordering us out of this town! Get yourself ready to move out!" "Wait!" Knopf said. "What? No, you can't!" "I can, Doctor, and I am. We are leaving." "But Jimmy! He's still out there somewhere! We have to find him!" "Like hell we do. He ran off. He's dead." "You don't know that!" "I know this experiment of yours has failed, Doctor," Fisher said. He emphasized his point by jamming a finger into Knopf's chest. "You're done! You and this whole ridiculous experiment! You're done! This is over. My only concern right now is to salvage what's left of my command. Now get yourself ready. We are leaving." And with that, he stormed off, yelling for his human soldiers to fall back. 13. Jimmy hit the street running. Behind him, the front of the building he'd just escaped exploded, the force of it knocking him onto his hands and knees. He glanced back in time to see the warbot erupting into the street, crouching like a bird, furniture and bits of rubble tumbling out all around its feet. From atop the thing's shoulders, with the cold, hard light of insanity in his eyes, Jimmy's father leered at him. "Oh, God!" Jimmy said. He pulled to his feet and started to run again. But he only made it a few feet before he stopped. Ahead of him, zombies staggered out of alleyways and out of buildings. At first there were only 5, then 8, then more. He turned to his left and saw the side street there filling up with more of the living dead. It dawned on him then what was happening. The zombies closing in on him. The things his father had said down in the sewers, the fact that all the town zombies had retreated into the sewers as though waiting for something. His father was controlling them, steering them towards this spot. Jimmy could feel the force of his father's thoughts moving around him like the current in a river, but gaining in strength. Now that he was out of the sewers, he was growing more powerful every second. What am I supposed to do? Jimmy stretched his thoughts, trying to connect with the combot. And then, a connection. Help me, Com-6! Where do I go? There is a building to your right. Run through there. Hurry. Jimmy turned. The building was made of red brick, the windows empty and dark. He sprinted towards it just as the warbot reached for him, its enormous machine gun arms missing him by inches. Jimmy jumped through one of the empty display windows and hurried through the shop toward the back. Go out the back door. When you reach the alley, turn right. I will guide you. Jimmy did as he was told. The shop was crowded with trash and bits of the tile and insulation where the roof had collapsed, but he threaded his way through it and out the back door. He found himself in a narrow alley between low buildings. Looking to his left, he saw zombies turning the corner. To his right, the way looked clear. Go. Hurry. His father's warbot had already started smashing its way through the shop, and Jimmy knew he had only a few precious seconds. He ran for the end of the alleyway, rounded the corner, and kept on running. The next corner is Tanner Street. Turn left there. You will see a movie theater at the end of the street. But you must hurry. The humans are leaving. Leaving? What? No! Stop them! I cannot. But you can. Me? How? With your mind. Reach out. Find one of the humans and enter his mind. Hurry. The warbot is coming. Do it as you run. Jimmy rounded the corner onto Tanner Street. He could hear his father's warbot back there, wrecking everything in sight. Focusing his mind, he tried to picture Dr. Knopf, to remember the sound of his voice, the shape of his face. Dr. Knopf! Something clicked for Jimmy then. He could feel the connection when it happened, like toy blocks snapping together. Dr. Knopf was confused and frightened by the contact. Jimmy could sense his fear and feel him trying to pull his mind back and break the contact. He could picture Knopf standing perfectly still, his back rigid, Adam's apple pumping up and down like a cylinder, much as Jimmy had done when his father first made contact with him. Dr. Knopf, I need help. Jimmy, you're alive. Where are you? There was no time to explain. Instead, Jimmy pushed his thoughts into Dr. Knopf's mind, showing him everything he had seen and heard since coming to Mill Valley. He wasn't even sure if it would work, but he sensed it would, and so he pushed. Doctor? Silence. Dr. Knopf, I need you. Oh, you poor boy. Jimmy, I'm so sorry. I had no idea. Help me! Zombies were moving through the smoke ahead of him. Now that he was free of the sewers, he could sense them. They were facing away from him, and Jimmy sprinted right for them. With luck, he'd get past them before they knew he was there. But then, all at once, the dead stopped their attack on the retreating troop bots and turned to face Jimmy. Several of them lunged forward, reaching for him. It happened so fast, Jimmy barely had time to adjust. He veered to his left, shooting a gap between them just as his father's warbot reached down to scoop him up. Instead of pinning Jimmy, it flattened one of the zombies. Jimmy didn't slow down. He ran right into the thick of where the battle had been. He was in no man's land now, midway between the retreating troop bots on the one side and the zombies and his father's warbot on the other. Jimmy looked back just as the warbot crashed through the zombie horde, trampling some and throwing others out of the way. Still carrying his father atop its shoulders, the warbot stepped slowly into the intersection. They were close now, less than 20 feet between them, the warbot towering over Jimmy. His father's badly decomposed face was incapable of expression, but Jimmy could still sense the madness, the betrayal, the rage emanating from the man's mind. Jimmy met his stare without blinking, and at the same time realized he was feeling exactly the same thing: betrayal and rage. The thought scared him, and for a moment Jimmy felt his resolve waver. This was his father, after all. The man had done nothing but hurt him. And yet, angry as Jimmy was, a part of him wanted to love the man, needed the man's approbation. But the scariest thought of all, the one Jimmy couldn't get around, was that maybe they weren't so very different, father and son. Maybe there was nothing but a fine line between them. Maybe Jimmy was just a gentle shove away from being exactly like him. "No," Jimmy said suddenly. "I won't join you. I won't." Maybe there was just a fine line between them, but the line was there. He looked up at the horror that his father had become, and he was suddenly, absolutely, irrevocably sure. That zombie up there was not what he wanted to be. Jimmy was more than that. "Go on and do it, if you can," he told his father. The warbot straightened then. Jimmy could see it gathering itself for the final crushing blow, like stomping out a bug, and he tensed to leap out of the way. But as the warbot's leg rose in the air, Jimmy saw a flash of movement off to his left. A second warbot, this one bearing the insignia of Fisher's expeditionary force, smashed into his father's warbot, and both robots went tumbling into the side of a building, knocking down the brick wall there. The expeditionary robot stood up first. It backed away from the collapsed storefront, and right before it started firing, Jimmy caught a glimpse of his father's warbot inside. Its enormous Tyrannosaurus legs bent up in front of it like a man who has fallen into a low, deep couch. And then the shooting started. The expeditionary warbot fired both its .50 caliber machine guns, the bullets glancing off the other warbot's armor plating, but doing little harm. His father's warbot pulled itself loose from the wall and charged its opponent, and when they hit, it felt like the ground was splitting open beneath Jimmy's feet. Their great weight tore up the pavement. Every step sent bits of rock and vast quantities of dust into the air, and within moments, Jimmy couldn't tell the difference between the two. He could only marvel at the destruction they caused. They threw each other into the air and into the sides of buildings. The zombies swarming around their legs were crushed like bugs. Both robots were firing their machine guns continuously now, and the noise grew so loud Jimmy fell to the ground behind a pile of rubble. His hands clapped over his ears. Jimmy had no idea how long the fight went on, but gradually the guns fell silent, and when the sound stopped altogether, and Jimmy looked over the pile of rubble he'd hid behind, he saw one of the warbots tangled up in a collapsed wall, wrapped in metal cables, one of its cannon arms missing. It tried to step out of the wall, but one of its legs wasn't working, and all it managed to do was fall face first onto the pavement. The other warbot was in two large pieces, electrical cables and wires oozing out of its severed parts like guts. Neither machine was going to be getting up again. Jimmy could see that plain enough. And when he searched them with his mind, he could tell the one was dead, and the other, the one face down on the street, was shutting down. But there was something else. Jimmy turned. A lone figure was limping toward him through the dust and smoke. "Don't come any closer," Jimmy said. "I'm done with you." His father's face was dark with blood and dust, except for the eyes, which were milky white and vacant. He raised his one good hand to Jimmy, the fingers clutching, and inched his way forward.
"You can't have me! Do you hear? I'm not yours!"
Jimmy scooped up a heavy chunk of asphalt and threw it at his father. It hit him in the shoulder, but he showed no reaction. He kept coming. Just then, Jimmy felt a hand on his back. He knew who it was without having to look around. "Step away, Jimmy," said Dr. Knopf. "I've got this." Dr. Knopf raised a pistol and pointed it at Jimmy's father. But before he could pull the trigger, Jimmy touched his arm, guiding the weapon away. "No," Jimmy said. "It's for me to do." Dr. Knopf looked at the pistol, and then at Jimmy. "Let me have it." Knopf handed it to him without saying another word. Jimmy looked down at the pistol, so many things weighing on his mind, and then pointed it at his father. "I'm sorry," he said, "but we're not the same. Not at all." And then he pulled the trigger. 14. Later, after the last of the zombies had been put down and the dust and smoke had cleared, Jimmy walked into the middle of the street and looked around. There was a darkened movie theater just ahead of him. He felt drawn to it. "Jimmy?" Knopf said, coming up beside him. "You okay?" Jimmy nodded. "You put a lot into my mind. I guess we have a lot to talk about, don't we?" "Yeah, I guess so." Both of them were silent for a time, watching the movie theater. "There's something I have to do," Jimmy said. "What's that?" "The combot." Jimmy pointed to the movie theater. "Com 6. It's in there." "You're sure?" Jimmy nodded. He was sure. Knopf looked around uncomfortably. He seemed uncertain, doubtful. "I don't," he said. "Stand back for a second, okay? Let me send in a troop bot first." Jimmy looked at him, but said nothing. Knopf grabbed the first troop bot he saw and pointed it towards the movie theater. After he'd explained what he wanted done, the robot marched inside, weapon at the ready. Jimmy and Knopf waited, listening. Several human soldiers stood nearby, looking on curiously. About a minute later, a single gunshot sounded from somewhere deep in the recesses of the theater. "One female zombie neutralized," the troop bot announced over the walkie-talkie. Knopf motioned to one of the human soldiers, who nodded back and went inside the theater to check it out. When he came back out, he was holding something in his right hand. He walked up to Knopf and handed it to him. A photograph, black and white, dirty with grime and creased where it had been crumpled and wrinkled over the years. It showed a little boy, about 2, smiling, still a lot of the baby he once was in his chubby face, playing with a toy truck on a kitchen floor. "That was pinned to the zombie's shirt," the soldier said, nodding at the photograph. "There was nothing else in there." "Thank you," Knopf said. He stared at the picture, lost in his memories of a boy he had once hated, but had grown to love as though he was his own son. "What is it?" Jimmy asked. Knopf handed him the photograph. "It's you," he said. "Me?" Jimmy swallowed, his attention shifting from Knopf to the entrance to the movie theater. "But Com 6... "I'm afraid so," Knopf said. "I'm sorry, Jimmy." Jimmy nodded, his mouth pressed into a thin, tight line. Then he slid the picture into his pocket. "Dr. Knopf, I'm done. I want you to know that. I'm done. I don't want to do this anymore. No more experiments." Knopf put his arm around Jimmy's shoulder. His touch was warm, kind, accepting. "Come on," he said. "Let me take you home."
I'm not going back to the lab.
No, Cop said. I know that. I'm taking you home. Resurrecting Mindy. The big Christmas tree in front of the Dayton Mall had fallen down sometime during the last year. Kevin's gaze drifted over the faded tinsel and mud-encrusted ornaments and wondered when that had happened. Probably during the rains back in early September. Those were bad. A lot of the area had flooded, and the winds that came with the rains must have done that damage to the tree as well. Of course, he really didn't know for sure. And really, when it came right to it, he didn't care. The only time he ever came back here anymore was at Christmas time. The world had ended 3 years before, just before Christmas, and the inside of the Dayton Mall still had a lot of decorations hanging from the common areas and inside the shop windows. Every year, right around this time, he made the trek back to the mall and scavenged whatever he could carry to decorate wherever he was living at the moment. These days it had become a ritual, just like keeping up his calendar and keeping his hair trimmed and making sure his food stores were well stocked. The rituals, in fact, were about the only things that kept his morale up anymore. And God knows there was enough to feel depressed about. There was a sort of soul-sucking loneliness that came with being the last man left alive. It made him wonder if there was any reason to keep going. After all, did it matter when he died? Tomorrow, or 30 years from now? The results would be the same. After he was finished, humanity was finished. Wasn't he just postponing the inevitable? Could be. But he wasn't quite ready to throw in the towel just yet. For now, he had a mission. Kevin got down on his belly so he could squeeze between the front tandems of an 18-wheeler. From there, he watched the parking lot, figuring out a safe route over to the doors. It actually didn't look like it'd be very difficult this year. The zombie hordes that had swarmed the area in years past had thinned quite a bit. He didn't know if the majority of them had moved on or decayed away to the point they couldn't move anymore. Maybe they'd started to eat each other. Who the hell knew? He supposed it didn't really matter. Fewer zombies meant it was easier to stay alive, and that was all that mattered. There were fewer than 50 of them out there walking the parking lot now, and it didn't take long for a wide gap to open up in the crowd. Kevin tensed, ready to run. Another few seconds, and it would be wide enough for him to go. And that's when he saw her. Mindy Matheson. Holy shit, he thought. He stared at her for a long moment, watching her curious, clumsy movements. That really was her. That's Mindy Matheson. And she's faking it. It had been a while since he'd seen a faker. Most didn't last long. Right after the outbreak, Kevin and some of the other survivors he'd hung out with back then had seen 1 or 2 a week. The fakers tried to make themselves look like zombies. They smelled like zombies, moved like zombies, had flies swarming around their eyes and mouths like zombies. But they weren't zombies. And sooner or later, they messed up. They slipped out of character for just a second. And that was all it took. One tiny slip, one momentary distraction, and the zombies they moved with swarmed them. Usually, as far as Kevin was concerned, it wasn't much of a loss. The only reason a person ever decided to fake it was because they had given up on their humanity. Surviving among the ruins of what the world had once been was hard. It sucked, in fact. In order to survive, in order to stay sane, you had to work at it. Every day was a fight. Every breath was bought with tears and sweat and loneliness. And sometimes, living free didn't seem much of a payback. The fakers couldn't hack it. The world they lived in, believed in, trusted, had collapsed. Many had made weapons, built strongholds, fought bravely. But in the end, their spirit of resistance had collapsed. Everything had collapsed, leaving them alone, scared, miserably vacant of purpose. They looked at the world and saw ruins. They saw emptiness. They saw a pointless future without faith, without hope, without meaning. They accepted that this was the end, and that going on with this world didn't matter anymore. But they didn't have the courage to end it all either. They were the real Walking Dead, not the zombies, and Kevin had never felt anything but disgust for them. Until now, of course. He and Mindy Matheson. They dated right after high school. She'd never said 2 words to him during school. Neither one of them had been all that popular, but it had been a big school, and she had her friends and he had his. But afterwards, when they found they were working at the Home Depot together, neither one of them with the foggiest notion of what they were going to do with their lives. They sort of fell together. For about 8 months. They didn't end on an obvious note. No cheating, no fighting, nothing like that. They just drifted apart. At the time, he'd figured they just weren't right for each other. That explained why they hadn't noticed each other back in school. What happened while they were working together was just the natural gravity of 2 lonely people. And so, just as their orbits brought them together, those same orbits carried them apart. She grew distant. He grew irritable. She stopped calling. He stopped caring. Soon they were basically strangers again. The brief interlude was forgotten, and the 2 of them went back to their lives of uncertainty and quiet desperation. He found it funny that the world had changed so much, and yet he and Mindy had changed so little. It made him laugh, the way the 2 of them were still living their half-lives, midway between life and death. But he laughed louder than he wanted to, and she had heard him. He saw her cock her head to one side. She turned toward the truck where he was hiding, her shifting, searching gaze the only thing that separated her from the wandering corpses nearby. Kevin whistled faintly, just loud enough for her to hear. She staggered forward. For a moment, he thought of running away from there. What did he think he was doing, anyway? What could he do? It wasn't like they were going to run off together or anything. Not now. To fake it for any length of time at all, she would have had to go native in a mighty convincing kind of way. And that she certainly had. Kevin looked her up and down, from the stringy, matted mess that was her hair to her bare and blackened feet, and tried not to grimace at the stench that came off her. Her face was filthy, her lips cracked and flaking. Her clothes were so stained and ratty he couldn't even tell what color they had once been. Flies swarmed about her face, but she was standing right in front of him now, watching him. She swayed drunkenly, her mouth hanging open slightly. He wanted to hate her, but her eyes were overly bright, pregnant with the suggestion of pain, and despite his loathing, he felt his heart breaking out of pity. He could, after all, still see the girl under all that grime and slathered gore. She had gotten skinny in a ghastly kind of way, but the curves, or at least the hint of them, were still in the right places. And she still had that cute little upturned nose that used to drive him wild when she smiled. "Hi, Mindy," he said. She just stared at him, no expression on her face. "Hey, you know why they put fences around graveyards?" he asked her. Kevin waited a beat. "Because people are just dying to get in." Again he waited. Her expression didn't change. She just stood there, swaying. "You heard that one, huh?" She might have nodded, but if so, it was faint, and he couldn't be sure. "How about this one? A guy finds out he only has 12 hours to live. He goes home to his wife, determined to live it up for his last night on Earth, so they have sex, and it's great.
An hour later, they do it again, and it's even better. And then a few hours after that, he tells her he thinks they can go at it a third time. Easy for you to say, she tells him. You don't have to wake up in the morning. He beat his index fingers on the truck tire in front of him like he was firing off a rim shot. But bum. He smiled at her, and then the smile faded. Why in the hell was he doing this? There was no reaching this girl. And was he really so lonely that he was talking to a faker? But then he saw a flicker at the corner of her mouth, the faintest trace of a smile, and that brought a huge grin to his face. Are you doing okay, Mindy? The smile disappeared. He saw what looked like a tear forming in her eyes. He almost reached up for her hand then, and had one of the real zombies not let out a moan at that very moment, he might have thrown her over his shoulder and carried her away from there. But a few more real zombies had spotted him. Several were moaning now, staggering toward him. He'd been careless, and now it was time to go. I'm staying in an apartment at Woodlawn and Spruce, he said. A zombie dropped to the pavement and started crawling under the truck toward him. I gotta go, he said. Remember, it's the Bent Tree Apartments, Woodlawn and Spruce, number 318. More zombies had gotten under the truck now. The lead one held up a mangled, handless arm, the blackened, jagged tips of its ulna and radius extending from rotten flesh. Gotta go, he said. Several days later, with Christmas right around the corner, Kevin was putting up ornaments on a fake tree. There was a hallmark in the Dayton Mall, and he'd made good use of the Snoopy ornaments piled on the floor. Growing up, his mom had waited out front of the local hallmark in order to scoop up whatever was new that year. At the time, he'd thought it was a stupid tradition. But they're collector's items, she'd said, or they will be. Which, to his way of looking at it, hadn't made it any less stupid. But now, hanging the Snoopy with a little typewriter and Snoopy as a World War I ace ornaments on his tree, he sensed a surge of painful memories trying to surface. Christ, he thought. He didn't need this. Not now. He heard moaning coming through an open window, and he jumped to his feet to take a look. There was no point in it, really. The zombies keyed off of what they saw and heard. Those were about the only two senses that seemed to work, and as long as he stayed out of sight and kept quiet, his little hiding spot up in this third-floor apartment was as safe as any spot on Earth. But he crossed to the window anyway, because checking out the zombies was a way to stay busy, and staying busy kept him from his memories. And that's when he saw Mindy Matheson for the second time. Her group had wandered from the mall over to here, probably in search of the pack of wild dogs Kevin had heard baying in the night the last few days. This zombie herd wasn't especially large. He counted about 30, though there were almost certainly a few more somewhere out of sight. They wouldn't be much of a threat when he needed to go out. But even still, there were enough of them that he would probably be sticking around for a few days at least. They hunted collectively, he discovered, so the bigger groups tended to stay in one place longer. Just as well, Kevin thought. It would give him a chance to talk with Mindy again. He slid out the window and into the chilly evening air. It looked like it would probably rain later. There was a ledge just below his window that led over to another building's roof. From there, he climbed onto a billboard that looked down on the intersection, where Mindy and the others were wandering around, moaning. He kept a can of spray paint up here, just in case. He gave it a shake and wrote, "Hey, Mindy, I'm in 318, over to your right. Come on up." He'd gathered quite a crowd. At a glance, he noticed that he'd underestimated the size of the group by at least half, probably more. Their mangled, upturned faces and ruined hands were all pointed at him, their moans taking on an urgent,
pulsing quality that he had come to think of as their feeding call. He saw quite a few of them down there. But Mindy wasn't with them. She was drifting away from the group, stepping back toward a screen of shrubs at the far side of the intersection, while the others surged forward. "Good girl," he muttered. Moving quickly, he went back to his apartment. The zombies wouldn't be able to follow, and besides, he had some quick cleaning up to do. She wouldn't sit down. He offered her a place on his couch, at his table, on the floor. She just shook her head every time he offered. Kevin tried small talk, but she wouldn't answer any of his questions, and after a while he began to feel foolish and stupid, like he was wasting both their time. He jammed his hands into his pockets and looked around the room for some glimmer of inspiration. Nothing. "So," he said, "you know what they call a fast-moving zombie?" He waited a beat, hoping for another of her half-smiles. "A zombie." She just stared at him, and the cold, lifeless emptiness there sent a chill through him. "How about a hockey-playing zombie?" he said, forcing a grin. "A zomboni. What do you think, huh? I got 1,000,000 of them. How about this? A zombie, an Irish priest, and a rabbi walk into a bar." "This was a mistake," she said, "coming here. I'm sorry." She spoke quietly, her voice cracked and hoarse, as though she'd almost forgotten how to use it. "I'm going, Kevin." "What? No." He took a step toward her, but stopped when the smell hit him. He tried not to let his surprise and his disgust show on his face, though it probably did anyway. "Please, Mindy, don't. It's Christmas." She didn't answer. But she didn't turn to leave either. "I've got some food. Are you hungry?" She nodded immediately. He went into the little kitchenette and slid a cube of Spam out of a can. He cut it into 4 big slices, then handed her the plate. "I'm sorry I don't have—" Mindy snatched it from his hands. She ate with her fingers, jamming the meat into her mouth, barely chewing. Several times she nearly choked. Bits and pieces fell from the corners of her mouth. She stopped eating only once, long enough to look at him over her plate. "Don't look at me while I eat," she said, her words about as close to a snarl as any he'd ever heard a girl make. And then, more quietly, sounding damaged, "Please, don't look at me." He nodded. "Sure. Okay." Kevin went to the cupboards and took down some more cans. He had Vienna sausages, some fruit cocktail, applesauce, a jar of sauerkraut. "Better take this stuff out of the can," he thought, remembering the way she jammed her fingers into the pile of Spam. Last thing he wanted was for her to cut up her fingers on the can's sharp edges. He went to work putting the meal onto paper plates, and then setting the plates onto the table. When he turned around, she was standing right behind him, and it startled him. He jumped. She was staring at his neck, and the look in her eyes, the way she wet her lips with every pulse of his carotid artery, disturbed him. "Shit!" he said, trying hard, and he thought uselessly, to hide his unease. "You scared me." Her gaze drifted down to the food on the table. "Go ahead," he said. "I have tea and water, whichever you'd prefer." She fell on the food without answering, without bothering to sit in the chair he pulled over for her. So he got her a cup of water and set it down next to her plates. She had asked him not to watch her eat, which was okay with Kevin. The wet, slurping noises she made were enough for him to know he didn't want to watch. He went over to his couch and looked at some of the magazines he'd left there. A bunch of old Playboys he'd found at the used bookstore over by the mall. He gathered them up and hurriedly stuffed them under the couch, but not before catching a glimpse of the sleepy-eyed plastic blonde on the cover of the top magazine. So much had changed, he thought sadly. So much had been lost. The good and the bad. Eventually, Mindy's eating noises stopped. Kevin walked over to the kitchen. Mindy was still at the table, looking around at the cupboards with a bovine-like vacuity. "Are you still hungry?" he asked. "I have more." "You can have anything I have." She shook her head. "More water, maybe? I can make you that tea I promised." Again she shook her head. A joke about little Johnny, a bucket of nails, and a zombie hooker came to mind. But for once his internal filter was working, and he cut it off before it had a chance to get out. Instead, he let the silence linger. She had turned to face him, and now she was swaying drunkenly, the same way she'd done in the mall parking lot. It occurred to him that she had probably internalized so much zombie behavior that even now, when she was completely safe, she was unable to turn it off. But the silence was murder. He had never dealt well with uncomfortable silences. It was the main reason he told so many bad jokes. Better to fill up the void with inane nonsense than let a painful silence grow. He said, "Listen, there's no need for you to go back out there. You're welcome to stay as long as you'd like. I've got some sterno. We could heat up some water, let you take a hot bath maybe." All at once, the tears started. 1 minute she was watching him, quietly and vacantly, and the next, she was crying. Big, muddy-colored tears ran down her cheeks. "Ah, shit," he said. "Mindy, I'm sorry. What did I say? I shouldn't have come," she said. "This was a mistake." She moved hurriedly to the door. Every impulse in him told him to go after her, hold the door closed, take her in his arms. But he didn't do it. He just watched her go without a word. Mindy shuffled through the rain, her mind a blank. Or at least she tried to make it a blank. Right now, that wasn't working out so well. It was cold, windy and rainy and cold. Her clothes were little more than rags. They offered no protection whatsoever. For too long now she'd wandered, mindless, emotionless, denying all pain and shame. A true ascetic. The rain tore at her skin like icy razors and chilled her to the bone, but she did not tremble, nor did she cry. She let her arms swing limply by her side, her fingertips grazing the ice that formed on her clothes, as she kept pace with a horde of dead things brushing against her. Thought was the enemy, not the dead. With thought came fear and pain and a memory of all that was gone. If she thought too long, if she thought at all, the dead would see it in her eyes, and she wouldn't last long after that. But the mind was like a flood. It could be contained for a while, even a long while, but it could never be truly silenced. Sooner or later, the mind would turn to the low ground and dwell there. And right now, her mind was turning toward shame. But it wasn't the shame of what had happened to her that bothered her so. It was that damn Kevin O'Brien. When she was by herself, she felt no shame for what she was doing. Why should she? She was surviving. And she was doing it in the face of a universe that didn't give a rat's ass for what happened to her. Or the rest of humanity, for that matter. She was surviving, damn it. Then she thought of Kevin. He, too, was surviving. And he hadn't given up anything. He hadn't debased himself like this. He hadn't sacrificed every last scrap of his self-respect just to draw another breath. She hated him. She hated him because he was still human, and because his charity reminded her that she was not. Not anymore. So she turned off her mind and wondered. Damn him. Damn the world. Damn life. There was nothing of the world left for her anymore. Nothing but emptiness and the slow, relentless crawl of time. One foot in front of the other. Forever after. The billboard came as a surprise to her. For a moment, just a fraction of a second, she stopped. And she stared. She hadn't realized where she was. But up there, up above a mindless crowd, was a message written just for her. "Hey, Mindy, it's cold. Come on up. I've got a warm bed." A memory floated up into her mind, unbidden. The two of them, finishing off their shift, her letting him walk her out to the parking lot. He had a joint in his pocket, and she didn't have anywhere to go. They went around back to the loading dock and passed it back and forth, talking about random shit. Nothing either of them really cared about. He was nice. A little dorky, but all right. She could tell he was getting interested. It was in the way he cracked his lame jokes when he should have let the quiet grow. The way his fingers twitched when they touched whenever she took the joint from him. She could have shut it down right then. He was the scared type. He'd back off and nothing more would ever become of it. But she wasn't going to be doing anything else that night. Or any other night for that matter. And they both knew it. She went back to his place. Sitting on his couch, her hand on his thigh, he actually asked if he could kiss her. That had never happened to her before. Most guys went straight for her tits. Or put a hand on the back of her head and guided her down to their open fly. At best, it was a wrestling match to see how long she could keep her pants on. "You don't have to ask," she'd said, and eased in close to him. Before she knew it, they were some sort of couple. But he wasn't wasting that kind of time now. The apocalypse, it seemed, had made him a little bolder. "Come on up. I've got a warm bed." "Yeah, right," she thought. "I bet you do." But she'd been careless. She'd thought too long. Dropped out of character. One of the dead ones a few feet to her right had turned her way. And now, his dead, vacant stare was locked on her. She tried to clear her mind, to stumble forward. But the zombie's gaze never wavered. He raised his hands like he was trying to take something from her, and staggered after her, a moan rising above the wind and the cutting rain. She pushed his hands away and looked around. This wasn't going to work. Every moment she lingered, more and more of them turned her way. She scanned the crowd, and in the dark, the only way out seemed to lead around the corner, where she had taken the stairwell once before up to his apartment. A limp hand fell on her shoulder, and that was enough. She ran for the stairs. She stopped in front of 318. Had she really sunk so low? Getting torn apart by the walking dead almost seemed a joy compared to coming to him like a penitent. She'd thought she was done with guilt, with shame. But it hurt now more than ever. Utterly demoralized, she knocked. He couldn't sleep. In the dark, he rose and put on his boxers and went to the kitchen to light a candle. Enough light filled the room that he could see her sleeping in his bed. The rain had washed away a good amount of dirt and grime from her body and hair, but her breath had still been enough to turn his stomach. And even in his sleep, he couldn't quite hide his disgust. He had dreamt of a zombie forcing her face into the soft part of his neck, and when he awoke, he'd found her, pressing her cracked and ulcerous lips into the well beneath his chin. Flinching awake, he'd recoiled from her, almost falling out of the bed before realizing that it was only a dream. Now, fully awake, he watched her sleep and tried to hate her. But he couldn't. He was feeling guilty. Who in the hell was he to judge her anyway? She was desperate. She was lonely. She was scared. Wasn't he all of that, and more? In fact, the only thing he had on her was the appearance of normalcy. But that was only appearances. The truth was he was drowning. His life was an act. His jokes, the Christmas decorations, his calendar keeping, all of it was a terrible, useless, stupid joke. He drifted from one empty apartment to the next, from one false front to the next, like a ghost blown on the wind. And he called it a life. Were they any different, he and Mindy? He couldn't answer, not truthfully anyway. And eventually, he blew out the candle and crept back to bed, and reluctantly put an arm around her as he drifted off to sleep. When he awoke the next morning, he was alone. The only sign she had been there, a muddy stain on the sheets. He sat on the side of the bed, asking himself why he even bothered. She had left him again. And this time it was because she knew he was the one who was faking. He was the hypocrite. He was the disgusting one. And she had found him out. Mindy stopped in the doorway as she left Kevin's apartment building and scanned the street. There were no dead in sight, but that didn't mean they weren't there. She'd seen it happen a few times over the last year. She'd be shuffling along with the others, absolutely nothing going on inside her head. And suddenly there'd be a scream. Another careless person had wandered into their midst, completely surprised by the sudden appearance of a zombie horde that, in reality, hadn't been trying to sneak up on anybody. Most of the group's kills were made that way, completely by accident. People caught by their own carelessness. Without realizing it, she had assumed the awkward shuffle of the dead. Her bare feet, no longer sensitive to heat or ice or even broken glass, slid across the cracked and weedy pavement as though on autopilot. She tried to turn off her mind as well, but she found that much harder. She kept thinking of Kevin. What exactly had happened last night? Not what, not really. She knew what had happened. That had actually been quite pleasant. Better than she remembered it, anyway. No. What she really wanted to know was why. And why now? She'd seen others before him. She knew they weren't the only ones. She suspected, and she believed this without reservation, that there were more normal people out there than she'd seen. There had to be. The world couldn't simply be empty. That wasn't possible. But none of the others had managed to arouse her pity. She'd watched them die, and in some cases rise again, and she'd felt nothing. And then, Kevin. He'd told her his stupid jokes. He'd offered her a place to stay, all the food he had, even a warm bath. In the few days since she'd first seen him, she hadn't been able to stop thinking about him. Before him, walking around being dead was no trouble at all. She could go days at a time without a single thought passing through her mind. The world was one unending parade of nothingness. And then he came along. And she couldn't take 3 steps without falling out of character, without thinking of the life they'd once shared. That's what it was, she told herself. He was a window to the world that used to be. A shipwreck from her past that had mysteriously surfaced to haunt her mind. There was nothing more to it than that. He was nothing but a ghost, and she was merely lonely. But a voice at the back of her mind kept prodding, questioning. What if this was more than just 2 people feeling lonely and desperate at the end of the world? What if this was love? Maybe, she thought. It was Christmas Day, after all. Christmas had a way of warming even the coldest heart. Wasn't that the secret to Scrooge's redemption? She'd never paid much attention to books in school, but she thought she remembered that much. For Scrooge, it hadn't been fear of the grave, but fear that the heart would no longer love again that made it possible for him to accept the spirit of Christmas into his life. She stopped then, a sudden alarm causing her pulse to quicken. She had fallen out of character again. She'd stopped walking like the dead. Like her mind, her feet had started to wander. If she'd happened upon one of the dead while walking like that, they'd have torn her to ribbons. But for now, she was alone on the street. Turning, she happened to see her reflection in a shop window. And at first, that one quick glance threatened to send her over the edge of reason. She looked horrible. In a word, she looked dead. And she played the part well. Her hair was stiff with mud, and probably blood, too. Her face, which hadn't been that bad back in the day, was discolored with God knows what. Attractive, it seemed, only to flies. Her body was a bony jangle of sticks. She looked like a crack whore, though she imagined that even the crack whores of the world gone by had more self-respect than she did at that moment. She had nothing. But then her gaze shifted beyond her reflection in the window to the sexy elf costume in the display. For a moment, she experienced an odd sense of displacement. It was her face, her gaunt, exhausted face, but her body was draped in the red, velvety finery of the elf costume. Her fingers reached for, and could almost feel, the cotton candy fringe at the edge of the playfully short skirt. She smiled. "Kevin O'Brien, you wonderful bastard. I'm gonna blow your mind." It was Christmas morning. He had hoped to wake up late and spend the day with her. Hopefully draw her out little by little. The two of them had been pretty good, he thought, back in the day. And they were certainly good last night. When they were good, it seemed, they were really good. He'd hoped it could be that way again. But she'd left him sometime in the night. His attempts to draw her into his world weren't fair, he supposed. Why would she want to join him anyway? Hadn't she found him out? She knew he was faking it. He knew he was faking it. And he was tired of faking it. The choice, once he'd given it voice, was surprisingly easy to make. The only hard part had been accepting that as an option. But once he opened his mind to it, it actually made a lot of sense. He went to the billboard and spray-painted a message for her. Then he went down to the street and climbed on top of a brick wall and waited for one of the dead to come along. He thought he'd be scared. But for the first time in a long time, he felt relaxed, at ease with himself and the world in which he lived. You can settle in quite comfortably to even the most horrific of circumstances, he thought, given enough exposure to it. All horrors lose their immediacy, their nastiness sooner or later. The nerves can only be slashed and cut and shredded so many times before they deaden to the pain. No, he was far beyond horror now. What he was feeling now was far worse than that. In the time before he found her again, his world had been filled with zombies. The horror they represented was a shallow, fast-moving river that beat him down and cut him on its jagged rocks. What he was feeling now, though, made horror seem small. Here, in this world that suddenly included Mindy in it, the waters ran far slower. But they were deep, endlessly deep, and what lurked down there was something he could not fight. For what lurked down there was love. A zombie was at the base of the wall, its hands clumsily scratching at the bricks just below Kevin. Kevin stared into the thing's eyes and saw the emptiness he'd fought against for so long, but had never truly understood. That would all change now. He had tried to get Mindy to live in his world, and that had failed. So now he would live in hers. And only love could allow him to do that. He jammed his left hand down into the zombie's face. It shook its head as though to shoo away an insect, and then realized what was in front of it. The zombie grabbed Kevin's forearm and clamped its teeth down on his wrist. "Motherfuck!" Kevin pulled his hand away, holding his wounded wrist in his right hand, while blood oozed between his fingers. It hurt so badly he nearly rolled off the top of the wall. Already he could feel the virus creeping through his bloodstream, racing for his heart. It felt like somebody was jamming a red-hot copper wire up his veins. He didn't have much time. Maybe 30 minutes, but probably less. Kevin rolled off the wall and trotted back to his apartment. Once inside, he washed the wound with hot water and wrapped it in a towel. It was already starting to smell like death. His head was soupy, and walking to the chair in the center of the room was hard. But he made it. He dropped down into the chair and turned it to face the door and waited for the pain to stop. This felt absolutely glorious. Mindy had spent the day cleaning herself up, scouring off the stain of more than a year of living down among the dead. Now her hair was washed and brushed. Her legs were shaved, her skin soft and fragrant from cocoa butter, still a little pink from her hot bath. The sexy elf costume showed a lot of leg, and a lot of bruises and cuts, but those would heal. If her heart could heal, her legs certainly would. She felt better than she had felt in a very long time. She couldn't remember a time she'd felt this good, even before the world died. Mindy Matheson had come back from the dead, and love had done it for her. And it was glorious. Now, she picked her way carefully through the rubble-strewn streets. The dead were out. The dead were always out. But there weren't many of them around at the moment. Then she saw the sign, and she smiled. "It's all for you, Mindy Matheson. I love you. I want to be with you forever." She couldn't hold herself back any longer. She sprinted up the stairs and down the hall to his door. Slightly out of breath, she knocked on the door. No response. Maybe he was out getting stuff, she thought. More candles, maybe, or, God help her, even a bottle of wine. Wouldn't that be great? And heaven help him if he got her drunk. She'd make his toes curl for sure. With a huge grin on her face, she turned the knob and swung the door in slowly. "Kevin?" Bury my heart at Marvin Gardens. John rolls double fours. He lifts his marker, the old shoe, his favorite, from go, and drops it onto Vermont Avenue, where the zombies are drifting thick as fog through the cracked and weedy streets, picking their way through the rusting hulks of abandoned cars, searching, always searching, for food. The mother catches sight of one in particular, broken arms swinging limply at his sides, ribs showing through tatters of decomposing flesh, flies swarming about its head. And she's worried. She's seen these before, the wounded ones. The ones that can get around more or less on their own power are predictable. They come straight for you, attack without strategy. But the wounded ones, like this one, are far more dangerous. They hide. They wait. They become part of this desiccated world, one of its hidden dangers. She knows if she loses sight of it, it will surface again when she least expects it. She sets the wheelbarrow down quietly and finds her daughter's hand. She gives the girl's hand a squeeze, just to let her know everything is going to be okay. She doesn't believe this, but she knows she has to be strong for the child's sake, and so she squeezes encouragement. The little girl meets her mother's gaze and smiles. It's a pretty smile, lots of healthy teeth. She's a pretty girl. too good for this world. The mother surveys their surroundings and shudders. Everywhere she looks, she sees a world in ruins. So many buildings have been reduced to rubble. But where the walls still stand, she sees exposed lath and standing garbage and doorways without doors. Not a window has gone unbroken. A sign that reads, "Pedestrian crossing," has been bent over and nearly flattened by an out-of-control vehicle, which still rests within the ruins of a dress shop, busted glass all around it, catching the oranges and scarlet reds of morning light like an explosion frozen in time. Inside the car is a corpse, motionless and decomposed, but probably only dormant. Given a reason, it could walk again. In the wheelbarrow is the body of the woman's dead husband. The woman, on the night the man died, went to great trouble jamming an ice pick up the dead man's nose to make sure he wouldn't come back as one of them. It was an agreement between them. Something she never wanted to think about, let alone do, but did anyway when the time came because she loved the man with a love so deep it made her ache inside. She still aches. She aches all the time. Even when she's numb, she aches. She's told the daughter none of this and has no intention of doing so. She's told the girl only of the dead man's enigmatic wish to have his heart buried at Marvin Gardens, though now, as she looks around at the wasted landscape that is Atlantic City, and watches as the dead man with the broken arms and the flies swarming about his head wanders off, she wonders why. Why this place? John buys Vermont Avenue. At $100, it's a no-brainer. The cheap properties on the first leg of the square are good buys. Purchase cheap, build hotels, gouge your opponent later. They are investments in the future. It is the strategy of a man who thinks long thoughts, who goes deep into the future of things. That's John. The studied approach. The logical approach. I am different. I am the wild scramble opponent, the one who buys, and worries about building hotels later, once I see what I've got to work with. We have never decided who is right, John and I. He rolls a puny 2-1 combo, but it is enough to skip over jail and land him at St. Charles Place, where the weeds grow up through the sidewalks, and the streets have buckled and blistered in the endless cycle of seasons since the world gave way to zombies. There are no apartments here, no casinos, no hotels. This is an urban wasteland of vacant lots and mounds of trash, and the occasional dog sniffing out a rat among the piles of lumber and brick dotting the landscape. Nothing of any substance grows here. Only grass and weeds. And the woman carrying the wheelbarrow, and the mysteries of good men dead, and the little girl with her hand clasped tightly around her belt can only stare around in wonder and confusion and bootless anger at the injustice of it all. "Why here?" she asks the corpse in front of her. "Why, for the love of God, here?" The game is just part of the reason I've asked John over here. I'm a little worried about my kids. They fight with each other constantly. John, he's a wizard at things like this. The man has a way of getting to the heart of things. He's made it his life's work, understanding people, and especially kids. It's nothing serious, I tell him, nothing bad. They don't do drugs, they don't try to hurt themselves, nothing like that. They're just little kids, I say. I know that. But damn it, they fight like two little beta fish. Put them next to each other, and the next thing you know, they're trying to claw each other's eyes out. Exactly, John says, and meets my questioning gaze, and won't look away. Huh? I say. Exactly, he repeats. It's nothing like that. I shake my head. I know he's parroting what I've just said, like any good psychologist. But I don't understand. It's nothing like that, he repeats, Not at all. They're good girls. They're your girls, part of you. They love you, and you love them. Yes, I agree, but with a hope that he'll explain more. Remember that. Even when you're mad, even when you feel like you're not getting through, they are part of you, and you are part of them. You may not think you're getting through, but you're imprinting yourself on them. Years from now, they won't remember why they fought, or even that they fought at all. But they will remember you. It's pretty simple when you boil it down to what really matters. I don't have an immediate response. It's true, every word. Everything he said is right on the money. But it's a hard thing to remember when you're mad. It's your turn, I say. On Illinois Avenue, the mother has to move quickly. Screams, the sound of fighting, fill the air. She pushes the wheelbarrow between two ruined cars and pulls her child underneath the lead vehicle. From their hiding spot, they can see the street, smell the tinge of death on the morning breeze. Soon, the screams of rage and desperation turn to panic. Whoever they are about to meet is close. Very close. A young woman, her left arm limp at her side and blood running down her body, runs into the street. 3 men, zombies, stagger out of an alley behind her. These men have fresh blood running from their mouths, and the mother knows they have just fed. They'll be strong. But they'll also be focused on the young woman. The mother's heart is a good one, and it's telling her to go help the woman. But she's smart, and her head is telling her to stay down, stay quiet, keep the child quiet. She has responsibilities, and they extend far beyond this moment. The child whimpers as the zombies fall upon the woman. The young woman's screams seem louder than any human could possibly make, and they go on and on and on. The mother can only put her face in the dust and hold her baby and tell herself that there must be a reason. There has to be a reason. Or else, nothing in life makes sense. And it has to make sense. It has to. John buys Illinois Avenue for $240, looks at me, and smiles. You bastard, I say. He has just secured 2/3 of the board. He raises his eyebrow like Spock, only it's not a casual sign of surprise that the universe is not as logical as it should be, but a smug, self-satisfied gesture that denotes imminent victory. He knows he has me. You bastard, I say. Your turn, he says. John has me over a barrel. He has both Boardwalk and Park Place, and I have surprisingly little. Not for the first time, I wonder about the fickleness of luck. Damn it, I say. I surrender. He nods. He's not above enjoying a victory. A pity, though, he says. What? He nods at the board. Nobody got Marvin Gardens. I've always wondered about that place. The mother has studied this place. She knows the history of Illinois Avenue because this isn't the first time she's wondered about her husband's fascination with Atlantic City. She knows how the city started as a dream, a conversation among wealthy investors and railroad tycoons on a lonely, windswept beach, and how it ended as a nightmare, like the rest of the world, like her own life. She knows that the city died long before the rest of the world fell beneath the relentless tread of the walking dead. The zombies are really only an afterthought to this place. They are the symbols of a world that has moved on, but they are redundant here. This place needs no reminder of the glory of the past, or of the wasteland that is the modern age. She looks down at the body in the wheelbarrow. The man whose eyes had shown such surprise, such fear, such unknowable depth at the time of his passing, and which were now closed against all time. And she wondered what was in his mind when he asked to be buried at Marvin Gardens. Did he see the old world splendor that R.B. Osborne saw back in 1852 when he glibly described his vision to his investors? His pen scribbling out the names of the streets to be: Oriental Avenue, States Avenue, Tennessee Avenue, New York Avenue, Pennsylvania Avenue. Or did he see the world of Charles B. Darrow, who stole the game of Monopoly from Lizzie Magie, daughter of the prophet of the single tax theory? It is hard to tell, for her husband, who was so kind, so intelligent, so impossibly giving, was also, sometimes frustratingly so, an enigma to her. She looks at the only map of the city she has, an old Monopoly game board, and doesn't understand. She wonders if she ever will. Why this place? Why would he want his heart buried at Marvin Gardens? The crowd of zombies seems to materialize out of nowhere. One moment, the mother is putting on her brave face for her daughter, telling her how they are going to bury Daddy in his favorite place. And the next, she is ducking for cover, pulling her daughter close to her breast. She'd been forced to leave the wheelbarrow out in the open, and that made her mad. It seemed like a failure somehow, like leaving him was a weakness on her part, something she didn't do right. But the zombies don't like dead flesh. They rarely touch a corpse, even a fresh one, and so it's a chance she feels she can take. The zombies pass the wheelbarrow by. They hardly seem to notice it. One by one, they shuffle past it, dragging their feet, pulling their weight endlessly through a world without meaning, without purpose, without even the hint of redemption. Even the grave is an empty promise for these dead ones. Then, one of the zombies stumbles and howls in pain. Mother and daughter raise their heads above the tall weeds where they've taken shelter, searching for the injured one. Zombies don't make noises like that. They damage themselves all the time, tearing hands and arms, reaching through shattered windows, shredding bare feet on busted glass, and then they get up and walk away. Soundlessly. No emotion, no pain, no nothing. But this one, he is standing up, holding his bleeding wrist in his other hand. One by one, the dead turn their heads slowly in his direction. Faker, the mother thought, and pushed her daughter's head back down into the tall weeds. She has seen these fakers before. They live by pretending they are one of the dead, by walking among the dead. They live, if it can be called living, by abandoning all sense of self, by surrendering completely to the emptiness and pointlessness that is death in life, death on 2 feet. They live by giving up. Her husband hated these people. She looks down at his corpse, the runner of dried blood eking from his left nostril where she drove in the ice pick to keep him from coming back as a zombie. And she sees a man who lived his life like every moment mattered, who understood the importance of his life, even if he didn't fully grasp its meaning. His life stood for something, and his death was painful and too soon, for the truly good are always gone too soon. She looks again to the street. Already the zombies are closing in around the faker, moaning, clutching at the air in anticipation of the kill to come. And she feels nothing but disgust. Her husband never would have given up like that. Never. She watches the man sink to his knees. She watches him drop his head to his chest rather than lash out with the last breath he has. The mother cradles the child's head in her hands, covering her eyes. But she herself does not look away, because what's going on out there reminds her so much of how strong her husband was, and how much is gone from the world. She doesn't like it, doesn't want to admit it, but the faker's silent acceptance of death makes her feel a powerful sense of pride in her husband. He had been a man worth having. Our second game has gone down smoothly, like a fine whiskey. As usual, John has picked up a lot of properties through his slow and studied method. But it has cost him. He has property, but little development. And he has next to no cash held in reserve. I, on the other hand, am sitting pretty, fat on cash. I have 3 houses on Pacific Avenue, and when he lands there and counts his cash, he has no choice but to concede. "Too bad I didn't land on Marvin Gardens," he says. I look up as I clear the board. "I like Marvin Gardens," he says, catching the look in my eye. "It's special." I wait for more, but it doesn't come. After a pause, I finish clearing the board. The mother knows what's coming, even before she passes the jail. She can hear the zombies banging their fists against the chain-link fence. She can hear the musical clanging it makes, even over the awful moaning of the dead. She doesn't look at them as she passes down the alleyway. They are sticking their shredded fingers through the diamond-patterned wire, surging against it, pressing against it with the combined weight of their dead bodies. But she ignores them. All she does is move her daughter to her other side, putting herself between the little girl and the hungry dead. The little girl is brave. She doesn't shrink or break down the way some adults the mother has seen have done. This makes her proud. But the thing that really stokes her pride is the way the little girl hitches her backpack up onto her shoulders, looks up, and smiles. So young, and so brave. It's then that the zombies break through the fence. It had seemed so secure just seconds ago, but now it's leaning over into the alley like a drawbridge caught on the way down, and the dead are pouring over it, filling up the alley behind her. And now, in front of her, too. The mother has no choice. She gently lowers the wheelbarrow down. Even in death, she can't imagine dropping him. Then, before the child can speak a word, she scoops her up into her arms and runs away, leaving the body of the man she loves in the middle of the alley. He'll be safe. The dead don't attack the dead. Even the newly dead seem to not exist for them. Only the living, only those with pain in their heads and love still in their hearts, seem like food to them. The mother finds a bakery with a large oven and puts her daughter in it. Deer hide their yearlings in the tall grass, she remembers from the years she lived in the Texas hill country. Perhaps it will work now. And some atavistic impulse seems present in the daughter as well, for she understands without words. She doesn't ask questions, but instead sinks into the darkness at the back of the oven. From the depths, her brown eyes seem to shine like jewels under halogen vapor lights. She is so vulnerable, so beautiful, so incredibly trusting. The mother hopes she knows what she's doing. "I'll be right back," she says. "I'm going to get Daddy." She slips off her own backpack and removes a collapsible police baton she got from a friend during the early days of the outbreak. She snaps it open and circles back around the city jail so she can re-enter from the other side. When she steps back into the alley, she sees a small group of zombies gathered around her husband's corpse. They seem uncertain, but interested, as though they just might fall upon the body. When one of them lifts her husband's hand and tries to put it in his mouth, the woman rushes in like a fury and swings at every face and hand that tries to close upon her. It's a fast job, a messy job, and she hardly registers the dull crack of flesh-covered bone, the give of skulls as they cave beneath the baton. And when it's done, She jams the baton down on the pavement and collapses it with a sharp smack. She looks around. Nothing else moves. Then she picks up the wheelbarrow that holds her husband's body and carts him out of the alley. We're 30 minutes into our third game, and I have John handily by the throat. Pacific, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania are dull properties, never seeming to gather much action. But they are the only properties I have left without hotels, and so I start to develop them. John, realizing he's beat, concedes. The woman is looking down North Carolina Avenue, into the heart of the city. It is a vast ruin of empty buildings and darkened windows. This could be a war zone, abandoned to the scavengers. It looks that bad. Roofs have fallen. Bricks are strewn about as though thrown by an explosion. But this isn't some military scar. This city, this collection of empty buildings, is the product of decay. A complex ruin speaking of all things past. Dark clouds are rolling in off the sea, turning the sky to a washed-out gray. The wind carries sand down the cracked and buckled street, lifting it like curtains dancing on the wind. And the city seems so lonely, almost sublime in its desolation. Again she wonders why his last wish has brought her here. What could he have possibly seen in this world? He was a kind man, a caring man who knew that there is a presence moving in the background of our lives. That presence is hard to fathom, especially now, especially since her husband's death. But it is there. She can feel it. Her husband never doubted it. And because of that conviction, she knows there must be a reason.
Mama, you're all gross.
The woman looks down at her daughter, her voice surprising her out of her thoughts.
What?
The girl points at the spattered gore on the woman's jeans, the clumps of blood and brain left from when she fought the zombies off her husband's corpse. She wipes her palm across her shirt, clearing away the dirt and sweat and grime, before taking her daughter's hand and giving it another reassuring squeeze.
We're going to be okay, she says.
And in her soul, she tries to believe it, because she has to. She needs this one truth to be real. She takes out the game board she's been using as a map, her gaze darting back and forth between the cartoon board and the sea of ruin before her. And she's confused. Marvin Gardens must be here somewhere. According to the board, it should be right here. We've started our fourth game. Most people think Monopoly takes forever to play, but with just 2 players and a deep understanding of its finer points, you can finish off a game in less than 20 minutes and still stay soundly within the rules. This one is going fast, and John's luck is getting on my nerves. He takes Boardwalk and Park Place. He looks at me, sees me scowling, and laughs. To lighten my mood, he asks about my writing. More zombies? Yep, and death cults too. Cool. I like discussing horror with John. He gets it. After reading a rough draft of my first novel, he told me zombies were the perfect means to reinvent the world and all its problems. They're entirely metaphorical, more so than any other monster in fiction, and because of that, they can represent any societal issue or any personal crisis. As I said, he gets it. But meanwhile, there is still a game to be played, and I've just landed on Ventnor Avenue, where he has 4 houses. Stop smiling, I say, and concede. Game 5 is our tiebreaker. We race around the board, and I get Ventnor and Atlantic Avenues, and then Waterworks. Only Marvin Gardens remains unclaimed. John looks worried. The woman stands in the shadows of a movie theater entrance, watching a death cult make its way down the street. These people she understands even less than the fakers. At least the fakers are a known quantity. Their motivation is simple. Death terrifies them so much that they're willing to embrace it in order to hold it at bay. She can understand fear. And she can understand, even though it disgusts her, why some people are willing to give up on their lives in order to keep them. But these people, these death cults, they are a mystery. She has heard of them in other cities. They believe that the zombies are a means to set the soul free. The zombies are prophets, they claim, and they welcome the act of getting slaughtered as though it were communion. This cult is made up of a dozen people, walking two abreast down the street. They seem eerily content and unworried. They are happy to die. Zombies stagger out of doorways, peel themselves away from the insides of abandoned cars, and close in on the cult. Screams come with the killing, but they are not screams of pain. When the woman realizes this, she is truly and utterly horrified. These people are in love with their own slaughter, and for them it is some kind of grotesque joy. It is spiritual. It seems vile to her, obscene somehow. "Come on," the woman says to her daughter. She takes up the wheelbarrow again and slips away. John takes his fourth railroad, but looks disappointed. "What's wrong?" I ask. He's pulling ahead, and the tiebreaker that I thought was mine seems to be tilting in his direction. "I want Marvin Gardens," he says. "I keep missing it." "You said that before. What's so special about it?" "It's the only place on the board that isn't a real location in Atlantic City." "Really?" I look at the board. I didn't know this. I've loved this game since I was a little boy, and I never knew. "I wonder why they'd put it in there if it isn't really there." "Well, it's a mystery, isn't it?" The woman and child have made it to the boardwalk. The long pier extends far out into the Atlantic, which has grown irritable from the weather. "Mama," the girl says, "where do we go now?" The woman has no idea. None of this makes sense. Why would he make this request of her? And why can't she find Marvin Gardens? Acting almost on autopilot, she pushes the wheelbarrow out to the end of the pier and stops before a bronze plaque featuring a raised relief of Charles B. Darrow, inventor of the game of Monopoly. Briefly, she considers asking Darrow where she might find Marvin Gardens, but doesn't want to scare the little girl. No need to make her think Mama's lost her mind. A strong wind gusts off the water and shoves her roughly to one side. She staggers, and the wheelbarrow topples over, spilling out its precious cargo onto the pier. The woman looks down at her husband sprawled there, and she finally breaks down. She sits down beside him. She's so tired. She has no way of lifting him back into the wheelbarrow. Not now. Not like this. She doesn't know what to do. She hears footsteps on the planks behind her. The woman jumps to her feet and wheels to face the intruder, pulling her daughter behind her. But it's an old man, not a zombie. She relaxes, but only a little. There are other dangers in the world besides the walking dead. But the man makes no move to attack. He actually looks kind. He's dressed in a full-length black coat, the collar pulled up tightly against a scarred cheek. The brim of a floppy old hat shields gray, weathered eyes. "Let me help you," he says. Together, they right the wheelbarrow. There is another gust of wind, and then the rain starts to fall.
We need to get under shelter,
he says. He's holding his hat down on his head as he nods toward a nearby arcade. The inside is dark, but dry.
In there,
he says. She reaches for the wheelbarrow, but he puts a hand on her wrist.
No,
he says.
Leave him here.
She wants to object. At first it seems like a gross disrespect of the man she loved and still loves, with all her being. But as the rain turns to silvery sheets curling on the wind, it suddenly seems right to her, and the three of them run for the cover of the arcade. The little girl knows the routine. They won't be going anywhere for a while, so she removes her backpack and sits on the ground and makes herself busy with the few belongings they've been able to carry with them.
Thank you,
the woman says to the man. He nods, says nothing. The man removes his coat and hat and shakes the water from him.
Can you help us?
The woman says.
We're trying to find Marvin Gardens.
The man looks up from his clothes, and a strange smile tugs at the corners of his mouth.
There is no Marvin Gardens,
he says.
Not here, anyway. Not in Atlantic City.
This floors the woman. Her first instinct is to get angry. She's been lied to, made a fool of. Why would her husband do this to her? Why would he send her on an errand like this, wandering a blasted land with only a stupid board game for a map? It doesn't make sense.
Bubbles!
The woman shakes her head, clearing her thoughts. Dozens of tiny bubbles are rising from the floor, filling the air around her head. She looks down and sees her daughter clapping her hands and giggling wildly as her little bubble-making machine whirs. One bubble in particular drifts past the woman's nose. She focuses on it, and its beauty startles her. The way it shimmers and catches the light like a diamond. It is geometric perfection. It is a delicate thing, like a flower, or a life. And it is, she realizes, the most perfect, the most beautiful thing she's ever seen. It explodes suddenly. Even over the pounding rain, she swears she hears a faint, muffled pop. It's gone. She stares at the empty air where it once floated. But she isn't seeing the air. She's actually looking inward and backward across the years. Images of her husband crowd her mind, and though she doesn't realize she's doing it, she's smiling. For he lives there, whole and perfect, a part of her soul that will never die. But what of this crazy quest he sent her on? What of that? He knew there was no Marvin Gardens here. He had to have known. Her husband was crazy smart that way. This was deliberate, not a cruel trick. He wasn't that kind of man. There is a lesson here. Something she is meant to understand. But what? And then she thinks of the bubble, how it was beautiful and then gone. And she thinks of this world, how it, too, was once a thing of beauty. It dawns on her all at once. Understanding swelling inside her chest like a balloon until she can barely breathe, barely contain it. He gave her an impossible quest, not because he expected her to fail, but because he knew she would succeed. She would come to this point. The old world is gone, and though the new world, the world without him, is a little emptier, it is still a place for beauty, and a place to raise the little girl who is so much like her daddy. She looks out across the rain-swept pier to where her husband's body faces the open ocean, unknowable in its vastness, and she thinks again of bubbles and smiles. This concludes Plague of the Undead by Joe McKinney. Narrated by Todd McLaren. Copyright 2014 by Joe McKinney. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Kensington Corporation and was produced in the year 2014 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers. Or call toll-free 877-7-TANTOR to request a catalog.